Chapter 2139, Silver Ancient Tome. I want this book. The rest of the items are yours, Feng told Late Autumn as he picked up the Silver Ancient Tome and stored it in his bag, acting as if he had no interest in the 4 other items in the treasure chest. The 4 other items were indeed valuable at this stage of the game, especially the level 70 dark gold helmet for shield warriors. Even Superpower's experts would drool over such an item. However, even combined, these 4 items weren't worth nearly as much as the Silver Ancient Tome. God's domain had all kinds of ancient tomes to offer. Some contained clues to items, while others could cause devastating destruction. This Silver Ancient Tome could improve players' natural response time. Normally, a player's neural response time depended on their real-world body. Players typically had to use specialized training methods to improve their natural reaction time, as well as have the innate talent to do so. Otherwise, their success would be limited, regardless of how hard they trained. However, the Silver Ancient Tome broke this rule and could forcibly improve a player's response time in God's domain. Of course, the improvement was minor, and the Silver Ancient Tome's effects varied from person to person. But even a minor improvement could significantly impact a player's performance in the game. This tome was a special item that could make up for a player's congenital deficiencies. Even though the tome's effects weren't as substantial as a boost to physique, each Silver Ancient Tome had sold for tens of thousands of gold during Feng's previous life. Some of the Superpower's elderly experts had even traded fragmented legendary items or basic bloodlines to get their hands on one of these tomes, trying to make up for their deteriorating reaction time. Feng was actually quite surprised to get his hands on a Silver Ancient Tome so early. If he gave it to one of his guild's refinement realm experts, it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the flowing water realm. After all, improved neural response time would indirectly improve players' combat standards. In fact, when the various large guilds recruited internal members, they typically prioritized players with above-average response time. Currently, Zero Wing had 4 experts stuck between the Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm: Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. If they could use the Silver Ancient Tome, they might become Flowing Water Realm experts very quickly. Once they reached the Flowing Water Realm, combined with their abilities in the Truth Realm, they'd finally blossom into bona fide peak experts. After Feng stored the Silver Ancient Tome, Late Autumn gave the dark gold treasure chest a hesitant look. Guild leader Black Flame, this item is a piece of level 70 dark gold equipment, Late Autumn said as he examined the helmet for shield warriors. He then turned to Feng and said sincerely, "Our Purple Shadow Adventurer team has only avoided annihilation because of you. Accepting such an item is too much." At this stage of the game, even the various superpowers madly contested for level 65 dark gold equipment, not to mention level 70 dark gold equipment. Moreover, this was a helmet for MTs. It was far more valuable than ordinary equipment of the same level and rank. I've already told you that I only wanted 1 item from the treasure chest. Moreover, it is only level 70 dark gold equipment. It is nothing to Zero Wing, Feng responded. Seeing the Cursemancer's guilty expression, he chuckled and continued, "If you really can't bring yourself to accept it, why don't you help me out with something else? Then, you can consider the helmet your compensation." He didn't know much about the Purple Shadow Adventurer team, but based on the team's performance and camaraderie, he could see that its members were righteous people. Otherwise, they likely would have split up and fled from Bright Dawn's expert team. That was one of the reasons that Feng had chosen to help them. At most, he might have saved any other team from Bright Dawn's bullying. He wouldn't have allowed them to keep the boss and treasure chest compensation. Late Autumn was inwardly surprised, looking at Feng's calm expression. This swordsman had offered a piece of level 70 dark gold equipment as if it meant nothing to him. Moreover, Late Autumn could tell that Feng was telling the truth. Immediately, he replied, "That won't be a problem. Guild leader Black Flame, please tell us what you need us to do. Our Purple Shadow Adventurer team will assist you with everything we got. I'm heading to the Bottomless Abyss to take care of something. I'd like your help in clearing out the mobs. The whole affair will take roughly half a day. How about it?" Feng asked. The Bottomless Abyss was the lowest leveled God mode regional dungeon in God's domain. Not only did an abundance of monsters call the dungeon home, but they were also quite challenging to deal with. Without enough strength, most teams would find themselves on a one-way trip if they tried to enter the dungeon initially. Feng had planned to clear out the monsters in his path by himself. Mobilizing the guild's main force to help him would only be a waste of time and resources. With Zero Wing's current predicament, the guild couldn't afford such an operation. However, since the Purple Shadow Adventurer team had volunteered its help, he was more than glad to accept. From what he had seen thus far, Purple Shadow was quite strong overall. Although the team couldn't compare to Zero Wing's main force, it was close to rivaling other first-rate guilds' main forces. The only real difference between Purple Shadow and a first-rate guild's main force was their equipment. Yuri heading to the Bottomless Abyss. Colorful Fruit's jaw dropped, and she stared at Feng in astonishment for the players grinding in the ancient undead country. The Bottomless Abyss was a forbidden land, yet Feng had originally planned to head straight into the beast's maw by himself. The various major powers had already attempted to enter the Bottomless Abyss, but every one of them had returned in defeat. Some of those teams had even been comprised of experts, led by peak experts. All right. Although Late Autumn found Feng's request surprising, he decided to go through with his promise. Are we setting off now, then? MHNN, the sooner we get there, the better. Feng nodded. In that case, let's rest and recover. We'll set off in 1 minute, Late Autumn announced, glancing at his teammates. Conditions, Commander. Are we really going into the dungeon? Colorful Fruit whispered, sounding worried. Even the Windwolf Adventurer team retreated after less than an hour. Windwolf was the 5th-ranked adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire and much stronger than Purple Shadow overall, and they hadn't even made it a full hour in the Bottomless Abyss. Moreover, only half of the team had escaped the dungeon alive. Because of this, the Empire's adventurer teams had begun to fear the regional dungeon. Asking them to spend half a day in the Bottomless Abyss was no different than asking them to commit suicide. Of course, we're going. I've already promised him our help, Late Autumn said. Besides, we're in just as much danger now as we would be in the Bottomless Abyss. We might as well take out chances. Currently, more than 20 expert teams were targeting them. It was almost guaranteed that they wouldn't all make it out of the psychedelic forest alive. Since that was the case, they might as well try their luck in the Bottomless Abyss. After giving the matter some thought, Colorful Fruit found Late Autumn's reasoning sound. Since both paths led to death, they could at least try to establish a friendship with an expert like Feng. Once the Purple Shadow Adventurer team had rested, Feng led them toward the God Mode regional dungeon. About 5 minutes after Feng and his new companions left the area, a team with an averaged around level 67 found the Dark Gold treasure chest. These players' weakest piece of equipment was level 65 fine gold rank, and some of its experts even wore multiple pieces of epic equipment. Every member of the team radiated an imposing aura, as well. Overall, this was certainly no ordinary adventurer team. Boss, those people have already left. By the looks of it, they're heading toward the Bottomless Abyss, a bald, level 68 assassin in blue reported to the stalwart man in a suit of crimson armor. They should only have departed recently. They're heading to the Bottomless Abyss. A wise decision, the crimson-armored man said, chuckling. It's a pity that they caught our attention. Notify the other scouts. We'll give chase immediately. Chapter 2140, God Mode Regional Dungeon. Ancient Undead Country, Bottomless Abyss. The Bottomless Abyss was a gigantic hole in the center of the psychedelic forest. The radius could rival that of an NPC city's. Pitch-black fog constantly billowed from within, and even from afar, players felt a chill as they watched the fog escape. So, this is the Bottomless Abyss. Shock gripped Colorful Fruit as she stared at the massive pit before her. The rest of the Purple Shadow Adventurer team felt the same. Not only was the Bottomless Abyss a spectacular sight, but its aura was also particularly daunting. Despite the distance between them and the regional dungeon, they felt stifled. They couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to stand within the foggy pit. It's no wonder why Windwolf couldn't even last an hour in there. If its aura feels so powerful from out here, I can't imagine how horrific it feels inside. Just moving will likely be taxing, Late Autumn muttered as he watched the fog rise from the bottomless abyss. After seeing this pit himself, he, more or less, understood why Windwolf's members had paled whenever they had mentioned the bottomless abyss, claiming that the regional dungeon was no place for current players. The fog is still quite thin. Let's hurry inside, Feng commented, as he, too, watched the fog. He was incredibly familiar with the bottomless abyss, so he was used to the sight. He immediately approached the staircase leading into the pit. Many ancient gods had participated in the Great Ancient War, and the bottomless abyss was a byproduct of one of those battles. According to legend, the destruction the gods had wrought here had been so massive that it had broken through the world barrier that separated the gods' domain continent from the dark abyss. As a result, the dark abyss's dark energy had flowed into God's domain through the breach, creating this bottomless abyss. Fortunately, the ancient gods had set up a magic barrier here to prevent the dark energy from escaping the regional dungeon, protecting the nearby kingdoms and empires from ruin. Without that foresight, the dark abyss's power might have devoured the entire continent. Now, the dark energy within the bottomless abyss sometimes spiked due to the weakening barrier. By this point, the barrier had been in place for tens of thousands of years, and even if the materials used to create it had been godly relic rank, they couldn't withstand the corrosion of time. When the bottomless abyss's dark energy was at its strongest, Tier 1 players could only remain within the regional dungeon for 3 or 4 hours. Tier 2 players could, at most, withstand the energy for 10 hours before they'd have to flee. If they exceeded this time limit, the dark energy would corrode their flesh, and their stamina and concentration consumption would increase exponentially. It wouldn't be long before they died from exhaustion. To make matters worse, players that died from exhaustion within the bottomless abyss would suffer double the normal death penalty, and their souls would enter a weakened state due to the corrosion. The corrosion would give them a debuff that significantly reduced EXP gain for the next 3 to 48 hours. This was why teams without sufficient strength suffered such miserable fates within the God Mode regional dungeon. Not even ordinary Tier 2 players had dared to set foot in the bottomless abyss during Feng's previous life. However, as a God Mode regional dungeon, the bottomless abyss had many benefits to offer. Its bountiful resources were only secondary. More importantly, the dungeon's mana density was exceedingly high. Even though the mana within was chaotic and impure, players could rapidly grow stronger by fighting within the dungeon. Furthermore, the bottomless abyss had no lack of powerful monsters with high combat standards, which players could use as training partners. To put it simply, the bottomless abyss was heaven for the strong and hell for the weak. Hence, God's domain's various superpowers had developed a love-hate relationship with the dungeon and the past. As Late Autumn watched Feng walk into the bottomless abyss without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and led his team to follow the swordsman. The moment Purple Shadow's members entered the bottomless abyss, their bodies began indescribably heavy. Their reaction speeds also slowed slightly. However, the dense mana allowed their minds to remain at their peaks. These players felt like they were having an out-of-body experience as the opposing sensations assaulted them. It was like trying to operate high-performance software on an ancient computer. Moreover, they realized they couldn't see as far within the bottomless abyss. Normally, they could see up to 100 yards away, despite the ancient undead country's poor visibility, but now, they couldn't see past 50 yards. At this distance, monsters could see them before they noticed, and they'd frequently come under attack. After descending the staircase for about 3 minutes, the Purple Shadow members realized that level 60+ monsters hung from the walls and dominated the staircase. The weakest among them was a lord, and they all radiated intense auras that felt particularly deadly to Purple Shadow's members. Before Purple Shadow's members could react, a group of level 60 and 61 demonic stone apes charged at the team. Demonic stone ape, elemental creature, lord, level 60. HP 19,000/19,000,000. Prepare for battle. MTs, prioritize the stone apes on the staircase. Melee players, contain the monsters on the wall. Healers, focus on everyone's HP. Late Autumn's response was quick, and he cautiously issued commands. Although these demonic stone apes were much lower leveled than they were in the bottomless abyss. Late Autumn couldn't afford to be reckless, employing the most conservative strategy he could think. The demonic stone apes slammed into Purple Shadow's level 66 and 67 MTs. Like seasoned warriors, these monsters used tactics against their player enemies. One stone ape would attack head-on, while 2 or 3 of its companions attacked from the sides. Their coordination was seamless. Purple Shadow's expert MTs couldn't cope with the coordinated assault, and each took 2 or 3 hits during the initial charge. Every MT instantly lost over 50,000 HP, losing more than half of their totals. The healers in the rear began to panic, swiftly casting healing spells. Why are these monsters so powerful? Colorful Fruit was stunned as she watched the 4 demonic stone apes suppress her teammates. Purple Shadow's lead MT was a half-step refinement realm expert, and the weakest piece of equipment on him was level 65 fine gold rank. He even wore a piece of epic equipment, yet it took everything he had to hold off 4 lord-ranked monsters, and he wasn't faring well. Earlier, their lead MT had tanked the level 69 Grand Lord by himself. The 20-plus demonic stone apes on the staircase quickly broke past the MT's defensive line, and 6 of the monsters charged toward the team's healers. The remaining dozen or so stone apes preoccupied the team's melee players before Purple Shadow's members could recover from their shock of seeing how powerful these demonic stone apes were. A 5-meter-tall stone ape, much larger than its companions, dropped down from the wall above, landing with a thud behind the team. Great Stone Ape, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 62. HP 42,000,000/42,000,000. Before the level 66 Berserker, who guarded the healers, could react, the Great Stone Ape slammed its massive fists into him. The Berserker slammed into the wall, his HP falling to a critical level. The Great Stone Ape's frightening strength and speed stunned every member of the team. Although Colorful Fruit reacted immediately and attacked the Great Stone Ape with her vines, the monster easily tore the 2 vines to shreds. A dull, black glow then enveloped the monster's fist, and it threw a punch at Purple Shadow's healers. The Great Lord moved from defense to offense so smoothly that it didn't move like any monster they had seen. Rather, the Great Stone Ape fought like an expert player with a plethora of combat experience. Seats over. Colorful Fruit's heart sank. A Great Lord's skill could instantly kill a plate-wearing player, let alone a cloth armor class player. Once the team's healers fell, they'd lose any chance of winning this battle. However, before the Great Stone Ape's fist could connect with the healers, Feng appeared before the Great Lord. He unsheathed Killing Ray and responded to the monster with a light slash. An arc of blue lightning blinded the players for a split second before the Great Stone Ape joined the level 66 Berserker in decorating the wall. Its chest bore a deep, oozing cut. Chapter 2141. Flying Improvements. Purple Shadow's members were stunned to see the Great Stone Ape embedded in the hard, stone wall. How high is his strength? Colorful Fruit could not help but stare at the Great Stone Ape in disbelief. She had felt the Great Stone Ape's strength when it had torn apart her vines so effortlessly, high enough to rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. However, not only had Feng repelled the monster's skill with a single swing of his blade, but he had also thrown the Great Lord with that strike. His strength was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Purple Shadow's healers breathed a sigh of relief at receiving Feng's help. They immediately put more distance between them and the Great Lord. Lead MT, aggro the boss. Guardian Knights, activate Protection Blessing, and hold down the demonic stone apes. Late Autumn shouted commands to teams. Lead MT. The moment the Great Stone Ape's offensive had halted from this initial clash with the Stone Apes, he realized that these monsters possessed extremely high combat standards, especially the Great Stone Ape. Only their team's lead MT could likely hold down that boss. If he sent any of his other MTs to tank it, he'd just be sending them to their death's roar. However, as soon as Late Autumn finished his command, the Great Stone Ape pulled itself away from the wall with a furious roar. Its eyes became bloodshot, its muscles bulged. Clearly, this Great Lord had just entered some kind of berserk state, charging straight for Feng crap. Solitary, activate your berserk skill, and stop that thing. Late Autumn hurriedly ordered the level 67, Tier 2 Berserker that stood closest to the monster. Leave it to me. Solitary Dragon nodded in reply before the Berserker could activate his Berserk skill and face the Great Stone Ape. However, Feng stopped him and said, "No need. It's still too soon to use Berserk skills here. Leave this to me." After saying so, Feng took a step forward and appeared before the enraged Great Stone Ape in an instant. The swordsman looked like a child compared to the 5-meter-tall monster. Seeing its hated enemy standing up to it, the Great Stone Ape swung its fists at Feng. The sharp sound of the movements cutting through the wind was audible from 30 yards away in the blink of an eye. The Great Stone Ape fired 6 strikes at Feng, the massive size of its fists making the punches impossible to dodge. The other players' expressions darkened as they watched from the corner of their eyes. This move was enough to tell that the Great Stone Ape's combat standards were on par with a player who reached the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Combined with attributes that rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level, how were they supposed to fight this monster? Contrary to expectations, however, the attack hadn't sent Feng flying. Instead, all 6 punches harmlessly passed through Feng before the swordsman began to fade out of existence, revealing that the Great Stone Ape had only struck an afterimage without anyone realizing it. Feng had moved behind the Great Stone Ape and had already swung his sacred sword Qiu. Another blue flash sliced through the Great Stone Ape, eliciting a scream and plundering over 70,000 HP from the Great Lord. Another visible cut now graced the monster's sturdy form. The Great Stone Ape's fury reached new heights as it took another hit. In response, it spun around and launched another barrage of punches at Feng as if Feng existed in another space entirely. The Great Lord couldn't hit him no matter how hard it tried. Instead, one cut after another joined the first 2. Not only did Feng continue to reduce the boss's HP, but he repeatedly inflicted injuries as well, reducing the Great Stone Ape's reaction speed. Is this real? Colorful Fruit watched Feng give the monster a one-sided beating, utterly awestruck. For a moment, she even forgot to support her teammates. Purple Shadow's lead MT, who had been in the midst of trying to assist, was just as stupefied. A Tier 2 swordsman was perfectly suppressing a level 62 Great Lord with the combat standards of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Moreover, he accomplished this feat within the bottomless abyss, where players' physical bodies were severely suppressed. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, Feng's calm composure made it seem as if he were confident of slaying this Great Stone Ape by himself. It's no wonder why Bright Dawn was so afraid of him. He is truly a monster. Late Autumn inwardly exclaimed as he watched the Great Stone Ape's HP plummet. Finish the fight quickly. We'll only attract more monsters if we linger, Feng shouted, noticing the dazed expressions Purple Shadow's members wore. Although he could solo the Great Stone Ape, doing so would require a lot of time and energy, and a God Mode regional dungeon wasn't a place where players could afford prolonged battles. If this fight took too long, they'd attract another wave of monsters. Feng's warning snapped Purple Shadow's members out of their daze, and they immediately resumed their attacks against the demonic stone apes. Immediately, they resumed their attack on the demonic stone apes with Feng keeping the Great Stone Ape in check. Purple Shadow's members had an easier time dealing with the demonic stone apes. Moreover, they began to adapt to the bottomless abyss's environment as they fought. As a result, their attacks became more efficient under Late Autumn's command. The team gradually descended the staircase, never fighting in one place for too long. Although they occasionally encountered other stone ape groups, the number of enemies they fought at any one time was tolerable. Finally, after more than 5 hours of combat, the team had cleared out the demonic stone apes and great stone apes in their path. The loot the monsters had dropped had surprised Purple Shadow's members. Not only did these monsters drop plenty of magic crystals, but they had also granted the team a few pieces of level 60 equipment and materials. These monsters' loot was far more abundant than outside the regional dungeon. Moreover, the weakest piece of equipment the stone apes had dropped was level 60 mysterious iron rank, and some had even granted secret silver ranked items. Such high-quality equipment could fetch a lot of money on the market. It was no exaggeration to claim that the last 5 hours' harvest could rival a full day of grinding elsewhere. However, the loot wasn't the most valuable acquisition. Due to their battles against the Stone Apes, Purple Shadow's members had been inspired, improving their combat standards. That was a benefit they definitely wouldn't find outside of the Bottomless Abyss Commander. This place is heavenly. If we could spend a month down here, the Purple Shadow Adventurer team could become one of the top 5 adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire. Half Feather exclaimed. As a refinement realm expert, he could sense himself improving throughout the 5 hours of constant battle. Needless to say, his teammates must have improved even more than he had. Furthermore, these monsters' loot was several times better than monsters elsewhere. That's right. I hadn't imagined that this place would be so helpful. It's no wonder why the various large guilds are so desperate to explore the Bottomless Abyss, Late Autumn said. He had a far better understanding of the regional dungeon's value than his subordinates. While resources and funds were important to a guild, those factors weren't nearly as valuable as its members' strength. This God Mode regional dungeon had proven to be a natural training ground, and players' leveling speed wouldn't slow while they trained here. On the contrary, they would enjoy a much higher leveling speed than outside of the dungeon's borders. If a guild took control of the Bottomless Abyss, its development would skyrocket. As he considered this, Late Autumn's gaze drifted back to Feng, who stood some distance away. A large part of the reason why they were able to survive for more than 5 hours in the Bottomless Abyss was because of Feng. Feng had defeated one great lord after another for them. There were also times where 2 great lords had appeared simultaneously. If not for Feng suppressing every great lord that appeared, they would have long since been annihilated. After all, the only person in the Purple Shadow Adventurer team capable of holding their ground against the Great Lord-ranked Great Stone Apes was their lead MT. Even then, the lead MT could only hold his ground against one Great Stone Ape at a time. Meanwhile, after moving for more than 5 hours, everyone also arrived inside a cave. The cave wasn't formed naturally, but man-made instead. There were also multiple paths leading out of the cavern, the paths forming a labyrinth. You guys rest here for now. This place is very safe, Feng said as he looked at the exhausted Purple Shadow members. After saying so, he made his way into the labyrinth. The labyrinth-like cave was the Bottomless Abyss's first floor. At the same time, it was the only place in the entire regional dungeon that allowed for a guild town or city to be transferred over. Chapter 2142, Abyss Residence. After hearing Feng's instructions, Late Autumn and the others sighed in relief as they sat down to rest. As for what Feng planned to do inside the labyrinth, they had no intention of asking about it. After all, Feng was the leader of a guild. He naturally had his reasons for coming to this dangerous place. If they pried too deeply, they might end up annoying or angering him. Moreover, even if they wanted to enter the labyrinth with Feng, they most likely didn't have the ability to survive for very long in there. The labyrinth was rife with level 65 plus undead, many of which were great lords. With just their adventurer team's strength, they wouldn't be able to progress very far into the labyrinth. Not to mention, if they came across a Grand Lord, their fates would be sealed in the next moment. Purple Shadow's members saw Feng easily weaving through the undead's attacks. Moreover, the undead here actually couldn't keep up with his speed at all, the distance between the two sides steadily widening. After a few seconds, only the undead remained in sight. The difference between us is really huge, Colorful Fruit said, a bitter smile forming on her face after Feng disappeared. It is, indeed, massive, but it's not like we can't catch up, Late Autumn said, nodding. An organization called the Adventurer Alliance has appeared in the Fire Dragon Empire and is currently recruiting powerful adventurer teams. I heard that even super guilds have to treat this Adventurer Alliance with respect. Moreover, the Alliance is even nurturing experts. I received an invitation, but I didn't put too much stock in the matter. On further thought, I feel that we should join the Alliance. In the past, he had been very confident in Purple Shadow's strength, believing that even if Purple Shadow was no match for Superpowers, Superpowers wouldn't have an easy time dealing with Purple Shadow either. After today's fight with Bright Dawn's team, however, he realized that he was sorely mistaken. Before a Superpower, Purple Shadow didn't even have the strength to protect itself unless they became monsters like Feng. daunting even an expert like Bright Dawn at the thought of attacking them. They would never secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon Empire's Adventurer Alliance was in existence that could intimidate even super guilds. Needless to say, its existence was extraordinary. After all, the Fire Dragon Empire was one of God's domain's 4 great empires, and far superior to the Dark Knight Empire. Many superpowers and even quite a few super guilds had established footholds there. The fact that the Adventurer Alliance was able to establish a foothold in the Fire Dragon Empire, despite competition from so many superpowers, proved just how powerful it was. As for joining a guild, that was something Late Autumn was not willing to do, no matter what. Otherwise, he would have long since joined Starlink together with his comrades. After all, Starlink had extended an invitation to many of the powerful adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire. Commander, can we really catch up to him? Colorful Fruit turned to look at Late Autumn reflexively, a hint of anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Sure, Feng's strength was already deeply ingrained in her heart. At this point, what she wanted to do most was to share the same stage with Feng one day, instead of staying in the Dark Knight Empire and remaining a frog in a well. It shouldn't be a problem. The Alliance promised that as long as we pass its test and qualify for its training, we will be able to reach the apex of God's domain, Late Autumn said previously. Late Autumn had sneered at this promise, as he thought that the Purple Shadow Adventurer team already stood at the Dark Knight Empire's peak. There was no need for Purple Shadow to undergo the Adventurer Alliance's training. However, in hindsight, the gap between Purple Shadow and the Adventurer Alliance was massive. Moreover, a power that could stand shoulder to shoulder with superpowers should understand the strength of the various superpowers. Since the Adventurer Alliance had declared that it could help qualified players become Apex experts, the Alliance was most likely telling the truth. This is great. The next time we meet, I must stand on the same stage as him. Colorful Fruit thought to herself, her fighting spirit soaring at this moment. Aside from Colorful Fruit, Half Feather and the other top experts of Purple Shadow also had similar thoughts. Meanwhile, as Purple Shadow's members were resting, Feng had activated Gale Domain to shake off the undead chasing him. The undead here were living beings that died during the Great Ancient War. Not only were their combat standards extremely high, but they were also organized when fighting. He would require a lot of time to defeat them. Fortunately, the undead here were not monsters that persistently chased players. They would give up pursuit once the distance between their target and themselves exceeded 300 yards. Feng was a level 76 player, and with his basic attributes, his movement speed was already faster than that of great lords of the same level. After activating Gale Domain, he shook off the level 65 plus undead here right away and effortlessly passed through one area after another. Meanwhile, the deeper he ventured into the labyrinth, the higher the levels of the undead he came across, the monster's levels gradually increasing from 65 to 70. Finally, after traveling through the labyrinthine pathways for more than an hour, Feng arrived before a dilapidated palace in a cavern that was enveloped by a magic barrier. None of the wandering undead dared come within 100 yards of the magic barrier. Feng, however, walked toward the barrier without hesitation. The magic barrier specifically targeted undead and was totally ineffective against the living. There was no creature inside the palace besides the phantom of a gray-robed old man. If players used an advanced identification skill on this old man, they would discover that he was actually a level 180, Tier 4 hero. The title of hero was not easily obtained in God's domain. The existences granted the title of hero were invincible in their tier. Meanwhile, not only was this old man a hero, but his title had even been bestowed by an ancient god. In other words, he was blessed with a portion of an ancient god's power, making him the strongest NPC in the entire Bottomless Abyss. Young adventurer, this is not a place for the living, the hero Saibu said as he opened his eyes to look at Feng. Immediately, a horrific aura filled the palace. If an ordinary Tier 2 player were standing here right now, this horrific pressure would most likely scare them stiff. However, Feng had the support of multiple fragmented legendary items and a bloodline, so he managed to withstand the pressure brought on by this aura. Esteemed hero Saibu, I am here by the will of the gods to expel the darkness. Feng said respectfully as he stood 30 yards away from Cyber players wanting to transfer a guild town to the Bottomless Abyss needed to fulfill 3 conditions, 2 of which were the standard conditions for transferring a guild town. The third condition was a hidden condition, passing Cyber's test. The first part of the test was enduring Cyber's aura. In the past, 90% of the powers that attempted this test had failed at the very start because ordinary experts couldn't endure Cyber's aura at all. One needed the basic attributes of a Tier 3 player of the same level to do so. Otherwise, they would be forced to kneel, then get teleported out of the palace. Not bad. Being able to move so close to me proves that you have the strength to deal with the darkness, Cyber said, smiling and nodding in approval when he saw that Feng was barely affected by his aura. However, you cannot expel the darkness here with just this. Since you are a bronze legatee, I can set up a stable area for your residence, which will allow you to combat the darkness here long term. However, you will have to contribute 6,000 mana stones. Lord Cyber, here are the 6,000 mana stones you require, Feng said as he took out the mana stones he had prepared beforehand. He had basically emptied out the guild's reserve of magic crystals to make these 6,000 mana stones. However, this price was well worth it if he could move Stone Forest Town here. Excellent. So many mana stones should just barely be enough to resist the corrosion of darkness here, Cyber said. As he received the 6,000 mana stones from Feng, he couldn't help taking a few extra glances at the youth before him. Following which, he started Enchanting. As Cyber chanted, the 6,000 mana stones merged and transformed into a resplendent gemstone. With this item, you can set up a magic barrier on the first floor, which we are on. The residents you set up inside this barrier will be able to avoid the corrosion of darkness. Keep in mind that this item can be used only on the first floor, Cyber said gravely as he handed the gemstone to Feng. When Feng accepted the gemstone, he sighed ruefully. In the past, he could only watch from the sidelines as the various superpowers established one town after another inside the Bottomless Abyss. In this life, however, he, too, could set up his own town here. Chapter 2143, Transferring Stone Forest Town. Feng didn't linger after obtaining the barrier gemstone, making his way toward the Undead Forest. The Undead Forest was located in the center of the Bottomless Abyss's first floor. Not only did a large number of level 70+ undead wander the area, but it was also where the first floor's dark energy was densest. Without high darkness resistance, not even Tier 2 players could spend more than 6 hours in the area. However, despite the Undead Forest's dangers, it was one of the few places on the first floor that could support a guild city. The Bottomless Abyss's first floor was comprised of a series of connected tunnels and caverns, which was why there weren't many places that could house a guild city. As far as Feng could remember, fewer than 10 caverns could support such a massive player base. Most of them could only support an advanced town. As a result, players needed to select the location for their guild town carefully in the Bottomless Abyss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to promote the town due to insufficient space. Of course, Feng had another reason for choosing the Undead Forest. It was the closest location to the Bottomless Abyss's second floor. The Bottomless Abyss was a level 60 to 100, super large-scale regional dungeon, and it was considerably larger than many neutral maps elsewhere, separated into a total of 3 floors. Each floor was more difficult than the last, and the second floor was considered a turning point to current players. The Bottomless Abyss's first floor was already horrific, but they didn't realize that the first floor was only a training ground to help players adapt to the regional dungeon's environment. These monsters were only between level 60 and 75. However, the dungeon wouldn't be so kind once they reached the second floor, its difficulty rising to a whole new level. The second floor's monster ranged from level 70 to 90, but as the God Mode regional dungeon became more challenging, it would reveal its true benefits from the second floor onward. Not only would monsters drop 7 Luminaries crystals, but their drop rates for fine, gold and dark gold equipment would be roughly 3 times higher than elsewhere. Players would also find plenty of combat techniques and skill books. They'd even have a chance of finding a legacy if they were particularly lucky. Unlike most legacies found outside of the dungeon, those in the Bottomless Abyss had survived since ancient times. The weakest legacy players could find in this regional dungeon was advanced runcos for the Bottomless Abyss's third floor. it was where players would discover the true essence of the God Mode regional dungeon. Not only would players have a chance of obtaining peak legacies when they killed the bosses on that floor, but they'd also have an extremely small chance of obtaining fragmented legendary items. Typically, fragmented legendary items didn't even drop from ordinary mythic bosses, only special mythic bosses had a chance of dropping such precious treasure. However, the Bottomless Abyss's third floor was the typical map. Every mythic boss on that floor had a chance of dropping fragmented legendary items, and the dungeon's final boss was guaranteed to drop One could say the Bottomless Abyss was responsible for introducing fragmented legendary items to God's domains. Players in the past, the various superpowers had only begun to acquire fragmented legendary items once they had discovered the Bottomless Abyss. After that moment, everyone had come to understand that epic items weren't truly the best weapons or equipment in the game and that something even stronger existed. Since Feng was the first person to acquire a barrier gemstone in the Bottomless Abyss, he had to take advantage of as many opportunities in preparation for conquering the regional dungeon's third floor. After an hour or so of travel, Feng found himself in a massive, spacious cavern. At first glance, the cavern looked like any other forest, filled with verdant trees and bright light. It looked nothing like the cavern it truly was. This was the Undead forest. The dark energy here was so dense it was stifling, and level 70+ Great Lord ranked Undead roamed through the woods. There were even quite a few Grand Lords. Dark energy affected these monsters in the same way mana affected players. The denser the dark energy was, the higher the monster's combat standards would be. Even the weakest Great Lord in the Undead Forest had combat standards on par with the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Such combat standards would be impressive enough to earn a player a party leader position among a first-rate guild's core members. Including the monster's high basic attributes, even a first-rate guild's chief MT would have a tough time against these Great Lords. The Grand Lords, on the other hand, could reach the 6th floor's early stage. They were nightmarish opponents, even for a first-rate guild's main force. Only the various superpowers' top combatants had a chance against these monsters. Thank goodness I have the Bible of Darkness. I don't know how I'd make it through this forest without it. Feng was relieved as he used omniscient eyes to watch the level 74 Grand Lord ranked Great Necromancers that wandered in the distance. These level 74 Great Necromancers were extremely powerful. Not even Feng would dare provoke them in his current state. If he accidentally aggroed one, he'd have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, the Bible of Darkness granted him control over the power of darkness. This, in turn, allowed him to resist dark energy and significantly lowered the chances of dark creatures noticing him. He'd be able to avoid the Undead Forest's residents with relative ease. After about 10 minutes or so, Feng had circled around more than 30 Great Lords. He had also encountered more than 3 Grand Lords. If his superpower's main force visited this forest at this stage of the game, their deaths would be a guarantee. It should be here, Feng thought as he observed his location. He then took the barrier gemstone from his bag and began to chant an incantation. After 10 verses and more than 30 seconds, the barrier gemstone disappeared. Then, 2 gigantic, silver magic arrays formed above and beneath Feng, and every monster within the array's range released pained cries before fleeing the area. The 2 magic arrays continued to grow larger, from their initial 500-yard radius to 1,000 yards, then 3,000 yards. The arrays only stopped expanding after another 30 seconds. Suddenly, a colossal magic barrier blossomed in the middle of the Undead Forest, occupying 1/10 of the entire area. Not a single monster stood within the barrier. Next, I need to guide Stone Forest Town's transfer. Feng was quite satisfied with the forest's lush greenery within the magic barrier. He then took out the town transfer token he had obtained from the Eclipse Throne and chose to transfer Stone Forest Town. Originally, he had planned to use this token to move Stone Forest Town to a neutral map neighboring Starmoon Kingdom, but with Silverwing Town in the Ore Empire, he had set the token aside. Now, the token would finally display its potential. System. Do you wish to transfer Stone Forest Town to the specified area? Feng clicked yes without hesitation. Chapter 2144, Abyss Town. Once Feng made his selection, another system notification rang in his ears. System, you have selected to transfer Stone Forest Town to the specified location. Transfer conditions met. System. Stone Forest Town will be closed off in 1 minute. Estimated transfer time is 30 minutes. Players will not be able to enter the specified transfer area during this time. You will automatically be teleported out of the transfer area in 10 seconds. Half an hour. Huh? When Feng heard the system notification, he could not help his growing excitement. Nothing was more important to the various large guilds than resources and experts. As long as Stone Forest Town's transfer completed smoothly, it would become even more important than Zero Wing City. The guild town would even generate more profit than the city. While Feng considered his next step, he was transported out of the magic barrier. Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom's Stone Forest Town, the players in the town were in an uproar. What's going on? Stone Forest Town is moving to another location. Crap. I just got here to level up. What is Zero Wing trying to do? Stone Forest Town has just begun to recover, yet Zero Wing is moving it elsewhere. Does Zero Wing think the town will attract more players if it's in another location? This is a scam. We need to boycott Zero Wing. The guild's abandoning new players just to become more popular. I won't ever set foot in a Zero Wing town again. We'll see how long Zero Wing lasts if no one visits its towns. The players in Stone Forest Town fell into heated discussions when they received the system notification about the town's relocation. The players new to God's domain were particularly boisterous. Stone Forest Town was still a holy ground for players between level 30 and 50. Not only was the town next to a low-level Azura mode regional dungeon, but it also had everything low-level players could need or want. Not even NPC cities could rival Stone Forest Town's benefits for low-level players. However, before they had the chance to enjoy these benefits, the system had announced Stone Forest Town's transfer to another location. This meant the time they had spent trying to reach the town had been for nothing. Meanwhile, news of Stone Forest Town's relocation quickly reached Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. What? Zero Wing is moving Stone Forest Town to another location. Stone Forest Town's popularity has only begun to recover. It's still earning a significant magic crystal profit each day, yet Zero Wing wants to relocate the town. Has the guild found a better location? I want this investigated immediately. Tell our spies in Zero Wing to find out where the guild plans to relocate the town. For independent players, Stone Forest Town's relocation only meant that they'd lose a leveling spot, and that only impacted the independent players that had recently joined God's domain. Naturally, there were other maps where they could grind. However, Stone Forest Town's transfer held a completely different meaning for Starmoon Kingdom's various powers. Transferring a town meant transferring an area of influence. Since no one could oppose Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom, they'd be doomed if the guild relocated Stone Forest Town to their territories. Hence, the kingdom's powers anxiously searched for the town's new location while Starmoon Kingdom's various powers panicked. Yuan Tixin, who resided in one of White River City's advanced restaurants, stared intently at the report he had just received from his subordinate Uncle Yuan. Have our spies learned anything? Purple Jade asked curiously. Is Black Flame's claim really true? Has he actually relocated Stone Forest Town into the Bottomless Abyss? The various superpowers were paying particularly close attention to the God Mode regional dungeon. If not for the Bottomless Abyss's monsters and environment, the secret pavilion would have already dispatched a large team to explore the dungeon. Meanwhile, according to the most recent report, quite a few super guilds had sent their own teams into the Bottomless Abyss. Unfortunately, they had suffered grievous losses for doing so. According to their investigation, current players simply weren't strong enough to grind in the regional dungeon. They'd have to reach level 70 before they'd have any chance of survival. Hence, she found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing had successfully transferred Stone Forest Town to the dungeon, but when she recalled Feng's confident expression on the day they had made their deal, she knew he hadn't been joking about his plans. Furthermore, if Feng failed to complete the transfer, the secret pavilion would secure the guardian puppet design. They haven't been able to verify anything yet, Yuan Tixin said, shaking his head. But based on our information, Black Flame has made an appearance in the ancient Undead country. He even humiliated Bright Dawn, one of Starlink's vice guild leaders. I believe that your guess is likely correct. A town's transfer, after all, requires its owner's permission. Yuan Tianxin couldn't help the sting of regret he felt. If the secret pavilion had been as confident in Zero Wing's abilities as Feng, it would have likely invested more in the guild, rather than treat Zero Wing with half-hearted sincerity. If Zero Wing has actually accomplished its goal, its future will be set. With Stone Forest Town alone, Zero Wing will qualify to contend with superpowers. If it can solidify its legacy foundation as well, then we can reasonably expect that it will become a super first-rate guild any day now. Purple Jade said. She had a thorough understanding of how valuable the Bottomless Abyss's resources were. If a guild monopolized those resources, its development speed would be astonishing. Moreover, the various superpowers would have a very difficult time dealing with Zero Wing before players reached level 100. Even Starlink would find it challenging to shake Zero Wing's foundations. Meanwhile, within Zero Wing, guild members excitedly discussed the latest news regarding Stone Forest Town. I wonder where the guild is moving Stone Forest Town to. I'm guessing that it's moving the town to a neutral map. All of the large guilds are trying to claim them, and our guild is no exception. I can't wait to find out which neutral map the town will occupy. I agree. Since Starlink is so dead set on suppressing our guild in the Ore Empire, we can't really do anything in the Empire's core area. We're stuck around Silverwing Town. It'd be wonderful if the guild transferred Stone Forest Town to that area. Honestly, it's not a big deal if the guild doesn't transfer Stone Forest Town to the Ore Empire. Starlink already has a fortress there, but it doesn't have any bases in other neutral maps. We could secure a massive advantage if the guild transfers Stone Forest Town to a different neutral map. Moreover, the Zero Wing auction house now has access to a wider variety of items. Even if the guild transfers the town to a smaller neutral map, our leveling speed won't be any slower than it is in the Ore Empire. Many of Zero Wing's members expressed their guesses and hopes for Stone Forest Town's new location, every one of them filled with anticipation. Although Fire Dance had repelled the Starlink forces camped outside of Silverwing Town and restored some of the guild's morale, that didn't change the fact that Starlink still harassed the guild's members in the rest of the Ore Empire and the other neutral maps around Starmoon Kingdom. To make matters worse, other guilds' members were rapidly growing stronger and exploring neutral maps. To say that Zero Wing's members didn't have any opinions on the matter would be a lie, as every player throughout Starmoon Kingdom discussed this abrupt change. Half an hour passed quickly. Many of the players keeping an eye on the guild teleportation function soon noticed that Stone Forest Town's name had reappeared among the list of available destinations. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw the level 60 limit. What's going on? Why is there a level limit? As players wondered about this oddity, some guild members, those above level 60, couldn't help themselves and purchased a guild transfer scroll to visit Stone Forest Town. When these Zero Wing members arrived, the sound of a system notification reached their ears. System, you have discovered the Bottomless Abyss. Chapter 2145, Attention, the Bottomless Abyss. Most of the Zero Wing members that had teleported to Stone Forest Town had failed to react to the system notification, but some of those players, who had a certain understanding of the ancient Undead country, were excited to see Itis this real. We're actually inside a God Mode regional dungeon. All hail the guild leader. Our guild is set for life now. Although none of the various powers had made any progress in exploring the Bottomless Abyss, what they had learned of the regional dungeon gave them high hopes. Moreover, the Bottomless Abyss was the reason that Starlink had been able to suppress both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor when it had laid claim to a single fortress. Stone Forest Town's new environment also surprised Zero Wing's members. In the Bottomless Abyss, the town's mana density was likely even higher than in Zero Wing City. Players would be able to achieve the same results when training their combat standards with half the effort here. Stone Forest Town had become a sacred ground, ideal for players. Not only could players level up and upgrade equipment around the town, but they could also train their combat standards and techniques in the town. Shortly after Zero Wing's members discovered Stone Forest Town's new location, News spread quickly to Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. How is that possible? Someone must have made a mistake with this report. That's a God mode regional dungeon we're talking about. How could Zero Wing just transfer Stone Forest Town there? All of the various powers instinctively denied the validity of the news. Everyone knew that even the various superpowers were powerless in the bottomless abyss. Surviving in the dungeon was nearly impossible, much less raiding it. It simply shouldn't be possible to move a guild town to such a lethal location. However, when these powers began to receive similar reports from other spies within Zero Wing, they couldn't deny the truth. There was no doubt that after today, Zero Wing would become an overlord in God's domain. Even if it wasn't yet a superpower, it now qualified to contend with the various superpowers in the game. Meanwhile, in one of White River City's advanced restaurants, Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade received confirmation of their suspicions, and they fell silent for some time. Zero Wing did it, Uncle Yuan. Are we going to begin the next part of our plan now? Purple Jade asked excitedly after recovering from her surprise. Although she had known that Feng hadn't lied to them, she couldn't help the surprise and admiration she felt once he had actually made good on his promise. MHM. Notify our subordinates and tell them to organize the necessary manpower to visit Stone Forest Town. We need to secure the bottomless abyss before the other superpowers have time to prepare. Yuan Tixin nodded. Smiling, he continued, this time, we'll show the Chamber's advanced members how foolish the Secret Pavilion's decision was. The Secret Chamber of Commerce's advanced members had criticized the Pavilion for demoting Starlink to basic membership rank, and the Pavilion had been forced to offer a variety of benefits to quell their anger. To make matters worse, many superpowers that had heard of the matter had ridiculed the Secret Pavilion for being foolish enough to abandon a fortress in the ancient Undead country for Zero Wing. However, none of that mattered now. The Secret Pavilion owned a portion of Stone Forest Town's shares. Not only would it earn a large number of coins from the town, but it could also establish a guild transfer point within its walls. The pavilion's members would not have to run all the way to the ancient Undead country to reach the bottomless abyss. In fact, the pavilion's members could now grind in the regional dungeon without having to leave it. Once they ran out of stamina, they could simply return to Stone Forest Town and rest. The pavilion now had more advantages than the other superpowers. With this relocation, Zero Wing could nullify any progress Starlink had made in the bottomless abyss on a whim. Moreover, Zero Wing wouldn't have to resort to drastic measures to do so. As long as the guild barred Starlink's members from Stone Forest Town, allowing others in, Starlink would fall behind. If the situation persisted, it would even affect Starlink's position in the Dark Knight Empire. This was exactly what the superpower had attempted to accomplish by hindering Zero Wing's progress in the neutral maps around Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, Starlink would likely find Zero Wing a difficult pest to crush now. Once the various superpowers discovered Stone Forest Town's relocation, they'd reach out to the smaller guild in an attempt to secure a partnership. Once that happened, Zero Wing wouldn't be so easy to shake. However, if Starlink allowed Zero Wing to develop in the bottomless abyss freely, the superpower would only lose its advantages in its own empire. I doubt anyone had imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing would put the Dark Knight Empire's overlord in such a bind. As Yuan Tixin remembered when Zero Wing had been small and weak, he couldn't help his rueful sigh. Zero Wing's developmental history was practically a miracle. After today, Zero Wing would qualify to stand on the same stage as the various superpowers. It was no longer an ordinary guild that could so easily be slaughtered. While the secret pavilion prepared to garrison in Stone Forest Town, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's headquarters in the Dark Knight Empire were in an uproar. How did Zero Wing do it? Both super first-rate guilds' upper echelons were overwhelmed with shock and curiosity when they learned of Stone Forest Town's new location in the bottomless abyss. None of them had ever thought that Zero Wing would be so capable. I want you and Lingsha to visit Zero Wing's headquarters in White River City. Tell them that Unyielding Soul would like to deepen our relationship. Isn't Zero Wing trying to break into the Dark Knight Empire's market? We can offer them some of our central shops in the Empire if they're willing to let us build a temporary residence in Stone Forest Town. Unyielding Soul's guild leader, Silent Soul, commanded after giving the matter some thought. You two have full authority to negotiate those shops' management and sales. When the guild upper echelons in the meeting room heard Silent Soul's decision, they stared at him with dropped jaws. They hadn't thought that their guild leader would willingly grant Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha so much authority. Financial strength was the most important aspect when running a guild as large as Unyielding Soul. The profits from the guild's shops were particularly crucial. Shops were a guild's lifeblood, and the fact that Silent Soul had given Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha control of the guild's lifeblood meant he had granted them the authority that was only second to his. The guild leader Unyielding Soul wasn't the only superpower interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Superpowers throughout God's domain promptly made their way to Starmoon Kingdom's White River City as well. Chapter 2146, General Trend. Ancient Undead Country, Psychedelic Forest. How can this be? Utter shock assaulted Bright Dawn as he read the latest report on Zero Wing. It had only been a few hours since his encounter with Black Flame, yet in that time, the swordsman had relocated Stone Forest Town into the bottomless abyss. No matter how he looked at it, the situation felt like a dream. Not even Starlink dared to delve too deeply into the bottomless abyss, but Black Flame had established a town within the regional dungeon in a matter of hours. Starlink had invested an astronomical amount of manpower and resources to secure a fortress in the ancient undead country, but none of its effort could even compare to Black Flame's alone. Many superpowers had already begun to make their way to White River City to negotiate with Zero Wing due to the guild's latest success. Needless to say, they all wanted a cut of Stone Forest Town's shares and a temporary guild residence within the town. If Zero Wing agreed and accepted these superpowers' help, Starlink wouldn't be able to continue its assault against the enemy guild. Moreover, Starlink's development would descend into the pits of hell due to Stone Forest Town's prosperity. As a result, Lu Xinglua had ordered Bright Dawn to use everything Starlink had to destroy or capture Stone Forest Town before Zero Wing could stabilize its position in the bottomless abyss. Has something happened, Vice Guild Leader? The assassin beside Bright Dawn asked curiously when he saw his commander's sneer. Good news. Wonderful news. Bright Dawn said, laughing. Black Flame had humiliated him earlier, and he hadn't expected to find a chance to take revenge so soon. Why wouldn't he be excited? Good news. The assassin gave Bright Dawn an odd look. The guild leader has commanded me to deal with Stone Forest Town. Moreover, I get to mobilize the guild's full strength. Bright Dawn explained all of it. The news shocked the assassin. He had already learned about Stone Forest Town's relocation to the bottomless abyss since it had sparked a commotion among Starlink's members. Naturally, the news had shocked them all. However, Lu Xingluo's command to mobilize the guild's full strength against the town was even more unexpected. The various superpowers had far more influence than ordinary guilds, and the guild typically only mobilized a fraction of its strength for any of its operations. Even when Starlink had targeted Unyielding Soul, for example, it had only used a small fraction of its true power. Yet now, Starlink wanted to turn every weapon in its arsenal against a non-superpower like Zero Wing. That's right. Everything. Bright Dawn nodded as he grinned wickedly. I had expected to wait a long time before I had a chance to claim vengeance. I hadn't expected that I'd get to move against that bastard so soon. Hopefully, Black Flame doesn't run from me too quickly. Dealing with an established town was normally even a headache for superpowers like Starlink, but if Starlink employed the guild's full power, taking down a guild town would be a piece of cake. Not even advanced towns would pose much of a challenge. Furthermore, Stone Forest Town had just completed its transfer. Its defenses weren't as strong as usual since hardly any players currently occupied the town. Although not a lot of players could traverse the bottomless abyss's complex terrain at once, destroying or capturing a town didn't require a full army. A sufficient number of peak experts and powerful tools would be enough to complete the task. Notify the fortress and have them deliver this list of items. I also want you to summon our old monsters and all of the peak experts in the fortress. Bright Dawn commanded. The assassin's eyes glowed as he began to contact the necessary personnel. Although Bright Dawn was responsible for handling the guild's affairs in the ancient undead country, the peak experts and old monsters in the fortress weren't under his control, not to mention the tools within the fortress. Every one of those tools would be a strategic missile on an open battlefield. They simply shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, a team of 100+ players used the Undead forest trees as cover while they observed Stone Forest Town. Boss, you really are impressive. Sparing and following the Purple Shadow Adventurer team actually led us to Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town. A level 68, blue-clad assassin congratulated as he watched Purple Shadow's members enter the town. Zero Wing has certainly proven capable, transferring a guild town here. Not even our Sky Dragon House could accomplish such a feat, a man in crimson armor commented as he stared at the town in admiration. If Feng were present, he'd likely be shocked to hear the conversation between these two players. Sky Dragon House was one of the Fire Dragon Empire's 3 overlords and a veteran super guild. It was far stronger than ordinary super first-rate guilds. Even the up-and-coming Starlink would have to bow its head before Sky Dragon House. At its peak in Feng's previous life, Sky Dragon House had even been known as one of God's Domain's top 10 guilds. The virtual gaming world wasn't the same as it had been in the past. Countless corporations now invested in the industry, and becoming one of God's Domain's top 10 guilds meant that it stood among the best of the best. Not even ordinary super guilds had any hope of comparing to Sky Dragon House. Only a transcendental existence like the Secret Pavilion could contend with such a powerhouse. What should we do next, boss? The blue-clad assassin asked. We're not just here to pay a visit, are we? Of course not, the crimson-armored man said, laughing. Zero Wing is quite impressive to pull off such a move, but the Bottomless Abyss isn't fit for the likes of such a small guild. Moreover, Zero Wing hasn't learned that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Rather than let other powers get their hands on Stone Forest Town, we should claim it. I was hoping you'd say that, the blue-clad assassin said as he licked his lips, anticipation and killing intent flashing in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, treasure only belonged to those with the strength to keep it. Zero Wing, meanwhile, didn't qualify to lay claim to such a precious place like Stone Forest Town. But we should wait for a little while longer, the crimson-armored man decided. Wait? Why? The assassin asked, confused. Right now, we aren't the only ones here, the crimson-armored man said, smiling as he gestured to a team hiding on a nearby plateau. Players from Pride Empire. The assassin in blue frowned when he noticed the other players. Pride Empire was another of the Fire Dragon Empire's overlords, and it wasn't any weaker than the Sky Dragon House. Finding its guild members here wasn't good news for them. They were likely thinking the same thing that we are. If we make the first move, they'll try to take advantage of the situation, the crimson-armored man said. But we can't just wait here, boss. Plenty of superpowers have set their sights on Stone Forest Town. If we don't move quickly, securing the town will become more of a challenge, the assassin complained before the man in crimson armor could reply. He received a message. Sure enough, they've discovered us, the crimson-armored man reported, chuckling as he read the message. Moreover, they're taking the initiative to ask for our help in securing Stone Forest Town. What? They actually want to cooperate? The assassin was surprised to hear it. The Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire were rivals. Although their two guilds had very few public confrontations, they constantly fought in secret. This could work too. Rather than waste each other's time, we might as well work together to claim the town before more competitors show up, the crimson-armored man said after giving the matter some thought. Tell everyone to get ready. Understood. Although the blue-clad assassin didn't like the idea of working with his guild's rival, he had no choice but to obey his commander's orders. Under the crimson-armored man's command, the team from Sky Dragon House snuck towards Stone Forest Town while the Pride Empire's members did the same. Chapter 2147, Stone Forest Town Promoted. When the Purple Shadow team followed Feng into Stone Forest Town and saw the large number of level 70+ monsters wandering outside of its walls, they were flabbergasted. Experts like Late Autumn and Colorful Fruit were especially stunned since they knew far more than the adventurer team's ordinary members. They recognized how amazing it was to establish a guild town in the Bottomless Abyss. With this advantage, Zero Wing would likely become the leading force in the God Mode regional dungeon. As they entered the town, the mana density within surprised them further. It was simply unprecedented. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's mana wasn't nearly as chaotic as it was in the rest of the Bottomless Abyss. Not only did the mana soothe their spirits, but it also made them feel far more agile. They felt that they could easily exhibit even greater combat power than outside of the regional dungeon if they could train their combat techniques, skills, and spells here. Their efforts would yield far better results than normal weapons and equipment might be very important, but these external factors weren't nearly as integral to expert players as internal strength. Commander, the mana in this town has sharpened my senses by at least 10%. If we could train here, our adventurer team's overall strength could reach a whole new level in less than a month. Colorful Fruit exclaimed. Generally, high mana density only allowed players to clear their minds and remain calm under pressure, but once it was dense enough, it could sharpen players' senses as well, although not by much. The fact that Stone Forest Town's mana was so dense that players' 5 senses were 10% more acute than normal was astonishing. Naturally, sharpened senses would be a massive help to players. Not only would players be able to detect their flaws more easily, but players would also be able to notice more than they usually did. To put it simply, players could improve their combat standards far more quickly if they had more acute senses while training. A 10% difference was on par with the difference players experienced when they rose from Tier 1 to Tier 2. I know, Late Autumn replied, smiling bitterly at Colorful Fruit. This place is wonderful, but it also belongs to Zero Wing. A town can only hold so many people, and Zero Wing will prioritize its own members. After all, strength is necessary in God's domain. Outsiders will have to pay a high price if they want to train here. With our adventurer team's current strength, I'm afraid that. Late Autumn quickly realized this town's value. Of all the towns and cities he had seen before, Stone Forest Town was undoubtedly the best place for training. If his adventure team could train here long-term, he was confident that Purple Shadow would become the Dark Knight Empire's #1 adventurer team. However, enjoying such benefits without paying a steep price would be impossible for non-guild members like them. They were only allowed in Stone Forest Town now because they had accepted Feng's commission. Late Autumn doubted that he had the qualifications or connections necessary to negotiate garrisoning his adventurer team in Stone Forest Town long-term. Colorful Fruit, more or less, understood what her commander was trying to say. They had only met WDTH Feng by chance, and the swordsman was the only reason that their adventurer team had avoided annihilation. They'd be delusional to think that they could train in a paradise like Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town's relocation has just completed, so many of the town's facilities are temporarily unavailable. For now, it's only a resting area for players. Once the town's facilities have been readjusted, you're welcome to return at any time, Feng said, chuckling. He had a pretty good idea of what Purple Shadow's members had been thinking when he saw their crestfallen expressions. You don't have to do that for us, Guild Leader Black Flame. Our adventure team hasn't done anything to help Zero Wing, after all. I'm sure your guild members will complain if you let us occupy Zero Wing's resources for nothing. Late Autumn hurriedly rejected the offer. Late Autumn recognized that Feng's offer came with good intentions, but that was precisely the reason that he couldn't accept it. I think you've misunderstood. I intended to open Stone Forest Town to the public since the beginning. As long as you're not Zero Wing's enemy, you'll be welcome in the town. Naturally, you will be allowed to train here as long as you become members of Zero Wing's battle arena, Feng explained. If he reserved Stone Forest Town for Zero Wing's members, he'd certainly see desirable results. However, doing so would be shallow. First, level 100 wasn't the maximum level in God's domain. And second, the town's growth was far more important than monopolizing its benefits. Are you serious, Guild Leader Black Flame? Colorful Fruit could not help but ask. None of the various major powers would share such a paradise with outsiders, but based on Feng's claim, he even planned to cater to ordinary players in the town. This was simply madness, of course. Why would I joke about something like that? Feng asked, chuckling. Feng's response rendered Purple Shadow's members speechless. He acted as if such a crucial matter were insignificant. Late Autumn couldn't help his budding admiration for both Feng and Zero Wing as a whole. Not even the various superpowers would likely be so this generous. While Purple Shadow's members rested in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members began to flood in. Yuan Tixin and his entourage arrived shortly after. Due to the agreement with Feng, the secret pavilion established a temporary residence in Stone Forest Town, allowing the pavilion's members to teleport to the town freely. However, it was only temporary. After multiple system updates, the main god system had placed many restrictions on temporary residences. One of these restrictions limited the number of players that could teleport to the temporary residence each day. Permanent residences, on the other hand, didn't have such a limit. Hence, before the secret pavilion's members flooded into Stone Forest Town and reached the daily transfer limit, Yuan Tixin led a 100-man expert team, which the secret pavilion had prepared earlier, to the town. Uncle Yuan, we've just received a message from the guild leader. It seems Starlink has made its move. Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire are here as well, and more superpowers are quickly approaching. By the looks of it, they all plan to capture Stone Forest Town before Zero Wing can stabilize its position, Purple Jade reported, frowning as she read the message clearly. Starlink was serious about taking the town this time and had armed its forces with the items it had stored in its fortress in the ancient Undead country. To make matters worse, 2 super guilds and a handful of superpowers had designs on the town as well. This was bad news for both Zero Wing and the secret pavilion. It seems that none of them can just sit by and watch. Yuan Tixin chuckled as he caressed his beard. That's enough, old Yuan. The guild leader didn't send you here for a casual chat. Zero Wing can't protect Stone Forest Town with how valuable it has become. We'll have to contribute the most to its defense. Notify Black Flame and inform him that we'll have to renegotiate Stone Forest Town's shares, a white-haired old man reprimanded Yuan. I understand, but I believe it's too soon to discuss that with Zero Wing. We should wait and let Zero Wing realize its predicament. Then, I'll have an advantage in the negotiations, Yuan Tixin said, sighing as he gazed at the distant Zero Wing residence. Although he didn't want to take advantage of the guild, this was the cruel reality of God's domain. Without sufficient strength, one would lose any valuable treasure they obtained to a stronger force. The fact that Feng had accomplished this feat was impressive, but Zero Wing had no place in the struggle that would follow. Not long after the secret pavilion's members arrived in Stone Forest Town, Feng reached the first underground floor, and the most important location. In Zero Wing's residence, walking down a dark hall and seeing Zero Wing's flag flutter in its center, Feng retrieved the Gold Town promotion order and merged it with the massive magic array on the ground system. Gold Town promotion order detected. Do you wish to promote Stone Forest Town into a basic city? Promote. Feng selected the option without hesitation. Chapter 2148, Another Uproar. Inside Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town. After Feng chose to promote Stone Forest Town, 2 gigantic magic arrays suddenly appeared, one in the air and the other on the ground, enveloping the entirety of the town. The players inside Stone Forest Town could not help but grow nervous at the sight. What's going on? Yuan Tixin looked in confusion at the magic array above him. Although he did not have a great understanding of magic arrays, the one above him was no doubt the largest he had ever seen. Moreover, the mana flowing around it was actually visible. The intensity of its aura also greatly surpassed that of mythic monsters. While everyone was panicking over this sudden development, a system notification suddenly entered the ears of every player inside Stone Forest Town system. Stone Forest Town has been promoted to a basic city. You will be teleported out of Stone Forest Town in 30 seconds. Everyone in Stone Forest Town immediately fell into a daze upon receiving the system notification, wondering whether or not they had heard wrong. How? Stone Forest Town actually got promoted into a city. No one could believe this was true. The secret pavilion's members, in particular, were dumbfounded by this situation. Impossible. To become a city, a town needs not only sufficient defensive structures and an astronomical amount of popularity but also a large number of permanent residents. Stone Forest Town just transferred to this place, so how could it possibly get promoted to a basic city? The white-haired old man from the secret pavilion yelled in denial. Everyone else from the secret pavilion very much agreed with this old man's words. After all, only a handful of people in the secret pavilion was more knowledgeable than this old man about the promotion of a guild town. Moreover, this old man was also one of the publicly acknowledged top 5 master town architects in God's domain. Easy Wind, a master town architect, was, basically, a master architect. Although the architect subclass did not seem that amazing and was far from comparable to the forger and alchemist subclasses in terms of popularity, as players progressed in God's domain, the various major powers gained a greater understanding of the purpose of master architects. As a result, they also started placing greater importance on the architect subclass. This was because the development of guild towns often required advanced constructions. Moreover, the planning of a town was also extremely important. If carried out properly, it could accelerate a guild town's development substantially. Meanwhile, the guild towns built using Easy Wind's designs developed 30% faster than guild towns that used the default designs. Moreover, Easy Wind had even designed an advanced construction before. Due to Easy Wind's ability and accomplishments, his position in the secret pavilion was superior to even Yuan Tianxin's, who was constantly conducting negotiations and leading expeditions for the guild. When it came to discussing the development of guild towns, Easy Wind held more authority than even the secret pavilion's vice guild leaders. In fact, the main reason why the secret pavilion had dispatched Easy Wind to Stone Forest Town was to help the town develop much more efficiently and become a guild city a little sooner. Now, however, it was obvious that Easy Wind had just wasted a trip in visiting Stone Forest Town. Before everyone could react to the system notification, they were already outside Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, after snapping out of their daze, Zero Wing's members promptly burst out in enthusiastic acclamation. The second city. Our guild has a second city. Even super guilds don't have a guild city established in a neutral map right now. At this point, God's domain still didn't have that many guild cities. Moreover, practically all of these guild cities were owned by top-ranking superpowers now. However, Zero Wing actually possessed 2 guild cities. More importantly, Zero Wing's second city was established in the Bottomless Abyss, a God mode regional dungeon. Zero Wing could earn a fortune just by collecting entry fees in Stone Forest Town. After all, a guild city had much more space than a guild town. Let alone accommodating 1 million players, even accommodating 5 million players wouldn't be a problem. Previously, everyone from Zero Wing was still worried about whether Stone Forest Town could accommodate all the guild members who wished to grind in the Bottomless Abyss. Now, however, that no longer seemed to be a problem. Meanwhile, outside the forest, some distance away from Stone Forest Town, the members of Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire automatically halted their advance when they saw the 2 gigantic magic arrays enveloping Stone Forest Town and a large number of players suddenly materializing outside the town. Old Xing, any information on your side? So many people actually got teleported out of the town. Is Stone Forest Town off limits to players? A tall, middle-aged man with short hair from Pride Empire's team asked as he looked at the crimson-armored man standing beside him. How would I know? Not to mention, since when is Pride Empire's information network slower than Sky Dragon House's? The crimson-armored man replied, rolling his eyes at the short-haired man dressed in exquisite mage robes. If the upper echelons of the Fire Dragon Empire's various large guilds were here, they would most likely be stupefied. After all, Pride Empire's Ghost Mage, Zhan Baya, and Sky Dragon House's Meteor Hammer, Xing Wuji, were actually working together. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely shock the entire Fire Dragon Empire. Ghost Mage and Falling Meteor were both capable generals of their respective guilds. Their positions were not the slightest bit inferior to vice guild leaders in their respective guilds. They were also monstrous existences in terms of strength. If these 2 monsters cooperated, even superpowers would have to be extremely careful of them. Meanwhile, shortly after their exchange, both of them received a message at the same time. After they read their respective messages, both of them had a very startled expression on their faces. What kind of background does Zero Wing possess? It actually managed to promote Stone Forest Town into a basic city. Jean Baya could not help but gaze at the distant Stone Forest town in puzzlement. According to the information that Pride Empire acquired, Stone Forest town had definitely been promoted into a basic city. Pride Empire had a guild city of its own, so it knew just how difficult promoting a guild town to a guild city was. Pride Empire had mobilized all its resources in order to attain its guild city, yet now Zero Wing had actually succeeded in promoting Stone Forest town into a guild city. Old John, what does your side plan to do? Xing Wuji asked after he finished reading his own message. They gave me only 4 words, Jean Baya replied. No matter the cost. Mine said roughly the same thing too, Xing Wuji said, a bitter smile on his face. However, a basic city is different from an advanced town. The difficulty of capturing Stone Forest town is many times greater than before. Only powers that owned a guild city would understand just how formidable it was. It was not only a gigantic ATM but also an impenetrable fortress. Just the city's built-in defensive magic array was already enough to render current players utterly powerless, not to mention the large number of high-tiered NPC soldiers inside the city. Fortunately, promoting a town did not grant a protection period. A newly promoted city could be snatched away as soon as its promotion process ended. Since that is the case, let's start moving fast. Otherwise, once the secret pavilion's members arrive, we'll have a much more difficult time capturing the newly promoted Stone Forest city. Jean Baya suggested after hearing that Sky Dragon House harbored the same intentions as Pride Empire. All right. News of Stone Forest town's promotion should have spread already. Delaying any longer will give those several superpowers time to get here, Xing Wuji said, nodding as he shifted his gaze to the Zero Wing members crowded outside Stone Forest town. He then turned back to look at his team and said, everyone, split up and move in parties. We have to end the battle as quickly as possible. At this point, Zero Wing was no longer their main enemy but the superpowers that were currently en route. What they needed to do now was take care of Zero Wing expeditiously before those superpowers arrived. After obeying Xing Wuji's order, Sky Dragon House's and Pride Emperor's members immediately charged towards Stone Forest town. Chapter 2149, Divide. Uncle Yuan, this is bad. Stone Forest has just become a city, its foundations have yet to be stabilized. Now is the perfect time to attack it. Those superpowers that held off before are now going all out and sending manpower to this place. With just the few of us here, I'm afraid we'll have a difficult time protecting Stone Forest, Purple Jade said, a serious expression on her face as she read the latest report from the guild. Previously, although various superpowers were tempted into action by Stone Forest town, they had dispatched only a small portion of their strength to capture it. However, due to Stone Forest town's promotion, Starlink wasn't the only superpower going all out anymore. Other superpowers now intended to pull out all the stops for seizing Stone Forest town. Even one superpower going all out would be enough to give the secret pavilion a headache, all the more a group of superpowers doing so. It might be fine if the upcoming battle took place in the outside world, however, they were inside the bottomless abyss. Dispatching ordinary experts here would be utterly meaningless. They would just become liabilities. Only experts at the refinement realm standard or above could provide useful combat power. However, the total number of refinement realm experts, the various superpowers, had easily surpassed that of the secret pavilion. This black flame. Why didn't he inform us of this promotion beforehand? We are in a tight spot now. At this moment, Yuan Tianxin was also suffering a huge headache over this matter. Prior to Stone Forest's promotion, the town provided Zero Wing with a significant number of advantages in the bottomless abyss, but it did not put the guild in an absolutely advantageous position. After all, a town could accommodate only a very limited number of players. However, with Stone Forest town's promotion, Zero Wing now essentially held full control over the entire bottomless abyss. How could this situation not make the various superpowers desperate and force them to go all out to capture Stone Forest town? With this, even the secret pavilion would not be absolutely certain of defending Stone Forest town. Uncle Yuan, the scouts we dispatched into the periphery have discovered Sky Dragon House's and Pride Empire's members. They're moving in our direction and will arrive in less than 5 minutes, Purple Jade said anxiously as she read her subordinate's report. They've finally appeared. Do you know who's leading them? Yuan Tianxin was not particularly surprised by this revelation. After all, the secret pavilion had long known about the presence of these two super guilds in the bottomless abyss. Otherwise, the secret pavilion wouldn't have sent a team to Stone Forest Town as soon as teleportation to the town became available. They reached Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya. By the looks of it, the two of them are working together, Purple Jade said, her complexion darkening. Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya were well-known monster-level experts in God's domain. Moreover, the teams they led were only second to their respective guilds' main forces. Even the team that the secret pavilion sent to Stone Forest Town would have trouble dealing with just one of these teams, let alone both at the same time. Why is it them? Yuan Tianxin's face sank when he heard the names of these two people. We don't have a choice. Jade, relay this matter to the guild leader immediately and have him send over as many players as possible. Also, go and stop those two. I'll meet with Black Flame to notify him about the severity of the matter. Hopefully, he'll make the correct decision quickly. The situation was now out of the secret pavilion's control. The only way left to defend Stone Forest Town was to get Feng to hand over more of Stone Forest Town's shares and use these additional shares to recruit other superpowers into their alliance. Otherwise, only death awaited the mile. Head over immediately. Purple Jade nodded. She then led the secret pavilion's team to stop Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya. Meanwhile, under Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya's command, Sky Dragon House's and Pride Empire's members were like fierce tigers that had just been released from their cages. Unlike the combat methods usually employed by players fighting in teams, Sky Dragon House's and Pride Empire's members split into 6-man parties, which moved independently of each other as they traversed the Undead forest. They did not try to focus their strength on a single point to break through Zero Wing's defenses. From an outsider's perspective, this method of combat would look very silly, as it allowed others to exploit it very easily. However, those who were aware of these two teams' history would understand that these teams were not executing such a combat method out of foolishness at all. Instead, their doing so was due to their absolute confidence in their strength. Moreover, when traveling through a forest, players could move much more quickly in small parties instead of large teams. This was especially true for the players Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya led. They were akin to lively monkeys as they traversed the Undead forest, moving very swiftly and leaving no traces behind. When these two teams got within 500 yards of the city and were about to exit into the clearing that surrounded it, Purple Jade's 100-man team halted their advance. Little Missy, although you are the secret pavilion's prodigy, do you really think you can stop both our teams with just these few people? Xingwuji, who currently perched atop a tree, asked as he looked down at Purple Jade. He did not hurry to take action. Instead, he quietly observed the young woman standing in the clearing before him. I have constantly been hearing that the secret pavilion has produced an amazing genius recently. After getting a look myself, you really are extraordinary. You're already a peak expert at such a young age. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you're still not enough to stop the both of us, Zhan Baiya said as he walked out of the forest. Although Xingwuji and Zhan Baiya had spoken in very amicable tones, the auras they radiated were incomparably frightening. Even the many refinement realm experts standing behind Purple Jade felt the threat of death when bathed in this aura. In addition, the secret pavilion's members could also sense many other bone-chilling killing intents being directed at them from the forest. Every one of these killing intents was enough to make their bodies shudder. They felt that if they let their guard down for even a moment, they would definitely die a tragic death. Here at this moment, the secret pavilion's members were also certain that, if not for them representing the secret pavilion, Xingwuji's and Zhan Baiya's teams would have long since taken action. So, these are the Heavenly Demon Team and Horned Dragon Team led by Ghost Mage and Meteor Hammer. Purple Jade automatically grew vigilant as she observed the numerous parties hidden within the forest. Just the peak experts she could sense before her right now already numbered as many as 15. Moreover, unlike herself, these peak experts had already been in the Void Realm for a long time and had much more combat experience than she did. Not only were they much more experienced at fighting against experts that had equal or superior combat standards, but their control over their five senses was also far superior to her own. Not to mention, every member of Xing Wuji's and Zhang Baiya's teams boasted top-tier equipment. Even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 65 fine gold rank, with many of them fully geared in level 65 dark gold equipment. There were even 10-odd experts with epic items. As for Xing Wuji and Zhang Baiya, each of them sported 4 epic items, with the rest being level 65 dark gold equipment. If these two teams were working together, even superpowers would receive a rough beating if they did not take the two teams seriously. Not to mention, both these teams had powerful super guilds as backing. They did not have to fear any repercussions for their actions the way independent players did. After calming herself, Purple Jade smiled and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I am here only to receive you two. I have no intention of fighting." "It seems the secret pavilion understands the current situation," Xing Wuji laughed. "Say it, then. How do you plan on dividing Stone Forest Town's shares?" "I'll state it clearly first. Pride Empire wants 30%, Zhang Baiya declared. "Since old Zhang has said so, then Sky Dragon House will settle for 30%, as well. As the secret pavilion is the first to occupy Stone Forest Town, it'll get 40%. I believe the secret pavilion won't have any complaints about this, right?" Xing Wuji said this. The words of these two people immediately rendered Purple Jade speechless. Their combined demand was actually for 60% of Stone Forest Town's shares. Had these two people belonged to any other superpower, they definitely wouldn't speak so boldly to the secret pavilion. However, the super guilds these two represented were extremely strong and not afraid of any power in God's domain. In fact, if she were not representing the secret pavilion but some other superpower instead, these two people would not have demanded just 60%. If your secret pavilion has any opinions about this matter, speak up. However, you are not allowed to touch this bottom line," Xing Wuji said sternly when he saw Purple Jade hesitating to speak. Although Zhang Baiya did not make any additional comments, his attitude made it clear that he shared the same sentiments as Xing Wuji. As these two people were waiting for Purple Jade's reply, a man suddenly appeared from another corner of the forest. This man wore a quaint, old cloak and had 2 exquisite longswords hanging at his waist. He gave the impression of a down-and-out swordsman that was just passing by. "Since you two want Stone Forest Town's shares, aren't you going to ask Zero Wing whether this is fine or not?" Chapter 2150, Lacking Qualifications. "Who are you?" Xing Wuji's gaze turned chilly as he looked askance at Feng. As soon as Xing Wuji spoke, the Sky Dragon House members hiding within the forest directed their gaze toward Feng. The cold killing intent they radiated could scare peak experts. Even monster-level experts would most likely grow wary upon sensing such an intense killing intent. What happened next, however, stunned both Sky Dragon House's and Pride Empire's members. Despite having such an intense killing intent directed at himself, Feng remained at ease as he strolled toward Xing Wuji, his demeanor making it seem as if the intense killing intent did not exist at all. "Black Flame." Feng replied curtly, "So, you're the Sword King." Upon hearing Feng's answer, Xing Wuji immediately looked at Feng squarely. If the person Xing Wuji was dealing with were merely the guild leader of a first-rate guild, he wouldn't have bothered taking a second glance at the other party. After all, in terms of strength or status, he was on another level altogether compared to a first-rate guild's guild leader. However, Feng was different. Feng was a bona fide apex expert, someone of equal strength. The only reason why Xing Wuji had treated Purple Jade amicably before was the fact that she was the secret pavilion's representative. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power in the virtual gaming world, and it very rarely participated in the struggle between the various superpowers. It mainly moved for money and information gathering. However, the secret pavilion was not weak by any means. After all, it was impossible for a power to transcend without sufficient strength. In reality, even Sky Dragon House feared the secret pavilion greatly and would normally avoid coming into conflict with it. Sky Dragon House had decided to offend the secret pavilion only because too much was at stake this time. Guild leader Black Flame, since you've arrived as well, let's just speak frankly with each other, Xing Wuji said, chuckling. The current stone forest is no longer something you can afford to hold. Even the secret pavilion can't do so. After all, there are simply too many superpowers eyeing this place. If you wish to hold the city, your only choice is to work with us. We've already stated the amount of shares we want. Each of our guilds wants 30%. As for the remaining 40%, you can decide how you want to split it with the secret pavilion. Our guilds won't mind whatever decision you make. That's right. This is our bottom line. If negotiations fail, then we'll simply switch to another method to negotiate, Jean Bias said, nodding. He then turned to look at Purple Jade and continued, however, I'm afraid the end result then will be undesirable to the secret pavilion. Although Jean Baya also valued experts like Feng highly, in front of the various superpowers, Feng alone would be helpless to change anything. In Jean Baya's calculations, Feng didn't have any authority in their negotiations at all. The one actually in control of Stone Forest Town should be the secret pavilion. Meanwhile, Feng's appearance here was only a negotiating tactic for the secret pavilion to gain more benefits. Guild leader Black Flame, both Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire are super guilds with extraordinary strength. Both of them are far stronger than even the current Starlink. Now that the two of them are working together, if it really comes down to a fight, what with the interference of other superpowers, the outcome will not be pleasing, Purple Jade said. She naturally understood what Jean Baya was trying to say. Moreover, as a core member of the secret pavilion, she understood very clearly just how frightening these two super guilds were. However, Feng didn't know this, so she needed to explain things to him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, as soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, Feng turned his gaze toward Jean Baya. Bottom line? Feng chuckled. Isn't this something meant to be surpassed? Also, you want to take Stone Forest Town's shares? I'm afraid you're still not qualified to do so. The atmosphere in the area immediately hit rock bottom. As for Purple Jade, she nearly fainted from anger when she heard Feng's words. Her intention had been to let Feng understand how powerful the guilds backing Wuji and Jean Baya were and have him appease these two people first. That way, they would still have hopes of negotiating for better terms afterward. Now, however, not qualified. Since that is the case, everyone, let's show guild leader Black Flame whether our Pride Empire is actually qualified or not. Jean Baya growled as he waved his hand. Immediately, the Heavenly Demon team members hidden in the forest sprang into action. Over 20 level 66 plus melee experts instantly surrounded and attacked Feng. The coordination between these melee experts was excellent. They evenly split their attacks into 4 stages, with every member taking on a specific role in the assault, some focused on executing defensive maneuvers, and some focused on offense. As veterans of the battlefield, their assault was void of any flaws that could be taken advantage of. Even Domain Realm monsters would have a headache dealing with such a coordinated attack. It seems he is still too young. He must think that nobody can stop him, now that he has reached the Domain Realm. Wuji sent Feng a look of pity when he saw the coordinated assault of Pride Empire's experts. It was very rare for someone to reach the Domain Realm at Feng's age. Hence, those that did manage to accomplish such a feat would generally feel that they were invincible existences and would not put anybody in their eyes. Unfortunately, Feng's opponent this time was the Heavenly Demon team, a team that constantly fought monster-level experts. It was entirely different from the expert teams of other superpowers, which possessed only extraordinary combat power but not experience fighting monster-level experts. The Heavenly Demon team's members understood very clearly not only the combat methods of Domain Realm experts but also how to counter such combat methods. Moreover, the leaders of the 20-plus melee players attacking Feng right now were 2 peak experts that were just one step away from reaching the Domain Realm. Either of them was more than capable of fighting Domain Realm experts to a standstill for quite some time. If they coordinated with each other and received aid from other teammates, they were fully capable of taking down a domain realm expert. Hence, whenever the Heavenly Demon team succeeded in surrounding a domain realm expert, the fight generally ended with the domain realm expert's defeat. If a monster-level expert from the older generation came across the Heavenly Demon team, they would generally pay attention to their positioning. They definitely wouldn't allow the Heavenly Demon team to surround them. However, Feng was far too young. Furthermore, he was someone that came from a minor power that had no background whatsoever, so it was normal for him to be ignorant of the Heavenly Demon team. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have committed such a low-level mistake. Meanwhile, when Purple Jade saw that Feng was surrounded, her complexion darkened immediately. She was well aware of just how powerful the Heavenly Demon team was and the team's many exploits. Hence, she knew that Feng was now in an extremely precarious situation. She immediately unsheathed her sword, intending to reinforce him. However, before she could even take a step forward, she suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at herself and the threat of imminent death. Her body froze up on instinct. Little missy, I advise you not to take action. This matter is between Zero Wing and Pride Empire. If you make a move, then I'll have no choice but to take action as well, Xingwuji warned slowly. Upon hearing this, Purple Jade had no choice but to abandon her thoughts of helping Feng. Judging by Xingwuji's phrasing, she deduced that there was still ground for recovery. This fight was being regarded as only a small friction between Zero Wing and Pride Empire. If she were to intervene, however, the fight would take on a whole different meaning. The secret pavilion would be standing in direct opposition to both Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire. Then, there would no longer be any room for negotiations. When Purple Jade resumed her previous stance, Xingwuji nodded in approval before returning his gaze to Feng. He was eager to see just how far Feng had progressed in the domain realm. At their standard, strength could no longer be determined using common sense. Even if Feng was killed multiple times today and lost a significant amount of progress, he could still climb back up to prominence one day. After all, opportunities that ordinary experts found hard to attain could be easily secured by experts of their standard. In fact, domain realm experts could almost certainly secure any opportunities they came across. Their levels and equipment standard wouldn't pose a hindrance to them. This was also the reason why the various superpowers abhorred dealing with domain realm experts. In the next moment, 2 peak experts and 6 flowing water realm experts from the Heavenly Demon team launched a pincer attack on Feng. The 2 peak experts focused only on offense while the 6 flowing water realm experts divided their roles between offense and defense. As for the other melee players, they focused on preventing the swordsman from escaping the encirclement. They were all ready to trade blow for blow with him when dealing with a peak expert that abandoned defense and focused solely on offense. Even domain realm experts would have to tread carefully. Normally, the best way for domain realm experts to cope with such suicidal peak experts was to temporarily go on the defensive and wait for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Now, however, Feng had to deal with not only 2 void realm experts and 3 flowing water realm experts, all of whom were attacking him, hell-bent on mutual destruction, but also 3 flowing water realm experts defending these 5 suicidal experts. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even when the great swords of the 2 peak experts were about to land on Feng's body, the swordsman still showed no signs of wanting to dodge the attacks at all. Instead, he brandished his 2 swords and greeted the incoming attacks in battle. 2 bright flashes entered everyone's eyes, followed by 2 loud metallic clangs. In the next moment, both peak experts abruptly went flying over a dozen yards. Their bodies crashed heavily into the ground, their HP bars decreasing by a sizable chunk. The arms of both peak experts also trembled violently as they stiffened up. Chapter 2151, Slaying the Heavenly Demon Team. The instant the 2 peak experts went flying, everyone in the Heavenly Demon team was stunned. The 6 flowing water experts supporting the 2 peak experts even forgot to attack Feng. They simply stared at the man before them in utter disbelief. If the 2 players Feng had just sent flying were any other peak expert, the 6 would, at most, be a little surprised. However, they knew exactly how powerful those two peak experts were. The two peak experts' combat standards aside, their weapons and equipment alone were already considered the best among the best in the current God's domain. Not only were both peak experts fully geared in level 65 dark gold equipment, but both of them also wielded epic weapons. Moreover, both peak experts were berserkers. In a competition of strength, they could clash directly even with their guild's domain realm experts, who boasted 3 or 4 epic weapons and equipment. Despite all that, Feng not only sent both of these peak experts flying but even caused their arms to stiffen up. How is his strength so high? Jean Baya was also stunned as he stared at Feng. The two peak experts that went flying could exhibit strength rivaling great lords of the same level. They could even hold their own against strength-based great lords in a frontal confrontation. However, Feng effortlessly nullified the combination attack of the two peak experts, and sent both of them flying. Only grand lords of the same level could accomplish such a feat. A monster-level expert with the strength of a grand lord of the same level. After Jean Baya thought up to this point, his complexion turned incomparably grim. Before the Heavenly Demon team members could react to the unexpected development, Feng took a step forward, the two swords in his hands suddenly transforming into dazzling streaks of lights. In the next moment, a beautiful lotus of light bloomed around him. Sword's transmigration. 12 sword lights instantly cut through the 6 flowing water realm experts standing idly around Feng. Although these 6 experts had sensed the attacks, the 12 sword lights were simply far too fast for them to react to. Moreover, the sword lights were accurately aimed at their defensive blind spots. In the end, they could only watch as the sword lights pierced through their bodies. A moment later, all 6 flowing water realm experts collapsed at Feng's feet. The entire process had been so quick that the rear line healers didn't even get a chance to start casting their healing spells. So strong. With this kind of speed and strength, even that old thing from our guild might be inferior to him, Xingwuji exclaimed in astonishment. When Sky Dragon House's members heard Xingwuji's comment, they could not help but stare at Feng in shock and horror. Xingwuji was one of Sky Dragon House's main pillars. There were only 3 people in the entire guild that Xingwuji would refer to as an old thing, and they were existences that even their guild leader had to treat with the utmost respect. As for the equipment these 3 people wore, all sorts of guesses were bandied about in the guild. However, the consensus was that each of these 3 people had at least 7 pieces of epic equipment on them. No doubt, they stood at the apex of God's domain in terms of equipment standards now. However, Xingwuji actually said that Feng surpassed one of these 3 people in basic attributes. How could such a thing be possible? Nevertheless, these words had come out of Xingwuji's mouth directly, so the Horned Dragon team's members had no choice but to accept them. After all, Xingwuji was one of Sky Dragon House's monster-level experts. His insight and knowledge far surpassed their own. Since he said so, then there was a 90% chance that it was true. Only, they simply could not figure out how a small guild like Zero Wing managed to equip Feng to such an extent. Players needed to have compatibility with their weapons and equipment in order to wield them properly. Epic weapons and equipment were no exception to this. Players could strengthen their basic attributes by using weapons and equipment that were of a higher quality but had low compatibility. However, by doing so, they would not only fail to increase their combat power but even decrease it instead. From Feng's performance, it was evident that he was using weapons and equipment that were compatible with him. However, obtaining 7 or more pieces of epic equipment that had high compatibility was extremely difficult. The first reason was the rarity of epic items. The second reason was the high repetition rate of certain equipment parts. At this stage of the game, first-rate guilds might have 20 or 30 epic items, but the majority of these were for the head, top, and legs. Items for other parts of the body, such as capes, belts, and pauldrons, were in the minority. Some first-rate guilds might not even have epic equipment for these parts. Hence, players faced extreme difficulty obtaining 7 or more pieces of epic equipment that were compatible with them. Members of super guilds were no exception. Meanwhile, after Feng killed the 6 flowing water realm experts from the Heavenly Demon team, Jean Baya no longer dared to take the situation lightly. He immediately took out a bottle of purple gold potion. The potion's bottle was made out of mana stone, and the potion exuded dense mana that was palpable even from several dozen yards away. 4 other players from the Heavenly Demon team also took out the same potion and drank it. The instant the 5 players drank the potion, a purple-gold divine rune suddenly appeared on their heads. The aura their bodies radiated also skyrocketed in intensity. What? The Heavenly Demon team actually prepared 5 divine protection potions. The corners of Xingwuji's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the potion the 5 players consumed. The divine protection potion could be obtained only from the Fire Dragon Empire's ancient ruins. The value of each bottle rivaled that of an epic item, and even the Horned Dragon team he led had only 2 bottles prepared. Players who consumed the divine protection potion would temporarily receive a god's blessing, which improved their life ratings by a significant margin. Of course, the potion was only effective for players at Tier 3 or below. Normally, when Tier 2 players consumed the potion, they would gain basic attributes close to the Tier 3 standard. Now that 5 players from the Heavenly Demon team had consumed the divine protection potion, the team essentially gained 5 semi-Tier 3 players. It should be known that the difference between tiers was massive in God's domain. Although the 5 players from the Heavenly Demon team could only be considered semi-Tier 3 players right now, the combat power they could exhibit would still surpass anything Tier 2 players could hope to achieve. Not to mention, of the 5 players that consumed the divine protection potion, 4 were peak experts, and 1 was a monster-level expert. In the next moment, the 5 players started fighting it out with Feng, the attacks of both sides wreaking great destruction on their surroundings. From afar, the fight between these 6 players looked more like a battle between monsters than one between players. Right now, any one of the 5 players from the Heavenly Demon team had the combat power to defeat monster-level experts. They were akin to strategic missiles in a field battle, able to slay a 1,000-man team of ordinary experts all by themselves. They were frightening existences that were basically unstoppable due to the high standards of the battle. The Heavenly Demon team's other members couldn't interfere in the battle at all, left to watch from the sidelines at this moment. However, Feng was equally terrifying. Despite facing the joint assault of these 5 players, Feng was actually only at a slight disadvantage. Everyone, hold out a little longer. This place is the Bottomless Abyss. The stamina consumption here is several times higher than in the outside world. He won't last very long if he keeps on moving at such a pace. Jean Baya said, sneering as he watched Feng fervently dodging their attacks. Once his stamina runs out, he'll die. Currently, Feng's defense was practically perfect. He consistently deflected all of their attacks, making them feel as if they were pointlessly striking the air. As a result, each attack barely did him any damage. However, Feng had been fighting against them at full capacity all this time. His 5 senses and mental state were constantly being pushed to their very limits. Doing so would place a tremendous burden on his stamina and concentration. What with the greatly increased stamina and concentration consumption in the Bottomless Abyss, the swordsmen wouldn't be able to last very long in this battle. In contrast, the 5 of them received a qualitative improvement to their life ratings after consuming the divine protection potion. Naturally, their stamina and concentration had received improvements as well. Not to mention, they were expending far less stamina and concentration than Feng. It was only a matter of time before they whittled him to death. Is that so? Looking at the smug expression on Jean Baya's face, Feng leaped back, pulling away from the Heavenly Demon team. You want to run? It won't be that easy. When Feng retreated, Jean Baya immediately commanded, activate the Void Magic Array. Do not let him escape, no matter what. In the next moment, 24 or so members from the Heavenly Demon team each took out a magic array scroll from their bags. They then activated the scrolls, trapping Feng inside a magic barrier. Black Flame is finished now. The Void Magic Array not only prevents players from escaping but also suppresses their basic attributes by roughly 20%. Xingwuji sighed involuntarily when he saw the Void Magic Array being deployed. However, I'm afraid only a few people in God's domain are capable of forcing the Heavenly Demon team to go to such lengths. Black Flame can be proud of this battle. The Home Dragon team's members also expressed their agreement with Xingwuji's words. The Heavenly Demon team was Pride Empire's trump card team, only second to the guild's main force. The team had killed plenty of monster-level experts before. However, the experts that had managed to force the Heavenly Demon team to go all out could be counted on the fingers of one hand. If news of this matter were to spread in the Fire Dragon Empire, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire empire. As soon as Xingwuji finished speaking, Feng suddenly stopped moving. He simply watched quietly as Zhang Baiya's group of 5 charged at him. Giving up now that you know you can't get away. Zhang Baiya laughed when he saw that Feng had stopped moving noisy. Sending a glance at Zhang Baiya, Feng activated deep sea meditation and charged forward. Suddenly, Feng's aura transformed. As if he had become a completely different person from before, his aura now was so violent that even the refinement realm experts spectating from the sidelines felt their breath stifled. Moreover, they also felt pressured due to a difference in life rating. Before Feng's life rating, even the life ratings of Zhang Baiya's group of 5 seemed insignificant. How is this possible? When Zhang Baiya felt Feng's aura, his gut actually warned him that he was no match for Feng. However, just as Zhang Baiya was considering retreating, Feng suddenly appeared before him. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Swords Transmigration. More than 20 sword lights flew from Feng's swords, so fast that they were imperceptible by the naked eye. When the sword lights vanished, Zhang Baiya's group of 5 started collapsing to the ground, one after another. Chapter 2152, Inhuman Combat Power. The entire area sank into utter silence at Zhang Baiya's death. The nearby Heavenly Demon team members fell into a daze on the spot. Even the rear-line healers, who had been casting healing spells continuously, froze as they stared at Zhang Baiya's corpse. As for Xingwuji, Purple Jade, and the other onlookers, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw this scene. Crap. Is he really a player? At this moment, even Xingwuji could not help but curse out loud. He simply could not wrap his head around this outcome. Zhang Baiya was the commander of the Heavenly Demon team and was nicknamed Ghost Mage. Spells would gain life in his hands. The way he connected and coordinated his spells was something even domain realm experts found difficult. Not to mention, he had also consumed the Divine Protection Potion for this battle, yet Feng had still managed to kill Zhang Baiya in one hit. Moreover, he had struck so quickly that the latter didn't even have time to use any of his life-saving skills. What did he do? Purple Jade googled reflexively in utter disbelief as she looked at Feng, who was standing proudly on the battlefield from start to end. The only thing she was certain of was that Feng had suddenly appeared before Zhang Baiya's group, followed by a dazzling flash crossing the distance between the two sides. Afterward, Zhang Baiya's group of 5 collapsed to the ground. Everything else that happened in between had escaped her 5 senses. It should be known that she had already reached the Void Realm. She could exert her 5 senses to their very limits and clearly perceive her surroundings. Even if an action was too fast for the naked eye, said action couldn't escape all of her senses. Even the old monsters of the secret pavilion couldn't accomplish such a feat. Nevertheless, she had actually failed to perceive Feng's actions. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, after Feng killed Zhang Baiya's group of 5, he calmly shifted his gaze to the rest of the Heavenly Demon team and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Although Feng did not speak very loudly, his voice carried, loud and clear, on the silent battlefield. Upon hearing Feng's words, the Heavenly Demon team members suddenly felt as if they had just received a death sentence, and all fell into despair. Even the 2 remaining peak experts of the team, who were originally preparing to take action, involuntarily lowered their heads. They avoided eye contact with Feng, lest he misunderstand and take it for a challenge. After all, if even a domain realm expert like Zhang Baiya was killed so effortlessly, what could the rest of them possibly do against Feng? Choosing to continue the fight now would only result in additional losses for the Heavenly Demon team. Immediately, the magic barrier enveloping Feng crumbled and disintegrated into countless particles of light. This scene stunned Yuan Tixin, who had just arrived at the site of the battle, his mind unable to figure out what was going on. Previously, after Yuan Tixin had explained the situation to Feng, Zero Wings Guild leader had rushed toward the location of Sky Dragon Houses and Pride Empire's teams without hesitation. As Feng's speed was absurdly fast, Yuan Tixin soon got left behind while running toward the battlefield. Yuan Tixin saw the magic barrier appear and immediately knew that the situation had gone south. Feng must have butted heads with the members of the two super guilds. Otherwise, a high-level magic barrier wouldn't have been used in such a place. However, only a few seconds after the magic barrier went up, it actually started disintegrating. Even Yuan Tixin, with his bountiful experience, could not figure out what had just happened. However, when Yuan Tixin saw Zhang Baiya's corpse lying on the ground and the looks of despair on the Heavenly Demon team members' faces, he became thoroughly stupefied. Who was Zhang Baiya? What was the Heavenly Demon team? These were things that he, as an elder of the secret pavilion, knew very clearly. Every member of the Heavenly Demon team was an expert among experts. They had fought in countless battles and also attained innumerable achievements for Pride Empire. They were all incomparably arrogant people and would be more than willing to fight to the death when faced with a powerful foe. They definitely would not shrink back even the slightest bit now. However, no matter how Yuan Tixin looked at the Heavenly Demon team's members, he could not find any trace of fighting spirit on their faces, their eyes brimming with only fear as they looked at Feng. Elder Yuan, the secret pavilion is truly amazing. To think you would have such a trump card hidden. You have my sincere admiration, Xing Wuji said as he approached Yuan Tixin. With some reluctance, he continued, the Horned Dragon team will be giving up on the struggle for Stone Forest Town this time. However, understand that it is only the Horned Dragon team that is giving up. That doesn't mean that Sky Dragon House is giving up as well. When Yuan Tixin heard Xing Wuji's words, his expression remained impassive. Inwardly, however, his heart was pounding madly at this moment. He could not help but wish he could shout out loud and ask what Feng had done. Why would the almighty Horned Dragon team choose to yield without even putting up a fight? Before Yuan Tixin could sort out his emotions, Xing Wuji had already led his team away from the Undead forest. Xing Wuji did not dare to stay here for even a moment longer and risk his team's annihilation. Only after confirming that the Horned Dragon team and Heavenly Demon team had left the battlefield did Yuan Tixin ask Purple Jade about what had happened. Without missing a detail, Purple Jade told Yuan Tixin everything she saw. So, that's the case. If it were up to me, I would most likely have made the same decision as Xing Wuji. Yuan Tixin revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the direction Xing Wuji and the others had taken. The word, shocking, was no longer enough to describe the fact that Feng had instantly killed Zhang Baiya, who had consumed the Divine Protection Potion. Although the Heavenly Demon teams and Horned Dragon teams members were prideful, they were not idiots. If there were even a strand of hope, they would have definitely chosen to fight to the bitter end. However, against absolute power, the numbers they had here were utterly meaningless. Rather than pointlessly getting themselves killed, it was much better if they gave up quickly and conserved their strength. Thinking up to this point, Yuan Tixin could not help but turn an incredulous gaze toward Feng. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Feng actually possessed this kind of strength. Feng was far stronger than he was during the auction arena. His growth was ridiculous. However, what Yuan Tixin did not know was that, in reality, Feng wasn't in a good state at all. Although his current basic attributes were indeed superior to when he had participated in the auction arena, the overall improvement in his combat power was extremely limited. The only reason why he was able to exhibit such great power just now was his combining a taboo skill with a combat technique. As for deep-sea meditation, although the secret law allowed players to tap their latent potential, it took a massive toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Using the secret law on a place like the bottomless abyss only served to amplify its flaws. Similarly, combining swords transmigration and instant strike also placed an enormous demand on his stamina and concentration. When he used all of these things together, his stamina and concentration had drained away like there was no tomorrow. He had expended more than half of his total stamina and concentration to kill Zhang Baiya's group of 5. He wouldn't have been able to use the move a second time. Had the Heavenly Demon team and Horned Dragon team chosen to continue fighting, he would have had no choice but to run away. Meanwhile, on the Horned Dragon team's side, the members of the team currently wore ashen expressions on their faces, their hearts filled with frustration. Commander, are we really leaving just like that? The guild leader instructed us to secure Stone Forest Town no matter the cost, and even if it isn't possible for us to secure it, we definitely can't let other powers have it, a level 67 ranger asked worriedly as he looked at Xingwuji. Their guild leader's orders were absolute. If they returned completely unharmed now, they would definitely incur their guild leader's ire. What are you worried about? The struggle for Stone Forest Town has just begun. Even if we secured the town now, we'd still have to face the full-bore assault of numerous superpowers, Xingwuji replied, chuckling. Against that kind of attack, even if our Sky Dragon House worked with Pride Empire, we might not necessarily be able to defend the town successfully. Do you think Black Flame and the Secret Pavilion can accomplish this on their own? The struggle for Stone Forest Town can be considered to have truly begun only when the experts of the various superpowers are all assembled. Our teams are here merely on reconnaissance. If the Secret Pavilion and Black Flame had worked with us, it would have definitely been possible to defend Stone Forest Town. Unfortunately, they chose to go down a dead end. Now that Stone Forest Town had been promoted to a basic city, the number of superpowers vying for it had grown to a point where even the Sky Dragon House found capturing it worrisome. This was also why Sky Dragon House had decided to partner with Pride Empire. Sure, Feng was simply immature if he thought he could defend Stone Forest Town with only the Secret Pavilion's help. Meanwhile, shortly after Xingwuji's team left the Undead Forest, the opaque magic barrier around Stone Forest Town finally disappeared. A new city then appeared before everyone's eyes. Stone Forest Town was now officially Stone Forest City. Chapter 2153, Stone Forest City. The appearance of Stone Forest City immediately caused an uproar among the players present in the Undead Forest. Stone Forest Town had occupied only a small portion of the area covered by the magic barrier enveloping the center of the Undead Forest. However, Stone Forest City actually occupied nearly half of that area. Although the wall surrounding Stone Forest City was the default, 6-meter-tall wall, it was engraved with divine runes that prevented players from vaulting over it. Unless players breached the wall, they had no choice but to enter the city through the main gate. The defensive capabilities of Stone Forest City were undoubtedly much greater than when it was still a town. Moreover, after getting promoted to a city, the constructions inside Stone Forest had undergone significant transformations, especially Zero Wing's residence. Now, the guild hall sitting inside the residence had transformed into a 60-meter-tall building. It looked like a massive mountain and was visible even from several thousand yards away. After Zero Wing's guild hall, the structure that had undergone the most changes was the Zero Wing Auction House. The Zero Wing Auction House was an advanced construction. After Stone Forest Town became Stone Forest City, the auction house became a 12-story tall building that occupied a significant portion of the city's main street. The auction house was already larger than the auction houses of ordinary NPC cities. Moreover, aside from the auction house, the other constructions in the city also received significant improvements. Saya sent Stone Forest City a little too luxurious. Purple Jade could not believe her eyes as she took in the towering buildings filling Stone Forest City. As a core member of the Secret Pavilion, she had seen quite a few guild cities. She had even personally conducted an investigation into several of them. However, she could say with absolute certainty that Stone Forest City was visibly better than every one of the guild cities she had visited. In fact, Stone Forest City looked much more splendorous than even the current Zero Wing City. It looked nothing like a recently promoted city at all. At this moment, Purple Jade wasn't the only person surprised by Stone Forest City's appearance. Even Easy Wind was stunned. The development of a guild city was a gradual process. All the information the Secret Pavilion had gathered supported this contention. However, Stone Forest City wasn't following the rules at all. Although I don't know what is going on here, the fact that Stone Forest City has already developed to such an extent means that we'll have a much greater hope of defending it. After Yuan Tianxin took a look at the various constructions filling the city, he promptly commanded his subordinates, notify the main headquarters immediately and have them transfer reinforcements through the temporary residence. We need to get Stone Forest City's defenses fully operational before the various superpowers arrive. In God's domain, the more prosperous a guild city was, the more NPC soldiers it could employ. Meanwhile, the constructions within a city played a huge role in determining its prosperity. With how prosperous Stone Forest City was, it should have a much greater advantage than other newly promoted guild cities when it came to recruiting NPC soldiers. There was a huge difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPCs. Tier 2 NPCs, in particular, would have their combat standards affected by a city's prosperity. The more prosperous the guild city they worked for was, the better their combat standards would become. Take one of the few earliest guild cities that had appeared in God's domain, for example. At this point, the Tier 2 NPCs employed by these cities already had combat standards at the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Including the advantage in basic attributes that NPCs had over players and their high levels, they could kill Tier 2 experts as if they were toying with ants. The current Stone Forest City might not be comparable to those old guild cities, but the Tier 2 NPC soldiers it hired should be capable of exhibiting combat standards at the 5th floor's early stage or middle stage. If Stone Forest City could employ a large number of such Tier 2 NPC soldiers, these soldiers would be a frightening force. This was also the reason why the various superpowers were so desperate to capture Stone Forest City. Now a guild city was at its weakest just after completing its promotion. If they allowed Stone Forest City to reach its peak state, the cost of capturing the city would become several dozens of times higher. However, despite Yuan Tianxin and the others vocally expressing their curiosity about Stone Forest City's prosperous state, Feng did not give them an explanation. He simply chuckled and entered the city via the main gate. If he had promoted Stone Forest Town to a basic city through the normal method, it would indeed have ended up like any other newly promoted guild city. At most, the new Stone Forest City would occupy a larger area and have a taller wall. The constructions inside the city would remain mostly the same as before. However, Stone Forest Town was promoted using a Gold Town promotion order. Hence, after the town's promotion, the constructions inside it would be upgraded as well. This could be said to be the hidden benefit of upgrading a town using a promotion order. Meanwhile, after the crowd outside entered Stone Forest City, everyone received another surprise. Zero Wings members, in particular, revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces at the moment. Stone Forest City's magic towers were clearly still inactive, yet the city's mana density was absurdly high, at least twice as high as Stone Forest Town's. When all three of its magic towers were activated, it should be known that Stone Forest Town was already treated as a sacred training ground by players, as it was capable of improving players' 5 senses by 10%. Stone Forest City's current mana density, however, was capable of improving players' 5 senses by at least 15%. Although it was only a 5% increase, it could increase a player's training efficiency by at least 20%. After all, the greater a player's 5 senses were, the more useful their 5 senses would be in helping them improve their combat standards. Meanwhile, it was incredibly difficult for players to improve their 5 senses the further up they went. If ordinary players could train here, they might even become 5th floor experts within a month. Purple Jade's breathing quickened when she experienced the atmosphere inside Stone Forest City. Ordinary players might not know how much time and effort it took to become a Trial Tower 5th floor expert, but the Secret Pavilion did. The Secret Pavilion had specifically carried out a detailed analysis of the topic. Normally, a relatively talented player would take 2 or 3 months to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor from an ordinary player's standard. Needless to say, the average ordinary player would take even longer to accomplish this feat. However, Purple Jade could say with absolute certainty that, so long as an ordinary player was willing to put in the effort, they could definitely reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor within a month in Stone Forest City. The reason why superpowers were able to be known as such was not only their humongous capital but also their excellent training systems. They had specialized research teams tasked with studying and formulating methods of improving the strength of players and creating experts rapidly. The various superpowers expended an unimaginable amount of time and resources in order to improve the strength of their members quickly. However, most of their investments ended up in disappointment. Moreover, the training methods they did manage to create could be enjoyed by only a small number of players. Stone Forest City, on the other hand, was a natural training ground. Not only did it yield amazing training effects, but it could also accommodate an astronomical number of players. When Purple Jade imagined a guild filled entirely with expert players, her scalp tingled. Most likely, even current super guilds would shudder at this thought. However, during the time the Secret Pavilions and Zero Wings members were enthusing over the benefits Stone Forest City offered, a huge commotion suddenly erupted in the forest a short distance from the city. The noise was so loud that it echoed throughout the Undead forest. In the next moment, 3 gigantic, flaming elephants walked out of the forest, each one up to 100 meters tall. Their flaming bodies also caused the space around them to blur. Flaming War Elephant, Elemental Creature, Mythic, Level 85. HP 450 000 000/450 000 000. Aside from these 3 flaming war elephants, several thousand players also emerged from the forest. Every one of these players was level 66 or above, and they all wore Starlink's guild emblem. Meanwhile, leading these players was none other than Bright Dawn, one of Starlink's vice guild leaders. Chapter 2154, You Really Shouldn't Have Come Here. The 3 flaming war elephants loomed like mountains outside of Stone Forest City. Even the Undead Forest's monsters trembled at the sight. Both players and monsters could feel the war elephants' auras from several hundred yards away, recognizing that these creatures were even stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. How did they get here so quickly? Yuan Tixin watched Starlink's army from Stone Forest City's walls in confusion. Although Starlink had mobilized a massive army, it should have needed several more hours to reach Stone Forest Town, according to the Secret Pavilion's information network. While several hours might not be enough time for the Secret Pavilion to set up an impenetrable defense, it should have been enough time to get Stone Forest City's defensive measures online. It also would have given the city time to recruit plenty of NPC soldiers. With those defensive measures in place, capturing Stone Forest City would have been considerably difficult. The city could have dragged the fight with Starlink out while it waited for more reinforcements. Unfortunately, not only had Starlink's forces arrived a lot sooner than expected, but the guild had also brought 3 mythic monsters with it. All 3 flaming war elephants were covered in glowing divine runes. They had obviously been enhanced by some kind of power, and it was clear they weren't ordinary summoned creatures. However, the flaming war elephants weren't the only problem right now. Hundreds of magical class experts escorted the summoned monsters. These experts had gathered and pooled their mana into several dozen, dazzling energy stones. As these magical class experts filled the energy stones with their mana, magic arrays began to manifest around the stones, devouring the ambient mana from up to 1,000 yards away. To an ordinary guild expert, it would only seem as if Starlink were preparing to cast a powerful spell, perhaps a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. However, Yuan Tixin was no ordinary expert, and he knew that wasn't a run-of-the-mill Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Rather, it was the Tier 4 curse-ranked ancient spell, Elemental Destruction. As far as he knew, Starlink regarded the spell like a family heirloom. The guild could use the energy stones to collect its players' mana, feeding the ancient spell. The energy stones could be used indefinitely. When cast, Elemental Destruction's power would depend on the number of energy stones used. The ancient spell required a minimum of 12 energy stones, and every additional 12 stones would qualitatively transform the spell. With 12 energy stones, Elemental Destruction would have the power of an ordinary Tier 4 spell. If the casters used 24 energy stones, the spell would display the power of a Tier 4 curse. Of course, the stronger the ancient spell became, the more it would require of its casters, and the cooldown would become longer. The last time Starlink had used the energy stones, it had destroyed a heavily fortified town under the Dark Force's control. The guild had only used 17 energy stones in that attack now. However, Starlink's magical class experts concentrated their mana into 29 energy stones. When they released the spell, Elemental Destruction would undoubtedly have the power of a Tier 4 curse. The ancient spell's destructive power would only be slightly weaker than a Tier 5 spell, more than enough to destroy a basic city's defensive magic array, which could only block ordinary Tier 4 attacks. At this stage of the game, a city's most impressive defensive measure was its magic barrier, which players were still helpless against. Not even a full day's assault from an army of 100,000 players could shatter a city's defensive magic array. They wouldn't even put a dent in its energy reserves. However, if the defensive magic array shattered, the city's remaining defenses would only be slightly stronger than a town's. Starlink's army had also used an epic ranked defensive orb to protect its members. Although an epic defense orb's magic barrier was no match for a city's defensive magic array, it could withstand a few Tier 4 attacks. Unless Stone Forest City's defending forces could deplete the defense orb's mana, they wouldn't be able to harm Starlink's players. Meanwhile, as the home dragon team departed from the Undead Forest, it noticed the colossal magic array that hovered near the cavern ceiling. Despite standing several thousand yards away, the team's members could feel its domineering aura amazing. So, this is Starlink's rumored elemental destruction spell. Xingwuji watched the mana fluctuations above grow stronger in shock. They must have originally prepared this to capture another undead fortress. It seems Starlink is really desperate to deal with Stone Forest City. Sky Dragon House had some understanding of the elemental destruction spell since it had obtained a few energy stones of its own. However, as the guild hadn't yet reached the minimum requirement to use the ancient spell, although the energy stones could be used indefinitely, the stones' cooldown would be relative to the strength of the spell they powered. If one used 12 energy stones to cast elemental destruction, the stones' cooldown would be 10 days long. By Xingwuji's reasoning, using 29 energy stones to cast elemental destruction would result in a 20-day cooldown at the very least. As God's domain rapidly developed, a 20-day time span was incredibly precious. If Starlink had used its energy stones to capture another fortress in the ancient undead country, rather than using them against Stone Forest City, it could have earned astronomical profits from the fortress during that 20-day wait. But since the superpower was in a hurry, Starlink had chosen to use the 29 energy stones to destroy Stone Forest City's defensive magic array. In reality, the guild could have relied on the 3 mythic-ranked flaming war elephants to shatter Stone Forest City's magic barrier in a short time. The only reason Starlink would use elemental destruction here, despite the exorbitant cost, was that it must want to end the battle as quickly as possible. I suppose you didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon, guild leader Black Flame, Bright Dawn said, looking down on Feng, who stood on Stone Forest City's wall, with a smug grin from atop a flaming war elephant. You gave me 2 choices earlier. Now, I'll do the same for you. Either get lost or die. Choose. During their earlier encounter, he had been afraid of Feng, but now, the tides had turned with 3 level 85 mythic monsters and a tier 4 curse-ranked elemental destruction at his command. He could even defeat a group of monster-level experts, much less Feng boss. Why are you wasting your words on him? Let's just force him to hand over his treasures and an extra piece of epic equipment. Otherwise, he'll have no hope of leaving this place alive. That's right. How can we let him off the hook so easily after such a long trip? Bright Dawn's confidants expressed their opinions on the matter. They all wanted to tear Feng to shreds to satisfy their resentment for the swordsman. Of course, the conditions they'd stated were a bluff. They were merely toying with Feng. Even if he handed over his treasure and epic equipment, they couldn't afford to let him escape with his life. Their guild leader, Lu Xinglua, had personally ordered this man's death. Yuan Tiexin and the others were livid when they heard the clamor Starlink's experts were making. Although they wanted to teach these fools a lesson, facing off against 3 mythic monsters and several thousand experts with so few on their side wouldn't be wise. They could only buy as much time as possible or be forced to watch as Starlink destroyed Stone Forest City. You barely survived our last meeting. You really shouldn't have come, Feng calmly replied, giving Bright Dawn a condescending look. Black Flame. Bright Dawn bellowed, his eyes glowing with a chilling light. Immediately, he commanded, ready elemental destruction and destroy Stone Forest City. I want him to, __. Before Bright Dawn could finish his statement, however, Feng revealed the Tier 4 magic scroll he had obtained from the Lord of Fire, empowering it with an elemental source. He activated the scroll without hesitation. Suddenly, a humongous magic array appeared above Starlink's force, gathering mana far faster than Starlink's elemental destruction. The mana fluctuations even destabilized space around it before anyone could react. a streak of blue-purple lightning descended. Boom. The lightning bolt easily pierced through the magic barrier protecting Starlink's army and struck the players below. Every player within the lightning bolt's range vaporized instantly. The attack also tore space as it passed after the lightning bolt dissipated. Silence dominated the battlefield. The three flaming war elephants, who had been in range of the attack, were heavily injured, and despite standing apart from each other, the lightning bolt had eliminated more than 90% of Starlink's army. For a moment, time seemed to freeze in the undead forest. Both the home dragon team members, who watched from a safe distance, and the players within Stone Forest City, were dazed. Chapter 2155, Suppressing Starlink. As the dust settled, it revealed a crater extending over 400 yards across. Thousands of weapons and equipment filled the newly formed pit. Moreover, even the most inferior item in the crater was level 65 fine gold rank. Even superpowers would be tempted into action by so many top-tier items in one place. However, not a single watching player harbored any thoughts of greed as they gazed upon the battlefield. Rather, horror dominated their hearts. A single attack had slain several thousand experts in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts. Most of those players were refinement realm experts, peak experts in first-rate guilds, yet they had died without offering any resistance. How is this possible? Yuan Tianxin, who observed the battlefield from Stone Forest City's walls, could hardly believe this outcome. Starlink had used an epic ranked defense orb, an item that was even more valuable than Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array and capable of enduring Tier 4 attacks. It could even withstand an assault from magic towers. This defense orb was the reason that Bright Dawn had dared to move within 1,000 yards of Stone Forest City. The defense orb's only flaw was its troublesome refueling process. Players would have to wait a long time before they could sacrifice more magic crystals to restore the defense orb's energy after a use. Even so, Starlink had relied on this defense orb to crush Unyielding Soul's army and foiled the guild's plans to capture one of the ancient undead country's fortresses. And yet, Feng had shattered the defense orb's magic barrier in an instant. The barrier hadn't even given the lightning bolt pause. Once the barrier had shattered, the lightning bolt had continued, killing thousands of Starlink's experts and injuring 3 mythic monsters. Just how much strength has Black Flame hidden? Xing Wuji, who watched from a safe position, gaped at the swordsman's figure. Though a magic mirror, Feng's success in slaying the Heavenly Demon team had already been frightening, but it paled in comparison to the power he had just revealed. Had Feng used this move earlier, neither the Horned Dragon team nor the Heavenly Demon team would have walked out of the undead forest alive. He would have turned them all to ash. Shortly after Feng's attack, Bright Dawn, who had been a pile of ash, began to reform in his previous position on the back of the flaming war elephant. When he saw the destruction before him, shock and rage flashed in his eyes. Black Flame, I want you dead. Bright Dawn screamed, his eyes becoming bloodshot. As one of Starlink's vice guild leaders, the guild had given him an ancient resurrection scroll, which would grant him a second life without the usual death penalties. Unfortunately, the ancient resurrection scroll was incomparably precious, so obtaining another was practically impossible. However, the scroll wasn't the most expensive loss. The deaths of several thousand experts were far more important. These experts weren't some random nobodies in the guild. The guild had hand-picked and trained them all, and even the weakest of them was capable of reaching the trial tower's 7th floor. Furthermore, Lu Xinglua had granted Bright Dawn the right to mobilize a large number of the guild's refinement realm experts to ensure Stone Forest City's capture. Refinement realm experts. All of these players were the guild's lifeblood, yet Feng had killed over 200 of these experts with just one move. Since joining God's domain, Starlink had never suffered such a severe loss, yet not only had the guild lost so many experts, but it had also happened under Bright Dawn's supervision. Bright Dawn immediately commanded the 3 flaming war elephants to attack. With a furious roar, the 3 mythic monsters charged towards Stone Forest City's defensive magic array. Starlink's surviving members also responded, bombarding the city with every trump card they had for a time. The undead forest became a world of spells and explosions. Although the 3 flaming war elephants were heavily injured, they were still mythic monsters. Every one of their attacks devoured a significant portion of the magic barrier's energy reserves. Meanwhile, Starlink's members, who could exhibit Tier 3 strength, attacked the city with everything they had. With nearly 1,000 players attacking as one, they caused quite a bit of damage to the defensive magic array. As well, after one round of attacks, Stone Forest City's defensive magic array began to shudder violently. Seeing this, the players in the city began to retaliate. They attacked with either their own spells and arrows or with miniature ballistas and defense turrets. One of the city's magic towers also activated, bombarding Starlink's members. However, the guild survivors were all experts, and aside from the magic tower's attacks, they dodged most of the incoming strikes with relative ease. Furthermore, they took advantage of the longer intervals between each magic tower attack, and only one magic tower was active at the moment. Unfortunately, the city's NPC soldiers could only attack from a distance, using spells and other long-range attacks. Not many of these NPCs were able to exhibit their full strength due to the 3 mythic monsters outside. Sending these NPC soldiers outside of the city would be no different than sacrificing their lives for nothing. Only Feng, the secret pavilion's peak experts, and the pavilion's dozen or so Tier 3 summoned creatures were strong enough to stand a chance on the other side of Stone Forest City's walls. Although this wasn't a large-scale battle, ordinary experts and refinement realm experts would be nothing more than cannon fodder on the front lines. Die. Black Flame. Die. Bright Dawn downed a berserk potion and activated his berserk skill without hesitation. He and his surviving subordinates then charged at Feng. The 3 old monsters that had followed Bright Dawn to the Undead Forest joined the charge, as well, and Feng recognized them all. They were Sword Demon, Wind Demon, and Heart Demon of the 4 Shadow Demons. When these 3 domain realm experts worked together, they could even defeat the Heavenly Demon team and Horned Dragon team. After consuming berserk potions and activating their berserk skills, their basic attributes rose to the Tier 4 standard. For a short time, these old monsters could even solo mythic monsters of the same level against Bright Dawn and 3 of the 4 Shadow Demons' coordinated assault. Feng, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, was at a disadvantage, continuously losing HP. Of course, this fight wasn't a walk in the park for Feng's opponents either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng's strength rose to a tyrannical level. With his ability to counter his opponent's attacks, he steadily chipped away at his enemies' HPs. Furthermore, Heavenly Dragon's power gave Feng superb defense, and although he lost HP, he didn't lose it quickly. As time passed, the battle grew more intense. Most players had switched to magic scrolls and support tools, rather than relying on their own skills and spells to amplify their damage output. When Heart Demon saw Feng's HP fall to 50%, he retrieved a crystal and used it in tandem with a spell. Suddenly, his Tier 2 spell had Tier 3 power. Including basic attributes that rivaled mythic monsters, not even such creatures could stop his enhanced attack. Suddenly, over 30 magic spears flew at Feng from different directions, each with Tier 4 power. Every one of these spears was under Heart Demon's control, and they agilely flew toward their target like fish through water. Not one to be outdone, Sword Demon activated his most powerful skill, Slash of Light, and his great sword lit with a brilliant glow. He swung the weapon toward Feng's back, sealing off the other swordsman's path of retreat. Come! Feng shouted. Even he felt the threat of death, and since he had already used up his life-saving skills, he had no choice but to activate Blade Liberation. As his basic attributes skyrocketed, he countered the approaching magic spears and glowing greatsword with a swing of his blade lightning slash. A blue glow enveloped Feng's surroundings as a black line followed. Immediately, all 30+ magic spears and the slash of light shattered, yet the blue light didn't stop after nullifying the attacks, rapidly reaching for Sword Demon and Heart Demon. In the end, neither old monster evaded the incoming attack, dying instantly as their HPs hit zero. Every expert on the battlefield was stunned with his strength alone. Feng had fought 4 of Starlink's great experts. 3 of these 4 players were even monster-level experts, existences that could even give the various superpowers massive headaches. In the end, however, not only had Feng proven to be their match, but he had also instant-killed 2 of them. Chapter 2156, Silence. Bright Dawn and Wind Demon, who had stood a little behind Sword Demon and Heart Demon, almost instinctively slid to a halt and jumped back the moment they saw their 2 allies fall, not daring to step any closer to Feng. After increasing the distance between them and this terrifying swordsman, they stared at Feng, who currently radiated the aura of a ferocious, wild beast. Could he actually be an old monster in disguise? Wind Demon stared at the man in question in shock. Sword Demon and Heart Demon had undoubtedly wielded basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard, yet even after combining their attributes and combat standards, they hadn't even survived one of Feng's attacks. Wind Demon could no longer fathom Feng's strength. However, what truly shocked Wind Demon was the swordsman's temperament. Feng behaved nothing like a man of his age. Previously, if he and Bright Dawn hadn't stood behind their comrades, they wouldn't have had the time to react to Feng's transformed aura and activate their life-saving skills. Feng would have killed them all with that last attack. Feng had directed Sword Demon and Heart Demon right where he wanted them, in the midst of activating a skill. When Feng had attacked, when players activated a skill in God's domain, they had to wait for a brief moment before they could activate another. The stronger the skill was, the longer they'd have to wait. Feng had clearly taken into account this interval and waited for the perfect moment to strike. He fought like an assassin, waiting for the perfect moment to land a fatal blow before revealing himself. Although Sword Demon and Heart Demon had sensed the change to Feng's aura, they had been in the midst of activating a skill and unable to react to their enemy's perfect timing. Strength, technique, temperament. Feng was flawless in all 3 aspects. Normally, younger fighters, like Feng, were eager to reveal all of their strength, wanting the world's admiration. However, that was not the case with Feng. Like a veteran fighter with decades of experience, Feng didn't reveal his cards until the very last moment. Moreover, he played every card perfectly. Wind Demon wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Even Yuan Tianxin, who watched from afar, was astonished. Since Yuan Tianxin had met Feng, the swordsman had revealed one trump card after another. Even with the experience he had accumulated over his many years, Yuan Tianxin couldn't predict Feng's limits. On the contrary, the more he watched the young man, the cloudier Feng became. He wasn't anything like youngsters, such as Purple Jade, who fought with all of their cards on the table. Meanwhile, now that Sword Demon and Heart Demon, the strongest melee and ranged fighter among the 3 shadow demons present, were dead, Wind Demon and Bright Dawn had no way of keeping Feng in check. If they continued this battle, it would only be a matter of time before they, too, met their demise. Once Wind Demon and Bright Dawn died, Starlink would lose the last experts that could command its forces in the Undead Forest. The Secret Pavilion and Zero Wing would then have control of the battlefield. Black Flame. I admit that you're good. I truly didn't expect you to be so strong, Bright Dawn said, sneering at Feng, who prepared to launch another attack. However, you still can't save Stone Forest City from destruction today. Dawn, you couldn't possibly be thinking. When Wind Demon heard Bright Dawn's threat, a look of horror overtook his features. Before setting off on this expedition, they had prepared for Stone Forest City's capture and destruction. Only, destroying the city was supposed to be a last resort. Not only would they lose Stone Forest City, but they'd also have to pay a high price to destroy the city. They were supposed to avoid this option unless they had no other choice. The moment they resorted to this method, no one would leave the Undead Forest alive. Before Wind Demon could do anything to stop Bright Dawn, the Undead Knight pulled a pitch-black seed from his bag. Although the seed was only the size of his thumb, it released a blood-curdling aura that was even stronger than that of the mythic-ranked flaming war elephants. Even ordinary Tier 2 players would fall to their knees from the pressure, unable to move, if they stood within 10 yards of this black seed. Moreover, the seed released a dense cloud of dark energy. Even the bottomless abyss's dark energy paled in comparison. Yuan-Tianxin and the other peak experts had a bad feeling the moment Bright Dawn revealed this black seed. At their standards, they could push their 5 senses to their very limits, and their 6th sense was just as sharp. This was why experts like them could avoid dangerous situations when exploring God's domain. Meanwhile, their instinct screamed a warning when they saw the black seed, insisting that they flee. As Yuan-Tianxin and his comrades thought of stopping the undead knight, who was clearly mad, Bright Dawn threw the seed to the ground. As soon as the black seed hit the soil, it began to devour dark energy from its surroundings, quickly growing into a towering tree that bore a single, gigantic, black fruit. As the fruit fell to the ground, it cracked open and released an aura of death and destruction. Even the 3 flaming war elephants, which had been attacking Stone Forest City's magic barrier, froze in fear. Players over 1,000 yards away felt their bodies become heavy as the intense pressure washed over them. Even space seemed to freeze. A goat-headed demon with a snake tail then emerged from the split fruit. It bore 3 horns that were enveloped in emerald fire and wore a full set of pitch-black armor. To be precise, this armored creature wasn't just any demon, but a great demon, far more powerful than its ordinary counterparts. Molfins, Marquis, a demonic creature, great demon. Level 87. HP 640,000/640,000,000. Black Flame. Aren't you such a skilled fighter? Now, you can have your fill of combat. Bright Dawn laughed maniacally as he watched the great demon spawn from the Dark Seed. The Dark Seed was the final trump card Starlink had prepared to protect its fortress in the ancient undead country, but rather than protect it, this demon would ensure mutual destruction. This Dark Seed would summon a great demon, but not just an ordinary great demon. It summoned a great demon noble, which was even more terrifying. However, players couldn't control this great demon. Once it had been summoned, this great demon would slaughter every player in sight. It would also call forth a demon gate, calling forth a demonic army to the continent of God's domain. Hence, the Dark Seed was akin to a seed of destruction. Bright Dawn hadn't originally planned to use the Dark Seed, but Feng had foiled his plans yet again, and he had suffered a painful defeat in Starlink's name. After such a tremendous loss, he couldn't care less about what would happen if he used the Dark Seed. No matter what, Bright Dawn wanted Feng to watch the city he had built meet its destruction and throw Zero Wing into hell. When Yuan-Tianxin saw the great demon Molfins, his expression became indescribably grim. Unlike ordinary monsters, demonic creatures were segregated by their bloodlines. Demons' ranks depended on the purity of their bloodlines, and the purer a demon's bloodline was, the higher its noble rank would be. Similarly, purer bloodlines meant stronger demons. Based on the information the secret pavilion had gathered, a Viscount demon could rival an archaic species of the same level. However, Molfins was a Marquis, 2 ranks higher than a Viscount. Yuan-Tianxin had no idea how powerful this great demon truly was. A Dark Seed. Feng could not help but shake his head at Bright Dawn, who had clearly gone mad. Vice Guild Leader Bright Dawn, I told you that you shouldn't have come here. Since you refuse to listen to my advice, you'll stay here indefinitely. Feng then pulled out the Bible of Darkness and activated Divine Providence before shifting his gaze toward Molfins, who hovered in the air. He then began to chant an incantation. Demon Ruler. Suddenly, pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air and bound the great demon. Panicking, Molfins struggled against the chains, but Feng wielded the official copy of the Bible of Darkness. Not even a great demon could resist its power. After struggling for a moment, Molfins' eyes dulled as he lost his will. The great demon Marquis then flapped his leathery wings twice and descended toward Feng, positioning himself behind the swordsman out of respect. When they saw this, everyone on the battlefield fell silent. Chapter 2157, Great Demon's Might. Impossible. When Bright Dawn saw Molfins respectfully standing behind Feng like a servant, shock and confusion quickly replaced his crazed expression. The great demon Molfins was a disaster once summoned through the Dark Seed in God's domain. Anything that was considered a disaster was capable of devastating an entire country. As a Tier 4 Marquis, Molfins was practically invincible among opponents of the same tier, some Tier 4 NPCs would even be forced to flee from the Great Demon, yet such a terrifying existence accepted a player's control, just like that. Bright Dawn wasn't alone. Everyone watching was in utter shock over the Great Demon's subservience. In 1 second, everyone had given in to their hopelessness and despair over the Undead Knight's final move, but in the next, Feng had shown them how laughable that move truly was. What did he do? As Wind Demon stared at Molfins, obediently standing behind Feng, he felt his entire world flip upside down. Not even Bright Dawn, the Dark Seed's user, Cloud control Molfins once the Great Demon had been summoned, yet Feng accomplished the feat so easily. No matter how Wind Demon looked at this situation, it definitely felt like a dream. However, Molfins proved to the crowd that this was no dream. It was, in fact, a despair-inducing nightmare. Under Feng's command, Molfins charged at the 3 flaming war elephants. The several hundred yards between the demonic marquee and its prey were practically non-existent to Molfins, and he appeared before one of the mythic monsters in the blink of an eye. Roar. The flaming war elephant responded to the Great Demon with an enraged roar, instinctively raising a front foot to flatten the creature. Although the flaming war elephant was heavily injured, its basic attributes were far higher than ordinary mythic monsters as a Tier 4 summoned creature. Hence, even though its injuries limited its combat power, its stomp carried Tier 4 strength. The 4-meter-tall Molfins looked like an ant in comparison to the war elephant's gigantic foot, but despite the size difference, Molfins continued to hover in place, simply raising a hand to greet the descending foot boom. The explosion echoed throughout the undead forest, its resulting shockwave throwing the surrounding Tier 2 players off their feet. None of these players would forget what followed for the rest of their lives. Molfins had actually stopped the flaming war elephant's mountain-sized foot. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that the Great Demon had accomplished the feat by using a single finger. No matter how much the flaming war elephant pushed, it was no stronger than a powerless infant with a light push. Molfins forced the mythic monster to stumble several steps backward. The difference between their strengths was obvious. Molfins and the flaming war elephant were on entirely different levels. Crap. How powerful is that demon? Yuan Tixin could not help but curse as he watched the scene play out. As an organization that mainly focused on information gathering, the Secret Pavilion had gathered far more data on God's domain than any other power. Naturally, the pavilion hadn't failed to study demonic creatures. According to the Secret Pavilion's research, demons weren't so powerful simply due to their extraordinary basic attributes, but because of the many skills and spells in their possession and their particularly high combat standards. Although Yuan Tixin knew that a marquee-ranked Great Demon was extremely powerful, he hadn't thought that Molfins would be this powerful. That one exchange had made it clear that Molfin's strength was leaps and bounds above the flaming war elephants. Even without skills, spells, or combat techniques, the Great Demon could easily slay the Tier 4 summoned creature. However, Yuan Tixin didn't know that Feng controlled the demonic marquee with the Bible of Darkness. Due to Demon Ruler's effects, Molfins' current basic attributes were far higher than when he had initially been summoned. Originally, Molfins, at most, was slightly stronger than the flaming war elephants. The difference between the monsters only grew to such extremes after including the Demon Ruler's effects. However, Molfins had also lost his free will and intellect as a result, which significantly reduced his combat standards. Overall, Molfins' current combat power was slightly weaker than when the Great Demon had his free will. Of course, that was only true when Molfins against players. Against monsters, Molfin's current strength was more than enough. While the watching players were stunned by the Great Demon's overwhelming performance, Bright Dawn fell to his despair. The Dark Seed had been Starlink's final trump card, reserved to defend its fortress in the ancient undead country. But not only had that trump card failed Bright Dawn, but Feng had also claimed its power for himself. How was he supposed to continue this fight? Although Bright Dawn still had 3 flaming war elephants on his side, they were utterly meaningless before Molfins. With a simple attack, Molfins had inflicted over -5 million damage to the flaming war elephant. The Great Demon could likely finish off the summoned creature's 450 million HP in less than 2 minutes. In total, Molfins could end all 3 war elephants in less than 6 minutes. In its current state, Starlink's army had no hope of destroying Stone Forest City's defensive magic array in such little time. The moment the 3 flaming war elephants died, Starlink's army would be powerless against the city's magic barrier, becoming living targets for the city's players' retreat. The word echoed in Bright Dawn's mind. The Undead Knight immediately gave the command before he turned and fled. He had no desire to stay and continue this battle. However, Feng's reaction was faster than Bright Dawn had expected. The swordsman appeared in the Undead Knight's path the moment Bright Dawn turned away from the fight. As Feng slowly walked up to Bright Dawn, he smiled and asked, "Now you want to leave? Just you wait, Black Flame. You may have stopped Starlink's assault, but you won't stop the various superpowers once they arrive. Even if you can control that demon, its time is limited here. Once the summoning's duration ends, you'll have to stand by and watch as your city is destroyed." Bright Dawn snarled with a mad glint in his eyes. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that," Feng said as he executed Sword's transmigration with his twofold berserk still active. Bright Dawn was no match for Feng's speed and strength. Before Starlink's commander could respond, his body split in two, and he lost the last remnants of his HP. The moment Bright Dawn died, Starlink's army lost its commander. Stone Forest Town's defenders then had the advantage. The great demon Molphin slew all 3 flaming war elephants in less than 5 minutes and proceeded to hunt down Starlink's fleeing members, slaughtering them like a flock of helpless sheep. The watching players only snapped out of their daze after the battle had ended. Xing Wuji, in particular, was shocked beyond words as he watched from a distance. Starlink had dispatched several thousand experts and 3 mythic monsters to capture Stone Forest City. Even a superpower would have to take such a force seriously. However, this army had been obliterated, and it hadn't even broken Stone Forest City's defensive magic array before its defeat. Meanwhile, news of the battle's unexpected results spread to the various superpowers like wildfire. For a time, the outcome shook God's domain to its core. Chapter 2158, Shocking Battle. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Tall buildings and large crowds filled the city's business district. The scene was even more prosperous than most kingdoms' capital cities in God's domain currently. A man and a woman wearing Crimson Emperor's Guild emblem ventured down the street. The man had a handsome, majestic appearance, while the woman looked beautiful and intelligent. Both players had already reached level 68, and if they hadn't concealed their levels with their black cloaks, they would have been the center of attention wherever they went. Zero Wing is truly amazing. It has actually nurtured White River City into such a powerhouse. Even if Zero Wing loses Stone Forest City, it'll still have a good chance of becoming an overlord in God's domain, Illusory Words commented as she observed the players wandering about the business district after Zero Wing had taken control of White River City's auction house. White River City's popularity and growth had skyrocketed. The city practically changed with each passing day as players surged through its gates. While most of the NPC cities with player-controlled auction houses had significantly improved as well, White River City's growth was far more pronounced. White River City's impressive development wasn't due to an influx of new players, but the arrival of well-known adventurer teams, merchant players, and high-ranked lifestyle players. Since new players hadn't spent much time in God's domain yet, they lacked both individual and financial strength. They wouldn't be able to contribute much to a city or its ruling guild. However, the same wasn't true of adventurer team members, merchant players, and lifestyle players with relatively high standards. Expert players could become usable combat power the moment they joined a guild, and merchant players could increase a city's economic prowess. As for lifestyle players, they would bring with them merchandise that supported the city's combat players, which, in turn, would increase the development speed of the city's players. New players could neither compete with the benefits veteran players brought to a city, nor could they increase the ruling guild's profits. Crimson Emperor controlled 2 NPC auction houses, both of which were located in kingdoms' capital cities. The guild had invested plenty of resources in these 2 cities' development since the auction arena had ended, but both paled in comparison to White River City. Now, only an empire's imperial capital could surpass White River City's development speed, become one of God's domain's overlords. The majestic man, Crimson Gate, lightly snorted at Illusory Words' comment. Illusory, you think too highly of Zero Wing. Do you think it is that easy to become an overlord? Not only would one need sufficient experts and legacies, but they'd also require enough financial strength. Even if Zero Wing holds Stone Forest City, its future of becoming an overlord isn't guaranteed. Besides, there's no way Zero Wing will keep Stone Forest City. Although, the guild still has some hope. As long as Zero Wing acknowledges its place and behaves accordingly, it may retain some of the city's profits. Acknowledges its place, huh? Illusory words did not try to rebuke Crimson Gate's words. As she glanced at the various other Superpowers members on the street, she shook her head and sighed. I'm afraid that even if Zero Wing concedes Stone Forest City, it'll only retain negligible profits. Too much was at stake in Stone Forest City, and many Superpowers were keeping a close eye on the city. Even the Superpowers that had planned to ally with Zero Wing had changed their minds, now intending to force the guild to relinquish the city's shares. This was even true of Crimson Emperor to claim a share of the profits. The various Superpowers had dispatched representatives to negotiate with Zero Wing. According to Crimson Emperor's investigation, more than 10 Superpowers had already gathered in White River City. This situation had already become a living nightmare. Even the most valuable empires in God's domain had no more than 7 or 8 competing Superpowers, but now, more than 10 Superpowers had gathered to fight for Stone Forest City. They were still waiting for the various Superpowers' armies to gather around Stone Forest City, which was the only reason they hadn't entered Zero Wing's residence yet. Zero Wing's opinion on the outcome doesn't matter. It no longer has any say. Not even the secret pavilion can change this. Sneering, Crimson Gate continued, if Zero Wing refuses our offer, it will only find destruction in its future. Not even Stone Forest City will survive. As one of the few transcendental powers in the virtual gaming world, the secret pavilion was quite powerful. Not even ordinary super guilds dared to provoke it. However, after all was said and done, the secret pavilion didn't have a monopoly over the virtual gaming world, which was especially true after God's domain's launch. Not even a ferocious tiger could defeat a pack of wolves. The secret pavilion definitely understood this. When the time arrived, the pavilion would abandon Zero Wing while Crimson Gate in illusory words conversed and patiently waited for the various Superpowers' armies to surround Stone Forest City. A commotion broke out among the Superpowers' representatives, who loitered around the business district. What's wrong with them? Crimson Gate watched the representatives with an awed look as their expressions changed drastically. Are the armies already in place? No. Illusory words abruptly exclaimed as she finished reading a message she had just received. With a complex look, she turned to Crimson Gate and said, I've just received news that Zero Wing has fended off Starlink's assault on Stone Forest City. Starlink's been defeated? Crimson Gate asked, surprised by the news. Starlink was one of the up-and-coming superpowers in the virtual gaming world. Aside from its slightly undeveloped legacy, the guild was even stronger than Crimson Emperor overall. It seems Zero Wing is stronger than expected to stop Starlink's all-out attack. It's no wonder why those people seem shocked. No, that's not all. According to our insider information, the army Starlink sent to Stone Forest City has been annihilated. Illusory words informed her companion with a grim expression. Annihilated. Impossible. Crimson Gate said incredulously. Someone must have made a mistake with the report. Let me have a look. As someone who had been fighting Starlink for quite some time, he knew how powerful the guild was. If Starlink went all out, it would even defeat Crimson Emperor. If Zero Wing had merely stopped Starlink's assault, Crimson Gate would, at most, be surprised. That victory would still be somewhat believable. After all, not only did Zero Wing have the defender's advantage, but it also had the secret pavilion support. However, claiming that Zero Wing had annihilated Starlink's army was simply nonsense. Even though Starlink had sent a hastily organized army, 2,000 or 3,000 of the guild's experts should be quite formidable. If Crimson Emperor had been in Zero Wing's place, it would have been fortunate to slay half of Starlink's forces if it used everything in its arsenal. Starlink hadn't sent ordinary experts, after all, and if those players focused on their retreat, chasing them down and killing them would be extremely difficult, hence, Starlink's annihilation must be a joke. However, the man's arrogant expression froze as he finished reading the message his companion had received. One man had scared the Heavenly Demon team and Horned Dragon team into a retreat. One man had suppressed 4 great experts from Starlink. One man had controlled a great demon marquis, slaughtering Starlink's army. Everyone that had received the news, including Crimson Gate and the various superpowers upper echelons, was speechless. Could Feng even be considered human at this point? Chapter 2159, Death's Reward. The various superpowers representatives in White River City fell silent for a time, their expressions twisting, after receiving news of Feng's battle. Black Flame is truly a monster. He's not even here, and he's still capable of influencing the situation in White River City, Illusory Words said, smiling bitterly as she looked around. She was surprised to learn that one person was so powerful. I admit that he is amazing, but the various superpowers are far more afraid of that great demon marquis than they are of Black Flame himself, Crimson Gate said after recollecting himself. As he watched Feng's figure in the battle video, he sneered and continued, but at the end of the day, he's only using some special tool to control that great demon. He can't control it forever. Once Black Flame loses control of that monster, how does he plan to deal with the various superpowers? In God's domain, the stronger a monster was, the harder it would be to control. A player's control of such a being wouldn't last long. Either controlling a great demon marquis for several hours would be heaven-defying. However, how much could Zero Wing and the Secret Pavilion possibly fortify Stone Forest City in just several hours? Developing guild towns and cities was a gradual process. Not even a dozen hours would be long enough to alter Stone Forest Town's defenses significantly. Normally, a guild city would need several days before it could become fully operational, and the various superpowers' armies didn't need that long to surround the city. Feng might be able to contend with one superpower by himself, but what about the rest of them? In Crimson Gate's opinion, all Zero Wing had achieved by defeating Starlink was gaining some more time. This wouldn't change the end result indeed. Although Zero Wing appears to have the initiative, that's only an illusion. Illusory Words nodded in agreement. However, I'm sure that the guild understands that. Zero Wing needs a partner more than anything else right now. If we try to negotiate with Zero Wing now, we should be able to secure a fortune. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Illusory. Zero Wing is too arrogant to negotiate with us right now. It has, after all, just defeated Starlink. However, as time passes and the Great Demon's duration reaches a close, I'm sure Zero Wing will grow nervous and desperate for partners to reinforce Stone Forest City's defenses, Crimson Gate said, chuckling. We just need to wait for the opportune moment to approach the guild. Once the guild is desperate enough, it'll accept any of our demands. Even though Feng's performance had been impressive, he was still a pest before so many superpowers. He had only bought his guild a little more time. Crimson Gate wasn't the only one to bide his time. The other superpowers representatives waited quietly, as well. It seemed as if they were all waiting to watch Zero Wing make a fool of itself. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianxin, who had just received a report regarding the various superpowers' actions, could not help but frown. Sure enough, these superpowers aren't so easily fooled. None of them are taking action. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Tianxin turned to look at Feng and hurriedly asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, do you really plan to wait? The battle with Starlink had ended more than an hour ago, but none of the various superpowers moving towards Stone Forest City had attempted to make contact with Zero Wing or the Secret Pavilion. Although Yuan Tianxin was confident of the Secret Pavilion's strength, he knew that a tiger had no hope of beating a wolf pack. If they did not secure enough help to defend Stone Forest City, they'd likely struggle to get past the next hurdle. Yet, despite Zero Wing's growing disadvantage, Zero Wing hadn't attempted to recruit allies over the last 2 hours. Yuan Tianxin had no idea what the swordsman was thinking. Once the great demon Molfins disappeared, they'd be fish on the chopping block. Of course not, Feng answered. That is reassuring. The Secret Pavilion has spies in the various superpowers. It shouldn't be difficult to discover their intentions. When do you plan to make your move, Guild Leader Black Flame? Yuan Tixin asked, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. He had worried that Feng would hold on to Stone Forest City's shares, refusing to sell them for any price. If that were the case, both Zero Wing and the Secret Pavilion would face the worst-case scenario. However, if Feng could rope in 2 or 3 more allies, their situation would be easier to handle. At the very least, they'd be able to defend Stone Forest City. The only problem would be assigning shares, but Feng shifted his gaze to the great demon beside him and calmly stated, "We should be able to move once he dies." When Feng finished his statement, the atmosphere around them froze. Yuan Tixin couldn't help but glare at the man. "This isn't the time for joking, Black Flame." Yuan Tixin was nearly speechless as he glowered at Feng. The great demon Malphins was the only reason the various superpowers were afraid of Zero Wing right now. Once Malphins died, Zero Wing would lose its advantage from defeating Starlink. The guild might even be in a worse position for wasting the various superpowers' time, yet this swordsman had just told him that they were just waiting to watch Malphins die. Had anyone else made such a statement, Yuan Tixin would likely have flown into a rage and beat them to a pulp. "I am not joking," Feng said, chuckling at the bubbling elder before him. The dark seed was on par with a natural disaster in God's domain. It was a powerful enough tool to ruin kingdoms and devastate empires. Any power in the past that had obtained a dark seed had reserved the item as a final trump card, ensuring that it would defeat its enemies, even if it had to endure mutual destruction. However, there was one thing that current players did not know about the Dark Seed. Although the Dark Seed was a disastrous item, it was also a golden opportunity. Once the demon summoned with the Dark Seed died, it was guaranteed to drop the Dark Tower design. Constructing the Dark Tower was quite simple. In fact, it was more of a summoning than blueprints. Although the Dark Tower was not a peak construction, it was as close as possible. Not even the 4 towers of elements were as powerful. The moment Feng fell silent, Malphins cried out in anguish as silver fire began to devour its body, leaving nothing but ashes. Malphins' death stunned the Zero Wing and Secret Pavilion members watching. They all stared, as horrified as if they had just received the death penalty. Once Malphins was gone, a golden-rimmed tome appeared on the ground in its place. The dark energy the tome exuded was no weaker than the dark seeds. The closest players felt incredibly uncomfortable as the dark energy touched them. The words "Dark Tower Design" graced the tome's cover. Chapter 2160, Dark Tower. What a powerful book. Its aura is strong enough to make my heart skip a beat. Purple Jade was astounded as she stared at the Dark Tower design that had appeared in the great demon Malphins' place. Normally, God's domain's items didn't possess an aura, but those that did were extraordinary. As one of the Secret Pavilion's core members, Purple Jade had seen many items that exuded auras. That being said, she could count the number of items she had encountered that could make her heart skip a beat on one hand. Moreover, those items were generally tools left behind by some ancient god. Until today, she had never seen a book with such a powerful aura. "I am afraid this will push the various superpowers into making their move," Yuan Tixin commented with a grim expression after watching Malphins disappear. Unlike Purple Jade, he was in no mood to pay attention to the tome the great demon had dropped. The great demon Malphins had been Stone Forest City's protection charm, deterring any power from attacking. None of Zero Wing's enemies were confident of defeating a monster that was practically invincible among Tier 4 beings. It didn't even matter if the various superpowers mobilized every member. However, without Malphins, the various superpowers would no longer fear attacking the city. Not even 3 summoned mythic monsters would give the various superpowers pause. Now that Malphins was gone, the superpower spies within the Secret Pavilion and Zero Wing would rush to their guilds to report the matter. It wouldn't be long before the superpowers' armies gathered around Stone Forest City, and the Secret Pavilion and Zero Wing hadn't acquired any more allies yet. If only 3 to 5 superpowers were targeting the city, they might be fine. The Secret Pavilion would have a chance of defending the city, although the battle would be a tough one. Unfortunately, more than 10 superpowers were marching toward the city, and some of them were almost as powerful as the pavilion. This was no longer a fight the Secret Pavilion and Zero Wing could win by themselves. Furthermore, the Secret Pavilion had only transferred an additional 5,000 experts to Stone Forest City within the last 2 hours. Stone Forest City was located within the Bottomless Abyss, and due to the regional dungeon's harsh environment, ordinary experts would be little more than cannon fodder in a battle here. Only stronger experts would be of any use. However, the Secret Pavilion had assigned these experts various locations throughout God's domain to maximize their use, and every one of them was busy with their own important tasks. Gathering these experts to one place in such a short time would be impossible, although this was also the case for the various superpowers attacking Stone Forest City. When more than 10 superpowers banded together, their expert force would be astonishing. As Yuan Tianxin had guessed, the enemy's superpowers received news of Malfin's death less than 30 seconds after the Great Demon had turned to ash. Good. Black Flame, let's see if you can back up that arrogance now. Bright Dawn, who had resurrected in Starlink's fortress, revealed a maniacal grin when he received the news Starlink's army had been annihilated in the initial battle for Stone Forest City. As the army's commander, escaping persecution for his failure would be quite difficult. Although Starlink wouldn't kick him out of the guild due to his individual strength, his days as a vice-guild leader were likely numbered. The fact that he'd now get to watch Zero Wing lose Stone Forest City soothed his frustrated heart. Based on the latest report, 12 superpowers were marching their armies towards Stone Forest City. The two strongest forces among them were the Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire. The rest were on par with Crimson Emperor. In total, the 12 superpowers had dispatched around 50,000 experts for this battle. Every one of these 50,000 players was an expert among experts. In a first-rate guild, they'd all be members of the guild's trump card legions. Furthermore, quite a few of them were refinement realm experts. Not even Starlink's forces in the ancient undead country would stand a chance against this army, not to mention Stone Forest City. Meanwhile, the various superpowers representatives in White River City's business district were stunned when they heard of Malfin's death. What's wrong with Zero Wing? It hasn't contacted a single superpower since the Great Demon fell. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Illusory Words commented incredulously after reading the latest report. If Zero Wing had allied with another 3 or 4 superpowers, the matter would be settled. Although the guild would lose a significant portion of Stone Forest City's shares, it would still keep a cut of the city's profits. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the various superpowers, and they wouldn't push too far in their negotiations. However, Zero Wing still refused to reach out to a single superpower, which had led to the tentative alliance between the slighted guilds. Now, Zero Wing had no hope of retaining any power within Stone Forest City. It seems Black Flame's ego has grown out of proportion after his victory over Starlink, Crimson Gate said indignantly. He shouldn't blame us for being merciless since he wants to keep the city for himself. Crimson Gate had assumed Zero Wing would rush to sign contracts with the various superpowers before losing the Great Demon Malfin's. He had planned to leave the guild hanging for a while before presenting the price for Crimson Emperor's assistance. Unfortunately, his patience had been in vain since Zero Wing had refused to act. Crimson Emperor was left with no choice but to participate in the struggle for Stone Forest City. 12 superpowers were marching toward the city, and after including the Secret Pavilion, Crimson Emperor wouldn't gain a large percentage of the city's shares. Every superpower upper echelon in White River City shared Crimson Gate's sentiments. They were all furious over Zero Wing's behavior, almost inclined to contact their guild's armies and order their forces to head to Stone Forest City at full speed. In contrast, when Yuan Tianxin received the report on the superpowers' movements, he paled to a sickly white. Even with Zero Wing's members, there were only a little over 100,000 players in Stone Forest City, but most of Zero Wing's members present were ordinary experts and elite players. Compared to the various superpowers' joint army of 50,000 experts, the difference between the two sides' strength was massive. Yet, despite their impending doom, Feng leisurely drew a magic array on the ground. He did nothing to recruit NPC soldiers or summon some of Silverwing Town's experts. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? The guild leader is mobilizing every expert he can and has even abandoned some of the guild's operations to ensure our experts can get here as quickly as possible. However, even with those experts, I'm afraid that we're still no match for our enemy's combat power, Purple Jade said, frowning as she informed her superior of the latest report. The secret pavilion had a little over 6,000 experts in Stone Forest City thus far, which was nothing in comparison to the Superpower's joint forces. To make matters worse, the secret pavilion's forces weren't as high quality as their enemies. We have no choice but to fight, Yuan Tixin said as he shook his head at that moment. Feng finally made the final stroke, completing his magic array. The array activated immediately, and another magic array, as large as Stone Forest City itself, appeared above the city. It glowed with a silver light, and the violet mana it contained made the experts in the city uneasy as this array completed. Pitch-black darkness, like a moonless night, swallowed the undead forest. After 5 seconds, a steadily growing spatial tear appeared above the city. After another 3 seconds, the tear transformed into a colossal black hole. The black hole swallowed all light, and no player could see anything within. However, they could feel an intense aura emerge from the phenomenon. As if time and space had frozen, every player in the city stared in shocked silence as a 100-meter, 5-story tower dropped into the city center. What is that? How can dark energy be so dense? Yuan Tixin was astonished, unable to tear his eyes away from the tower that now graced Stone Forest City. Even he struggled to move while under the influence of the tower's aura. He'd be lucky to exhibit 10% of his combat power. In such a state, even an ordinary expert could defeat him. Its name is the Dark Tower, Feng announced with a satisfied smile. Of course, you can refer to it by its other name, the Tower of Death. Chapter 2161, Suppressing with a Snap. Feng was quite excited to have successfully summoned the Dark Tower. He had only ever heard of the tower in the past. He had never actually seen or experienced one. The Dark Seed was extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than fragmented legendary items. Hence, Feng had been quite surprised when Bright Dawn had revealed the item to summon a Dark Tower. Players first needed to defeat the demon summoned with a Dark Seed. However, killing that particular demon was easier said than done. Players had often relied on NPCs to suppress and defeat these summoned demons during Feng's previous life. Killing one without such help was extremely difficult. Although the NPC's participation wouldn't interfere with the Dark Tower design's drop rate, NPCs wouldn't allow the construction to exist. They'd confiscate the Dark Tower design the moment it appeared. Players wouldn't have a chance to get their hands on the item. Because of this, Feng could count the number of powers that had successfully summoned a Dark Tower on one hand. Moreover, outsiders weren't allowed within a tower or city that contained a Dark Tower. Only allied or subordinate guilds would be granted entry. Feng had merely been a second-rate guild's guild leader in his past. Even ordinary superpowers had been unreachable, not to mention top-ranked superpowers. They had simply lived in different worlds. Hence, Feng had never expected to summon a Dark Tower. Now we don't have much time left, guild leader Black Flame. The allied superpowers' 50,000-man army will arrive in less than half an hour, Yuan Tixin reminded the younger man when he saw Feng's relaxed expression. From his point of view, Feng didn't seem to understand the danger they were in right now. The Dark Tower might be powerful, but 1 or 2 defensive structures wouldn't be enough to stop the enemy they were about to face. They all here. Feng's smile brightened at the news. In that case, let's go meet them. Meet them? Yuan Tixin was flabbergasted. Hurriedly, he asked, isn't that too dangerous? Even with Stone Forest City's support, stopping them will be difficult. If we lose our terrain advantage, we'll be fish on the chopping block. With how much they have to gain, they won't hold back. Let's see them try, Feng said, laughing. This, Feng's very existence baffled Yuan Tixin. He couldn't tell whether the swordsman was incredibly confident or just foolish. It's fine. I don't mind going by myself, Feng suggested once he noticed Yuan Tixin's hesitation. That won't do. The secret pavilion is one of Stone Forest City's shareholders. Since you're going, guild leader Black Flame, how can I just stand by and watch? Besides, if the secret pavilion makes an appearance, these superpowers might hold back out of fear, maintaining some pretense. Yuan Tixin said, shaking his head as he prepared to risk his life alongside Feng. He didn't think that meeting the various superpowers was altogether a bad idea. They hadn't reached Stone Forest City just yet, so they might have an opportunity to ally with a few of these invading superpowers. However, if they waited until the armies arrived and solidified their alliance, the secret pavilion and Zero Wing would lose any hope of holding the city, following which, Feng and Yuan Tixin left Stone Forest City and made their way toward the various superpowers' armies, which had just entered the Undead Forest. Both of these individuals were well known in the virtual gaming world at this point. Even if the various superpowers members weren't familiar with Zero Wing, they had heard of Black Flame. Why are they here? By the looks of it, they've come to negotiate. You're probably right. After all, we have 50,000 top-tier experts on our side. How could a recently promoted guild city possibly stop us? The various superpowers forces were surprised to see Feng and Yuan Tixin approach, discussing the matter amongst themselves. What is Black Flame trying to do? He actually wants to negotiate now. Illusory Words was astonished to see the two famous players emerge from between the trees. If they wanted to negotiate, they should have done so before the various superpowers' armies had gathered. Now that these superpowers had combined their forces, convincing any of them to switch sides would be practically impossible. After all, they now had the initiative. You actually have to ask. Crimson Gate replied with a sneer. He must have realized how terrifying this army is and realized that he isn't strong enough to stop us. He's probably here to try to recruit 3 or 4 superpowers. If he succeeds, he might be able to hold on to a fraction of Stone Forest City. Every superpower present shared the same thought. They couldn't think of any other reason that Feng would make such a risky move. If they killed Feng here, they'd deal a severe mental blow to Zero Wing as a whole. Doing so would also increase their members' morale, making it easier to capture Stone Forest City. Why are you here, Black Flame? If you're here to negotiate, I'd advise you to turn around. Of course, we'll let you leave safely if you obediently hand over Stone Forest City. Ultimately, we only want the city, not your pitiful lives. That's right. Give us Stone Forest City, and we'll let you leave with your lives. The superpowers' upper echelons mocked Feng and Yuan Tixin with playful, confident attitudes. Naturally, the idea that they'd let Zero Wing's members escape if Feng handed the city over was nothing more than a joke. Every player in God's domain had already heard of Zero Wing's provocation. If they did not make an example of the offending guild, how could they protect their reputations? Hand over Stone Forest City. Feng could not help but laugh. Aren't you quite full of yourselves? Every player fell silent when they heard Feng's comment. Even Yuan Tixin stared at the swordsman, dumbfounded as he felt his stress peak. They weren't here to negotiate an alliance. What was going on? He even began to wonder if Feng understood their current predicament. They stood before an army of 50,000 players, all of which were experts among experts. If they worked together, killing a monster-level expert would be child's play. Yuan Tixin's scalp tingled just from being the center of these experts' attention. He didn't even dare imagine what would happen if they started a fight with these players. Illusory Words, who stood among the joint army, was just as flabbergasted. She had seen many courageous people before, but this was the first time she had encountered anyone as bold as Feng. He had just openly provoked 12 superpowers with a simple comment. Only death awaited him now. Is this guy stupid? Does he really believe he's invincible? He's only defeated Starlink. He better not run once the battle truly begins. As the superpower's fury grew, Feng snapped his fingers in response. Stone Forest Town's Dark Tower used its dark energy to manifest a vast darkness domain that enveloped the Undead Forest. All players within the domain, both friend and foe, felt an immense weight drag at their bodies, losing more than half of their combat power. Chapter 2162, No Different from Ants. Everyone panicked as the abrupt pressure swept through the Undead Forest. What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? It's so hard to move. What did he do? After noticing the change, everyone focused on Feng in fear and confusion. Even a fool would realize that Feng was responsible, but more than 50,000 players had gathered, easily occupying an area of several thousand yards. Not even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell could encompass such a large area. However, not only did a faint layer of dark gas collect around them, but it also covered the entire Undead forest. Ordinary domain skills only reduced players' basic attributes by a small fraction, but this domain suppression was extreme. Their movements were so sluggish that they were even less mobile than they had been at Tier 1. The various superpowers' upper echelons watched the man responsible with grim expressions. If only their basic attributes had been suppressed, they may have been able to adapt. However, it was an entirely different story if this domain suppressed their physiques as well. Experts were so powerful due to their quick reactions and extraordinary comprehension, which gave them far greater control over their virtual bodies than ordinary players. However, now that their bodies had reverted to their original, mortal state, they had lost their advantages. In other words, they were only as strong as ordinary players while inside this domain. The ability is just as effective as the rumors made it out to be. When Feng sensed the changes to his own body, he could not help his rueful sigh. As an advanced construction, the Dark Tower had two abilities. One of these abilities was Darkness Domain. The Darkness Domain did not differentiate between friend and foe, affecting every creature within its range, covering a 100,000-yard radius. Violent dark energy filled the domain. Not only would this dark energy affect creatures' basic attributes, but it would also impact their reaction speeds, neural response times, and 5 senses. While bathed in this dark energy, expert players would lose all of their advantages over ordinary players. It was just as effective as a death sentence. This was also why players in the past had referred to the Dark Tower as the Tower of Death. Yuan Tiexin's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. He was even more astounded than the invading Superpowers members. He had been following Feng around all this time, so he understood what the man had done perfectly. What is this construction? How is it so powerful? Yuan Tiexin could not help but turn, his gaze settling on the Dark Tower in the distance. Although he had recognized that the Dark Tower was extraordinary, he hadn't realized how truly horrifying it could be. The Dark Tower could actually level the playing field between expert and ordinary players. Ordinary players might not realize how amazing that was, but to the various superpowers, it was devastating. A large part of the reason for the superpowers' great strength was the number of quality of their experts, which far surpassed ordinary players. If one removed experts from the equation, then the various superpowers were simply wealthier and larger than their ordinary counterparts. The Dark Tower's ability would even allow an ordinary power to face off against a superpower. Although superpowers had more members than ordinary powers, they had to manage far more territory, and as a result, they could only station a limited number of players to each area under their control. There was also the fact that every location had limited resources. Even if a superpower wanted to, they couldn't afford to send all of their members to a single location. Doing so would negatively affect their development. Because of this, there really wouldn't be a major difference between superpowers and ordinary powers when it came to numbers. Do you still want to continue? Feng asked, casually sweeping his gaze over the players before him with neither joy nor sadness. It was as if this expert army was little more than grass on the roadside. They weren't enough to warrant a reaction before the Dark Tower. Experts at Tier 3 and below were equal. The tower would even heavily suppress Tier 4 experts, significantly reducing the difference between them and ordinary players. This was why the Dark Tower was only second to peak constructions. The tower would have qualified as a peak construction if it recognizes friend from foe. Moreover, it would have been one of the most powerful defensive structures in the game. As Feng's gaze rested on each of them, fear began to overwhelm the superpowers members. The ability to transform 50,000 expert players into ordinary mortals was simply unheard of. However, the various upper echelons quickly stepped forward to salvage the situation. Do you think we only plan to rely on our expert players? Black Flame. That's right. You might have suppressed our experts, but we have more than players to besiege Stone Forest City. If Starlink could employ 3 mythic monsters and a dark seed, why wouldn't superpowers of their caliber be able to do anything less? Even if their expert players had lost their strength, Their guilds could still launch a terrifying assault if they worked together. However, these threats were empty. In truth, they lost any intention of attacking the city. Even if they used everything in their arsenals to attack Stone Forest Town, they'd pay a high price to capture the city without the ability to rely on their experts. None of them could afford this outcome. It seems that it won't be long before another superpower rises in God's domain, Illusory Word said, smiling bitterly at Feng's serene expression. Recognizing that none of these superpowers had any desire to take action, it was clear that capturing Stone Forest City was no longer possible. They were merely trying to salvage what little pride they had left, hoping to gain a little profit off of Zero Wing through intimidation. Now that Zero Wing would hold Stone Forest City, it was guaranteed to become a superpower very soon. Crimson Emperor had strived over several decades to become a super first-rate guild. Zero Wing, however, was on the cusp of becoming one after just a couple of months, and that success was purely due to Feng. To think Stone Forest Town has such an ability. It's no wonder why he dared to approach us. Even Crimson Gate looked upon Feng with envy and admiration. He had lost any desire to refute Illusory Words. After all, she only spoke the truth. The conditions to become a superpower were not as harsh as those required of a super first-rate guild. As long as a superpower had enough financial strength and experts, it could rise as a superpower. As for a complete legacy, that wasn't very important now. As long as Zero Wing offered a portion of Stone Forest City's benefits, the various superpowers would withdraw, and the guild would retain the city's shares. Naturally, the city would generate astounding profits with the benefits it could offer, and based on the strength and potential Zero Wing had displayed, it would attract many powerful corporations interested in investing in a guild. Zero Wing would easily fulfill the financial requirement to become a superpower. Of course, it could amass enough experts with money. However, as Crimson Gate fell silent, Feng took the stage once more. Since you still refuse to leave, you can remain here forever. Feng said as he revealed a 7 Luminaries crystal, activating the Dark Tower's second ability, Demon God's Phantom. The 7 Luminaries crystal immediately turned to dust, and a gigantic magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. The array released an endless stream of dark energy that enveloped Feng. After a short moment, a 10-meter-tall giant emerged from the black smoke. It wore pitch-black armor, and 2 icy blue flames flickered through the gap in the giant's helmet. The giant's horrific aura bathed its surroundings in death and cold. Chapter 2163, Ancient God's Descent. Although the demon god Feng had transformed into was only 10 meters tall, a far cry from the size of Grand Lord and mythic-ranked monsters, everyone gasped when they saw his new form. The aura Feng radiated was far too powerful. If an ordinary mythic monster's aura was seawater, Feng's was steel. Most of the experts in the superpower's army couldn't even move when Feng's aura washed over them. To them, the swordsman felt like an ancient god that had just stepped onto the mortal plane. They were afraid and awestruck. None of them even dared to consider resisting this man. How is this possible? As the various superpowers' upper echelons took in Feng's new form, who loomed like the incarnation of an ancient god, they felt more than just the unprecedented pressure, they also felt their life rating suppressed. Not even archaic species-ranked monsters radiated such an intense pressure. These upper echelons felt as if the person before them wasn't a player at all, but a true god. Tier 4. Just how many cards has he hidden? Yuan Tianxin was utterly flabbergasted when he saw Feng's new form. For a moment, he even wondered if he were dreaming. Although the darkness domain Feng had activated was horrific, it was insignificant compared to this ability. After all was said and done, might was right in God's domain. Take the great demon Malphins, for example. The various superpowers hadn't even dared to set foot in the Undead forest due to the great demon's presence, yet even after they had been swallowed by the darkness domain, they had remained adamant of taking a cut of Stone Forest City. However, now that Feng had transformed into a Tier 4 being, he posed an even greater threat to these superpowers than the great demon Malphins. By this stage of the game, expert players had realized how frightening the tier system was. Even at the same level, a 1-tier difference resulted in a massive combat power boost, not to mention a 2-tier difference. The gap between their combat powers now was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, the more familiar an expert player was with their Tier 2 body, the more acutely they understood the power of tiers. This was no longer a matter of basic attributes, but the extraordinary boost to players' physique. Even if two players had the same basic attributes in combat standards, a Tier 2 player could easily defeat a Tier 1 player naturally. The higher the tier, the greater the tier's physique boost would be. Right now, Feng was a bona fide Tier 4 player. His physique had reached an unimaginable level. Even if his basic attributes were no higher than the rest of these players, he could likely slay a domain realm expert as if he were slaughtering helpless sheep. Furthermore, Feng had the basic attributes of a Tier 4 player. To ordinary players, Feng's transformation might not seem like much. The various superpowers had already slain many Tier 4 mythic monsters by now. How hard would it be to kill a Tier 4 player? However, these superpowers members knew better. A mythic monster was cute compared to a Tier 4 player. Unlike monsters, players could use the full potential of their strength. Some players could even surpass their limits in combat. Players also possessed a large number of skills, and most importantly, they knew how to fight other players. They wouldn't give their opponents time to prepare, nullifying attacks as soon as they had the chance. Tier 4. How does Zero Wing have such a foundation? Crimson Gate's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he stared at Feng from afar. A one-tier difference resulted in such a massive combat power gap. Now that Feng had a two-tier advantage, he was basically invincible. He could kill Tier 2 players as easily as stepping on ants. You win this time, Black Flame. We'll retreat. The superpowers upper echelons realized that they had no hope of capturing Stone Forest City after seeing Feng's transformation. Retreat was their only option left. I gave you a chance to leave, yet you refused. Why would I let you walk away now? Feng asked as he took a step forward, his massive body instantly appearing 30 yards away. He then dashed for the joint army. Don't push your luck, Black Flame. Although we aren't a match for you, we are also capable of dispatching Tier 4 mythic combatants. If we focus on assaulting Stone Forest City, neither of us will benefit. That's right. Moreover, do you really want our guilds as your enemies? Feng's bloodlust enraged the various superpowers upper echelons. They were overlords in God's domain. Although Feng's Tier 4 combat power was daunting, it was only a matter of time before they gained their own Tier 4 players. Feng could only retain his arrogance for a short time. They were already expressing a lot of respect for Zero Wing with their willingness to withdraw, yet Feng had no sense of propriety and wanted to kill them. So what if I do? Feng said, sneering as he increased his speed. He would have feared the various superpowers' wrath if he hadn't acquired the Dark Tower for Stone Forest City. It was true that as time passed, these superpowers would find more treasures and grow stronger. However, with the Dark Tower's protection, no power could threaten Feng's city before players reached level 100, and God's domain's rare resources were limited. The competition for these resources would only become increasingly intense. It was only a matter of time before Zero Wing had to face these superpowers. Since the various superpowers would become his guild's enemies sooner or later, he might as well kill some of their members now, weakening his enemies and strengthening his guild. Black Flame. You're courting death. The superpowers upper echelons immediately retrieved the fruits of their respective guilds' labor, revealing one mythic combatant after another. These Tier 4 mythic combatants were either summoned creatures or came in the form of tools like the combat puppets. In moments, 15 mythic combatants had joined the battlefield. A force of this magnitude would be enough to intimidate any superpower. One could easily capture a guild town with just 5 or 6 of these mythic combatants, yet now, these superpowers had worked together to amass a force of 15 of them. Even destroying a superpower's nurtured basic city wouldn't pose much of a problem with such a force. Of the 15 mythic combatants, 6 moved to surround Feng, while the remaining 9 charged towards Stone Forest City. The Zero Wing and Secret Pavilion members in the city paled as they watched these beings run toward them. 3 mythic monsters had been enough to shake Stone Forest City's defensive magic array, but now, 9 creatures with similar combat power were heading their way. Black Flame, you will pay for your foolishness. The various superpowers upper echelon sneered as they controlled their mythic monsters to charge at Stone Forest City at full speed. Are you so sure about that? Feng asked, swinging his sword at the 9 mythic combatants before they could split up to attack independently. Shadow Blade. 9 shadowy blades collided with the mythic combatants, effortlessly slicing through them, before the beings flew through the air and slammed into the ground some distance away. How is this possible? The Superpowers members gaped in shock. Those were mythic combatants they were talking about, and Feng had defeated 9 of them so easily. Despite how much they wanted the scene to be an illusion, they had no choice but to acknowledge the truth before them. After resolving the threat against Stone Forest City, Feng turned and swung his sword at the 6 remaining mythic combatants. Swords transmigration. This time, 2 of the 6 mythic combatants, which had been thrown, sustained severe injuries, and their combat powers plummeted. Although the exchange had been brief, everyone understood that the 15 mythic combatants were no match for Feng. They couldn't even get past the swordsman, much less destroy Stone Forest City. They had sorely underestimated Feng's combat power. Chapter 2164, Devil. Every player was overwhelmed with shock and horror after watching Feng toy with 15 mythic combatants like they were infants. Although they had known that a Tier 4 player would be more powerful than a mythic monster, they hadn't expected Feng to be this strong. Logically, a Tier 4 player's combat power should only be slightly greater than a mythic monster's. Once they reached the Tier 4 standard, monsters' combat power rose to a new level. Including monsters' natural attribute advantage, Tier 4 players of the same level should have a hard time facing 3 or 4 mythic monsters at the same time. However, Feng had suppressed 15 mythic combatants with little to no effort. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Activating Demon God's Phantom cost a 7 luminaries crystal. Moreover, its user could only activate the skill once a day, and it only lasted 4 short hours. During that time, the skill would forcibly elevate the target player by 2 tiers to a maximum of Tier 4 peak rank. The skill also upgraded a player's life rating to Ancien Fiend at maximum. Because of Feng's normal tier and life rating, Demon God's Phantom could only elevate him to Tier 4 upper rank, which was still far from the skill's maximum. Normally, only Tier 3 players could exhibit the skill's full potential. Even so, a Tier 4 upper rank player's combat power was more than enough to take out 15 mythic combatants. God's Domain hadn't launched that long ago, and players hadn't yet reached Tier 3, so they had no idea what happened at that tier. And beyond, Tier 4 players had still been considered peak experts even a decade after God's Domain's launch. Ordinary second-rate guilds hadn't even had any Tier 4 players in their ranks, and in first-rate guilds, Tier 4 players had been upper echelons, tasked with safeguarding the guild's neutral towns. Once players reached Tier 4, their combat power would undergo a qualitative transformation with each minor threshold they crossed. It was like the difference between ordinary monsters and ancient fiends. Although these superpowers had summoned quite a few Tier 4 combatants, all 15 of them were at the lower rank. They weren't even Tier 4 intermediate rank. How were they supposed to defeat a Tier 4 upper rank player? Purely comparing combat power, Feng was only slightly weaker than Malfin's when the Great Demon had been at his peak. Hence, killing 15 Tier 4 lower rank combatants wasn't an issue for Feng in this state. Because of the skill's limited duration, Feng had no plans to drag out this fight. He immediately and violently attacked one of the summoned mythic monsters. With the huge difference between their combat power, the mythic monster was utterly powerless against Feng, and every one of the swordsman's attacks obliterated a visible chunk of the monster's HP. The mythic monster's HP fell by 20% after a few seconds. At this rate, Feng would finish it off in less than a minute. Zero Wings rise is guaranteed now. Illusory Word sighed ruefully as she watched the mythic monster rapidly lose HP from a safe distance. 15 mythic combatants. Facing such a force would be a disaster to any superpower, yet they couldn't even pose a threat to Feng now. It was clear that capturing Stone Forest City was impossible for any superpower with the city under its control. Zero Wing would have no issues acquiring resources or funds for its development if Crimson Emperor hadn't been so greedy and negotiated with Zero Wing before Malfin's death. It might not have secured Stone Forest City's shares, but it could have secured some discounts and Shops within the city. Unfortunate the guild would have to leave empty-handed. In contrast, the powers that had formed a close relationship with Zero Wing were truly blessed, especially Unyielding Soul. With Stone Forest City's help, Unyielding Soul could stand on the same stage as Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire in the future. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. With one of the mythic monsters so close to death, the superpower's upper echelons hastily commanded a retreat. If not even their mythic combatants stood a chance against that monstrous swordsman, their players wouldn't fare any better. Feng was still occupied with the 15 mythic combatants. If they waited until these beings died, they would lose their chance to escape. As soon as the upper echelons issued the command, the army of 50,000 experts spread out and ran for the Undead Forest's exit. They were finally retreating. Yuan Tixin released a sigh of relief as he watched the invading players flee, although he understood that these superpowers had lost any hope of capturing Stone Forest City the moment Feng had proven capable of single-handedly suppressing 15 mythic combatants. He couldn't help his shock at watching the 50,000 peak experts run for their lives. Don't think you can get away so easily. Noticing the fleeing players, Feng threw the mythic combatants around him with a powerful blow before charging at the escaping army. Mythic combatants might be powerful, but even they would need quite some time to destroy Stone Forest City's defensive magic arrays. Moreover, these mythic combatants had been summoned with consumable items. They were as good as lost. Even if he killed them, the invading superpowers wouldn't suffer any more than they already had. Furthermore, these mythic beings wouldn't drop any items when they died, but an army of players was a different story. Even within their superpowers, these players were experts among experts. The offending superpowers would suffer dearly if these experts died, since the various superpowers had banded together to attack Stone Forest City once already. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't do it again. Naturally, he needed to teach them a painful lesson to ensure they wouldn't cause trouble in the future. Black Flame. Do you really want to become our enemy? The superpower's upper echelons panicked as they watched Feng dash toward them. They began to reveal one card after another, activating suppression and defensive magic arrays to slow Feng down. Some even used Tier 4 offensive magic scrolls against the incoming swordsman. So what if I do? Feng replied with a sneer, showing no intention of stopping. Whether it was magic arrays or Tier 4 offensive spells, all were useless against Feng. Current players simply couldn't hope to contend with a Tier 4 upper rank existence. Feng brandished his swords, countering the magic arrays and incoming spells with a few hits. They then proceeded toward the fleeing mass of players, ruthlessly massacring everyone in his path. Even at their peak, these expert players were no match for Feng, but suppressed by the Dark Tower, they were utterly powerless. Lunatic. How is that a lunatic? He's practically the devil incarnate. He'll definitely regret this. The superpowers experts were horrified as they watched Feng slaughter their allies. They couldn't believe that this player actually dared to attack so many superpowers at the same time. Not even the secret pavilion would be so bold. On the other hand, Zero Wing's members in Stone Forest City felt their excitement and joy reach a tipping point. Reverence for their guild leader overwhelmed them, and their pride as members of Zero Wing reached new heights. All hail the guild leader. Our guild leader is invincible. One man suppressed 15 mythic combatants. One man made 50,000 experts flee for their lives. Who else in God's domain could possibly accomplish such a spectacular feat? Chapter 2165, Tide Changes. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Vendors' cries filled the business district. Practically every item for sale was of exquisite quality. Many of the vendors sold level 60+ fine gold weapons and equipment, Tier 2 skill books, and powerful master potions. Players who were visiting the city for the first time were mesmerized by all of the precious items for sale. Dark Knight City is amazing, Big Brother Ape. So many treasures are available for sale. A lot of vendors are even selling a wide variety of super rare Tier 2 skill books. We'll be lucky to find any of these books in Ghost Rock City. A level 55 female elementalist named Flashy Leaf expressed her surprise and joy as she gazed at the various stalls hawking the tomes for magical classes in God's domain. magical classes were easier to control than melee classes. The spells they wielded affected a large portion of their combat power. In comparison, melee classes didn't depend as much on their skills, that is only natural. This is the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, and a large number of experts visit the city. Naturally, this city has more resources than our city. With enough coins and magic crystals, you can even buy level 65 dark gold weapons and equipment. There is simply no comparison between Dark Knight City and an ordinary NPC city. Sweeping Ape, a level 62 male guardian knight with a silver shield, replied, chuckling, you can even buy level 65 dark gold weapons here. Flashy Leaf muttered in shock. Although many players had already surpassed level 60, monsters' drop rates was significantly lower after level 50 due to God's domain settings. As a result, weapons and equipment above level 50 were extremely rare, especially secret, silver rank and above. Now, such high-quality equipment was a status symbol for expert and wealthy players. Most ordinary players would be limited to bronze and mysterious iron equipment after level 50. Take Flashy Leaf, for example. She had only secured a full set of level 55 secret silver equipment due to her low level, and it had still cost her a lot of money to collect the whole set. She couldn't even imagine using level 65 dark gold weapons and equipment, of course. However, you'll need a strong relationship with a large guild to get access to those items, Sweeping Ape replied. Proudly, he continued, our Eagle Eye Adventurer team is a well-known adventurer team in Dark Knight City, and we have a connection to a few first- and second-rate guilds. Now that you're a member of our adventurer team, Leaf, you can get your hands on one or two of these items if you save up enough coins and magic crystals. Moreover, you can tell any guild players you have trouble within the fields that you're from Eagle Eye, and even first-rate guild players will step back out of respect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the street. Players moved aside, opening a spacious path as mounted players dashed through. Nobody dared to step in this group's path. They all acted as if they were watching a royal procession. These people dare to ride their mounts here. Flashy Leaf was astonished as she watched these players dash down the street atop their mounts on the way here. Sweeping Ape had constantly reminded her that players were forbidden from using their mounts in Dark Knight City, and just as he had said, she hadn't seen a single mounted player within the city walls thus far. However, such a large group thundered through the business district on their mounts now. They are an exception, Sweeping Ape said, fear-lacing his words as he watched the mounted group continue down the street. Why? Flashy Leaf asked. They re Starlink's members, this city's overlord. Not even super first-rate guilds like Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul are a match for Starlink, Sweeping Awe said in awe. Although, even Starlink's members normally walk in the city. This is the first time I've seen so many people on their mounts. Starlink? Is the guild really that powerful? Flashy Leaf couldn't help the sliver of jealousy as she stared at the fading backs of Starlink's members. Other players new to Dark Knight City felt the same as they watched Starlink's members pass. Some even played with the thought of joining the guild. Starlink is that powerful. The guild is king in Dark Knight City. Sweeping Ape confirmed. However, a masked, level 65 ranger flashed the guardian knight a disdainful look when he saw Sweeping Ape's glowing excitement. King? Maybe it had been in the past, the level 65 ranger said, chuckling. Those players are in such a hurry because Zero Wing has successfully defended Stone Forest City. Starlink's status in the ancient undead country has been threatened. I doubt it will be long before Stone Forest City replaces Starlink's fortress as the most popular spot in the neutral map. Replace Starlink. How is that, posse? Sweeping Ape instinctively tried to rebuke the masked ranger and mock the man for his ignorance, but when he saw the black tiger logo on the ranger's cape, he snapped his jaws shut. The Evil Tiger Adventurer Team. The Dark Knight Empire had countless adventurer teams, which rose and fell at a moment's notice. The Evil Tiger Adventurer Team, however, had survived in the Dark Knight Empire since God's Domain's launch. It was also the Empire's publicly acknowledged third-ranked adventurer team. Even first-rate guild leaders treated its members with respect. The Evil Tiger Adventurer team was leagues above the Eagle Eye Adventurer team. You'll find out if it's possible or not soon enough, but I'd advise that you begin to prepare. Major changes are coming to the Dark Knight Empire, the Masked Ranger said as he glanced at Sweeping Ape and Flashy Leaf. He turned away from the two and continued on his way. Big Brother Ape, is he telling the truth? Flashy Leaf asked, noticing how Sweeping Ape watched the Masked Ranger with Evil Tiger is a peak adventurer team. There are rumors that quite a few super first-rate guilds have extended olive branches to the team. Many of Evil Tiger's members are also acquainted with players from super first-rate guilds, so its information network is far better than ours. I suspect he was telling the truth, Sweeping Ape said as he watched the Masked Ranger's departing figure. Zero Wing. What kind of guild is that, Big Brother Ape? If it's actually capable of making Starlink so afraid, could it be a super first-rate guild as well? Flashy Leaf asked curiously. She was completely ignorant of the virtual gaming world. She had only joined this world out of curiosity since God's Domain had become so popular. The moment she had joined God's Domain, she had realized that there was no going back. This, uncertainly, Sweeping Ape said, I recall that Zero Wing is a new guild, strong enough to rival first-rate guilds. A new guild. Does that mean we have a chance of joining it? Flashy Leaf asked. Maybe. Sweeping Ape turned to Flashy Leaf, speechless. He had gone to great lengths to recruit Flashy Leaf for the Eagle Eye Adventurer team, and now, she was interested in joining Zero Wing. While Dark Knight City's players discussed the prior commotion and latest news, the various large guilds' residences in the Empire had fallen into utter chaos. Not long ago, they had learned that Zero Wing had defeated the various superpowers' joint army, slaying more than 10,000 expert players and solidifying its position in Stone Forest City. Chapter 2166, War's Conclusion. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. One team after another appeared in the teleportation hall, all comprised of level 65 or above experts. Even the weakest piece of equipment on these experts was level 60 secret silver rank. However, these players didn't linger in Starmoon City's teleportation hall, quickly moving to other platforms and teleporting to the kingdom's other cities. With careful observation, one would recognize these players as adventurer team members. Many were even from well-known adventurer teams. Other players in the teleportation hall were stupefied. They didn't understand why so many adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were visiting Starmoon Kingdom, while Starmoon City's players wondered about the odd flood of adventurer team players. A level 67 man sat in a top-floor VIP room in one of the teleportation hall's advanced restaurants. Quietly, he took this all in, envy and sorrow in his gaze. If the city's players saw this man, they'd likely be taken aback. He was none other than Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's guild leader. By this point, the Star Alliance had become Starmoon City's king. After this battle's conclusion, it's likely impossible for anyone to pressure Zero Wing within Starmoon Kingdom, Galaxy Past enviously lamented as he watched the numerous teams teleport in and out of the teleportation hall. Feng had recently defeated the various superpowers' joint army, and news of his victory had yet to reach Starmoon Kingdom's general populace. However, as one of the secret pavilion's subordinate first-rate guilds, the Star Alliance had heard of the outcome almost as soon as the battle had ended. He certainly hadn't expected this outcome. He truly hadn't thought that Zero Wing would be capable of standing against such a force. Zero Wing's Stone Forest City was akin to a diamond mine. The troublesome guild would never have to worry about needing funds again. With the city's income, Zero Wing could easily support its current level of development, which meant it had resolved its sole weakness within Starmoon Kingdom. From now on, even the various superpowers would find it exceedingly difficult to pressure the guild in its own kingdom. Moreover, doing so wouldn't gain them much. At this point, he'd be hard-pressed to find a superpower that was willing to make such a trade. First-rate guilds like the Star Alliance dreamed of achieving such power, but now, a new guild, one that had only established after God's Domain's launch, had been the one to realize this dream. No one could have imagined that Zero Wing would have struck back as soon as Starlink had tried to hinder the guild's development in Starmoon Kingdom and successfully deal such a fierce blow. Starlink's fortress in the ancient Undead country was basically crippled. Even if that is the case, guild leader, Zero Wing will have more problems to deal with now. Honestly, Starlink hadn't taken Zero Wing seriously, but now, with Stone Forest City in its way, Starlink will view the Zero Wing as a sworn enemy. Moreover, Zero Wing has provoked more than a handful of superpowers this time. I doubt the guild will find moving forward to be more difficult than expected, Purple Jade said. Galaxy Pass did not try to refute Purple Jade's logic. In his opinion, Zero Wing's retaliation against Starlink's bullying had been splendidly carried out. Even before Zero Wing had taken action, the two guilds had shed all pretenses. Increasing their hatred for each other wouldn't change things over much. However, the fact that Zero Wing had slaughtered the superpowers' joint forces would come back to bite it. Those superpowers might be helpless against Stone Forest City and Zero Wing, but the Undead Forest was a small fraction of the Bottomless Abyss. The God Mode regional dungeon had other areas, and exploring those areas would require particularly powerful experts. The various superpowers had both stronger and more experts than Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing's members left the forest, they'd find miserable deaths waiting for them. While the various powers in the kingdom discussed Zero Wing's victory, adventurer teams crowded the entrance to the guild's residence in White River City. Just entering and leaving the residence had become a struggle for Zero Wing's members. Aqua Rose, who was responsible for the guild's recruitment, was stunned. She had watched many expert players apply for membership before, but she had never seen this many apply at once. A rough estimate calculated more than 10,000 expert applicants. Moreover, quite a few of these experts were at the half-step refinement realm, and some were even refinement realm experts. The guild hadn't experienced such a thing before. Half-step refinement realm experts generally served as core team leaders in first-rate guilds. Most refinement realm experts were immediately promoted, becoming an upper echelon within the first-rate guild. Even Aqua Rose was only a refinement realm expert. However, despite knowing that they would, at most, start out as an elite member, so many refinement realm experts were adamant about joining Zero Wing. "What kind of magic did you use, guild leader?" Aqua Rose excitedly asked after contacting Feng. More than 300 well-known and 20 top adventure teams have applied to join the guild. After a rough estimate, more than 200 half-step refinement realm experts and 15 refinement realm experts have applied, as well. Zero Wing didn't even have 15 refinement realm experts in total. Even so, the guild had far more than its first-rate competition. By accepting these 15 or so refinement realm experts into the fold, Zero Wing could double its total count. If it succeeded in doing so, no ordinary first-rate guild would have a chance against Zero Wing. Only the few top-ranked first-rate guilds would be able to rival the guild. Over 200 half-step and 15 refinement realm experts. "It seems the battle's outcome has been quite effective," Feng said, smiling. He wasn't particularly surprised by the situation. His latest battle held extraordinary significance. Although, defeating the superpowers' joint forces wasn't the victory that lured all of these adventurer teams to Zero Wing, rather, they were attracted by his success in holding Stone Forest City. As long as Stone Forest City stood, Zero Wing would have a steady supply of resources and coins. This also made Zero Wing a far tougher opponent for the various superpowers. Moreover, to become a superpower, one needed a foundation of money and resources. Now that Zero Wing had that foundation, it was almost guaranteed to become a superpower in the future, and the guild had already proven capable of fending off the various superpowers. After hearing the news of these victories, it was only natural that a large number of experts would rush to join the guild and ride Zero Wing's coattail. Some top adventurer teams have also requested an alliance, committing to fight our enemies in the Bottomless Abyss. With a little hesitation, Aqua Rose continued, however, they want adventurer residencies in Stone Forest City in exchange. Top adventurer teams possessed a lot of experts, and some were even led by refinement realm experts. There were also some that even superpowers feared. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had provoked quite a few superpowers this time, and because of that, it was fated to encounter many trials and tribulations within the regional dungeon. If the guild had to face these superpowers alone, it would likely struggle to establish itself in the Bottomless Abyss's other locations. It might even be trapped in the Undead Forest, which was only a fraction of the dungeon and had very limited resources. If they want adventurer residences for free, they can forget it, Feng said, shaking his head. Of course, if they're willing to pay, it's a different story. Each adventurer residence will cost 50,000 gold or magic crystals of equal value. Adventurer residences were similar to guilds' temporary residences. The team's members would be able to teleport in and out of Stone Forest City freely, but adventurer residences were a special type of building that could only be constructed in guild cities. Moreover, the ruling power could only construct a limited number. A basic city could only support 10 adventurer residences at a time. 5,000 gold. The amount Feng demanded startled Aqua Rose. Are you sure? One could afford a relatively good plot of land in an imperial capital with so much gold. Charging so much for an adventurer residence in a guild city was absurd. No adventurer team would likely agree to that price. That's right, 50,000 gold. If they're not interested, we won't force the issue, Feng firmly declared. Understand. I'll notify them of our price. Knowing Feng had made up his mind, Aqua Rose could only nod and agree. She could only hope that more opportunities to secure outside help appeared in the future. After disconnecting the call, Feng made his way to Stone Forest City's City Lord's mansion to open the city's doors to the public. Chapter 2167, Stone Forest City's opening. Unlike Zero Wing City, which had been a city upon its conception, Stone Forest City's City Lord's mansion wasn't a castle. It was merely a house atop a spacious compound. Thick, stone walls lined the compound, and the only entrance was through a set of sturdy, iron gates. Two Tier 2 NPC soldier parties stood guard when Feng arrived. The NPCs opened the gates for him and respectfully welcomed him to the mansion. Sure enough, this city lord's mansion is far more secure. Feng could not help his rueful sigh when he saw the water barrier beyond the gates, the isolation barrier. Not even Zero Wing City had this mechanic. The difference between a guild town and a guild city was massive in God's domain. The method to capture each was also different. To capture a guild town, one simply needed to claim the town token from the ruling guild's residence, but to capture a guild city, players needed to secure the city lord's mansion. While the difference between the two might not seem large, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The first reason for this gap was the difference in their magic arrays. A guild had to set up the defensive magic array around its residence itself, and advanced defensive magic arrays were particularly difficult to acquire. However, a city lord's mansion came equipped with its own defensive magic array, and it was even stronger than the magic barrier that protected the city. Only, it stored far less mana, so it couldn't last as long as the city's defensive magic array. The second reason was that no guild residence, regardless of how powerful it was, could affect a city's performance, but the city lord's mansion would. The city lord's mansion acted as the city's heart. The stronger it became, the stronger the city would be. However, upgrading a city lord's mansion wasn't easy. Doing so required a lot of money and super rare resources. This was why guild cities' development in God's domain was generally quite slow. Guild towns, in comparison, only needed popularity, money, and players normally. Guild cities that had grown from advanced towns were much stronger than directly built guild cities. Needless to say, a guild city promoted with a gold town promotion order would be even stronger. The isolation barrier before Feng was the best proof of this. Shadow's guild cities in the past had only acquired an isolation barrier once they had become intermediate cities, yet Stone Forest City had gained one the moment it had become a basic city. Unlike defensive magic arrays, isolation barriers couldn't block incoming attacks, but they weren't any less important. An isolation barrier was capable of stopping unseen attacks and isolating the city lord's mansion from the outside world. If players entered the mansion without explicit permission, they wouldn't be able to contact others outside of the compound's walls. This ability had allowed guilds in the past to hold meetings within the city lord's mansion without having to worry about information reaching their enemies too quickly. Now that Stone Forest City's city lord's mansion had an isolation barrier as well, Zero Wing could use this place to discuss confidential matters. The guild wouldn't need to take the numerous precautions it usually did when preparing for an important operation, and it could afford to consider even riskier plans. Feng entered the city lord's mansion, greeted by a garden filled with plants and flourishing flowers. Birdsong and floral fragrance filled the air. The garden had an easy-to-capture vibe, a stark contrast to Zero Wing City's heavily fortified city lord's mansion, but Feng remained unperturbed after all was said and done. Stone Forest City had only recently become a city. It would still take a lot of time, money, and resources to develop this city lord's mansion to rival that of Zero Wing City. This was also why the various superpowers had tried to capture Stone Forest City so soon after its promotion. The City Lord's mansion was still undeveloped and at its weakest once Zero Wing fully developed the mansion. Not even Tier 5 players could infiltrate it. Although he had defeated the various superpowers and defended Stone Forest City this time, repelling future attacks wasn't guaranteed. He needed to upgrade the city as soon as possible. Initially, the secret pavilion had suggested they wait for 2 or 3 days before opening Stone Forest City to the public. By then, most of the city's defenses would be operational. However, the secret pavilion wasn't aware that Feng couldn't afford to wait that long. Silverwing Town, Stone Forest City, and Zero Wing's development desperately needed coins and resources, but due to the ongoing war with Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both. Even though Feng had acquired quite a few top-tier weapons and equipment pieces from the various superpowers, it was a pitiful amount compared to what the guild needed, and selling the items would simply be foolish. Hence, to ensure Zero Wing's future, he had to open Stone Forest City to the public as soon as possible. Feng soon arrived at the 3-story house within the compound. An elderly butler, the city lord's mansion's manager, waited for him. Although the old man was only level 10, he was invulnerable. No player could damage him. City Lord, how may I be of service? The butler asked as he greeted Feng with a smile. I wish to remove the seal on Stone Forest City. Feng answered. After its promotion, Stone Forest City had been sealed. Without the owner's permission, players would have to destroy the city's defensive magic array and walls to get into the city. If he wanted to attract visitors, he'd have to remove the seal. I will see to it immediately, but once the seal has been lifted, how much would my lord like to charge as an entry fee? The butler asked. With Stone Forest City's current scale, the lowest entry fee available to you is 40 copper coins. The lowest is 40 copper. Feng could not help but chuckle. What about the highest? He had gone to great lengths to relocate Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss. He had even upgraded it into a city. Naturally, he couldn't charge the lowest entry fee currently. You can collect up to 3 silver per person. If you wish to raise the entry fee further, you will first have to upgrade the city, the butler explained. In that case, set it to 3 silver. Feng decided without hesitation players couldn't set a city's entry fee to any amount they desired in God's domain. There were lower and upper limits, and the city's geographical surroundings and development determined these limits. When Zero Wing City had first established, the lower limit had only been 30 copper, yet Stone Forest City's was 40 copper. To attract more players to Zero Wing City, Feng had initially set the entry fee to the minimum, gradually raising it as more players arrived. Now, players had to pay 80 copper to enter Zero Wing City. However, Stone Forest City's situation was different. It rested on the bottomless abyss's first underground floor, and it was almost guaranteed that only a small number of players would visit. Unfortunately, that meant that he couldn't choose the lowest entry fee available. He wouldn't make any money if he did. Furthermore, Stone Forest City was the only rest area in the God Mode regional dungeon, and unlike Zero Wing City, this city was essential for the players that wanted to grind in the area. Understood. I'll get it done immediately. The butler bowed before leaving. In less than 5 minutes, a regional system announcement alerted all players in the Undead Forest that Stone Forest City was officially open. Chapter 2168, Not like a superpower, but superior. Once the seal on Stone Forest City had lifted, Feng began to draft a construction plan for the city. Although Stone Forest Town had already contained a lot of buildings, it had grown several times after its promotion. As a result, Stone Forest City looked empty and could, at most, only accommodate 1 million players. This was the downside to a promoted city. A built city, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. Although Stone Forest Town had more than enough buildings to accommodate visiting players, its visitors wouldn't be limited to experts as mainstream players reached higher levels and improved their equipment. Eventually, even ordinary players would be able to grind in the Bottomless Abyss's first floor with ease. It was necessary to plan the city's constructions ahead of time to ensure that players had what they needed to live and rest in Stone Forest City. Not only would careful planning increase the value of the city's shops and private housing, but it was also of the utmost importance for the city's development. While Feng planned the city's layout in the City Lord's mansion, the powers from the kingdoms and empires near the ancient Undead forest received news of Stone Forest City's grand opening. For a time, these powers were in an uproar. Zero Wing is actually opening such a precious city to the public. Has the guild gone mad? How generous! That's a God mode regional dungeon we're talking about. I can't believe Zero Wing is letting just anyone into the city. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The many powers that had watched the battle for Stone Forest City knew how significant the city was. Whoever owned Stone Forest City would have a massive advantage when exploring the Bottomless Abyss. However, Zero Wing so willingly gave up this advantage, granting the public access to such a valuable city. Even the various superpowers were stunned by Zero Wing's decision. They had known that the guild would open Stone Forest City to the public sooner or later. Reaching the Bottomless Abyss's first floor wasn't particularly difficult, and even experts from first-rate guilds and peak adventurer teams would be strong enough to grind in the area. After another 10 days or so, once they were, Stone Forest City wouldn't be nearly as much of an advantage. Even if Zero Wing wanted to avoid doing so, it would have to open the city to the public to earn a little money. The city's potential income would be far more important to the guild than limiting access to its members and allies. However, the various superpowers hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would open Stone Forest City's gates so soon. Essentially, doing so now was throwing away any advantage the city could provide a God mode regional dungeon. This is a perfect opportunity to strengthen our adventurer team. Zero Wing is truly amazing. It's giving up such a massive advantage. Not even superpowers would dare to make such a sacrifice. Since no one's explored the Bottomless Abyss yet, we can advance our guild's development if we can claim some of its treasures for ourselves. The various kingdoms and empires' powers sprung into action the moment they heard of Stone Forest City's opening. They all dispatched expert teams to the city. The various superpowers occupied most of God's domain's high-resource maps, and that should have been the case for the Bottomless Abyss as well. Superpowers had far better weapons and equipment for their members than ordinary powers, and by the time the ordinary powers were able to explore the regional dungeon, the various superpowers would have likely combed through the dungeon now that Stone Forest City was open to the public. However, ordinary powers could share the starting line with the various superpowers in the competition for the Bottomless Abyss's resources. Although the superpowers still had a massive advantage in terms of combat power and equipment standards, it was the fairest condition that ordinary players could hope for. If these ordinary powers got lucky in the Bottomless Abyss, they might be able to elevate their development to a new level. The regional dungeon was the current frontline in God's domain, and needless to say, the loot within would be among the best available at this stage of the game. Because of this news, Zero Wing's residence in White River City had become more crowded than ever before. Players joined the growing crowd outside of the residence's entrance almost as fast as the seconds ticked by. They filled the several streets around the residence, stupefying players who visited the city for the first time. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha, who had finally made it into the residence, couldn't stifle their rueful sighs as they observed the current atmosphere within. Although powers seeking refuge or alliances visited the various superpowers' residences as well, their traffic was nothing compared to the number of representatives currently in Zero Wing's residence. They had already counted more than 100 representatives thus far, including upper echelons from first- and second-rate guilds. First- and second-rate guilds might be insignificant to the various superpowers, but that was only true when 2 or 3 of these guilds gathered. If dozens of first- and second-rate guilds banded together, not even a super guild could afford to underestimate them. Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha even felt as if their positions had been reversed. It felt as if Zero Wing were the superpower here, and Unyielding Soul was simply an ordinary power seeking refuge. Almost every first and second-rate guild upper echelon in the residence felt the same. They had all assumed that they stood on equal footing with Zero Wing and that the guild wasn't yet a superpower, even if it were stronger than a first-rate guild. But looking at it now, they realized how naive the thought was. Although Zero Wing might not have the strength of a superpower, it possessed a foundation that no superpower could match. Despite its lower status, it was, in fact, more powerful. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. After working in the City Lord's mansion for nearly 2 hours, Feng received a call from Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow Guild leader. Over 100 powers have visited our residence in the Black Dragon Empire to discuss potential cooperation. 5 of them are first-rate guilds, and 17 are second-rate guilds. Should we agree to their offers? Gentle Snow asked, weary, seeing roughly the same situation in White River City. Guild leader, although 2 superpowers have also visited. One of them is Unyielding Soul. Both superpowers are requesting garrison rights in Stone Forest City, and they've offered considerable benefits in exchange, Aqua Rose said, unable to contain her excitement. If Zero Wing accepted the benefits these guilds offered, the guild would undergo a qualitative transformation. Although it couldn't match a superpower's reach, it wasn't far off. So many powers have visited. Even Feng was a little surprised to hear the 2 vice guild leaders' reports. Although he had recognized how tempting Stone Forest City would be to the various powers, he hadn't expected it to attack so many. What should we do, guild leader? Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow asked, staring at Feng as they desperately waited for his answer. Too many powers had approached the guild for partnerships for them to handle. Even if Stone Forest City was a basic city, it couldn't accommodate so many guilds. It would be fortunate if the city housed a total of 5 guilds right now. Since so many powers have approached us, it would be a waste to turn them away. After giving the matter some thought, Feng grinned and said, the various superpowers have their own chamber of commerce. In that case, Zero Wing will establish its own. We'll call it the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. If these powers want a partnership, they'll have to join our chamber first. Then, we'll cooperate as members of a chamber of commerce typically do. Zero Wing had certainly benefited from its membership with the secret chamber of commerce, but after getting kicked out once already, Feng knew that Zero Wing needed a chamber of its own. Zero Wing hadn't been able to fulfill the conditions of creating a chamber of commerce previously, but now that the ability to do so presented itself, he couldn't miss this opportunity. What if they demand to garrison in the city? Aqua Rose had already spoken with quite a few major powers representatives, so she knew that they aimed to secure a residence in the city for their guilds. Unfortunately, simply joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce wouldn't fulfill that wish, in which case, these powers might refuse to join. We'll follow the secret Chamber of Commerce's example then. They will only gain the right to garrison in Stone Forest City if they join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce as advanced members. Normal members, on the other hand, will enjoy a 20% discount on the city's entry fees, Feng said, chuckling. The more they contribute, the more they will gain. I'm sure they won't have any complaints. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's eyes glowed with elation and realization upon hearing Feng's decision. This was undoubtedly a solid solution. If this plan succeeded, Zero Wing's sales channels would reach unprecedented heights. Not even ordinary superpowers would be a match for it. Even without Stone Forest City's profits, the guild would be able to develop smoothly by relying on the income from the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 2169, Gathering of Guilds. Feng's decision inspired Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, sparking countless ideas as restless excitement filled their hearts. Guild leader, although I think it's a good idea to take advantage of a competition between these guilds for the garrison slots, I'm afraid that some of the smaller guilds will give up altogether knowing that they won't have any chance of winning. Most of the guilds that have approached us with partnership proposals are small guilds, and although they aren't powerful individually, their combined strength is even greater than that of the larger guilds who are interested in an alliance, Aqua Rose said, quickly pointing out the problem with Feng's suggestion. She was far more astute than Feng when it came to management and business. That's right. These smaller guilds don't share the same thought process as their larger counterparts. They aren't considering their future development, prioritizing immediate benefits over all else, Gentle Snow said as she nodded in agreement. We might find it challenging to lure them into the chamber if we only offer a 20% discount. The small guilds don't have many experts, to begin with, and they can only afford to send a small number of players to explore the bottomless abyss. The benefits of joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce aren't greater than the cost. They will definitely reject our offer. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's reasoning was sound. Although Feng had only suggested the idea a moment ago, both women had already found flaws in his plan. His other subordinates, such as Blackie and Liang Jing, simply couldn't compete with these two. Yuri both correct. A discount on the city's entry fee won't likely be enough to convince these small guilds, but this city isn't like others. This is Stone Forest City. Even if they wanted to, they'd find the offer difficult to refuse, Feng said, smiling confidently listening to his vice guild leader's suggestions. Feng recognized how both had developed their respective guilds into pseudo-super first-rate guilds in the past to grow stronger. A guild needed more than just powerful experts, it also needed skilled managers with a sharp sense for business. If Feng hadn't relied on philosophies that were beyond the current time and knowledge of God's domain's future, not even he would have been a match for Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's business sense. Both women gave their guild leaders skeptical looks. These guilds want to negotiate a partnership deal, correct? In that case, we'll sit down with them in Stone Forest City's Candlelight trading firm, Feng declared, chuckling. All right. We'll lead them there now, then. Although these women were confused over Feng's decision, they were familiar with his typical antics. Since he had come up with the idea, he must have considered certain factors. Moreover, Stone Forest City was key to Zero Wing's development. As the guild's upper echelons, they had to visit the city and gain a proper understanding of what it had to offer. Disconnecting their call with Feng, the women contacted the various guilds' representatives and informed them that the negotiations would take place in Stone Forest City. What is Zero Wing trying to do? They could negotiate with us directly, but they want us to head to Stone Forest City for the discussion. Isn't this just a waste of time? A level 68 female elementalist in exquisite, light red robes snarled as she watched Aqua Rose in the distance. Over 200 guild representatives occupied the spacious hall, but aside from Unyielding Heart and Mulingsha, none of them dared to look this furious woman in the eye. They lowered their heads and avoided her gaze, afraid of attracting her ire. This woman was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of the recently promoted Superpower, Shining Tiger. She had also earned the nickname, Flame Empress. She had once been a peerless genius, nurtured by a super guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain, but she had left the super guild abruptly and joined Shining Tiger, performing many impressive feats for the new Superpower. Although Shining Tiger was not as powerful as Starlink, it ranked near the top among recently promoted superpowers. The guild currently controlled 4 kingdoms and had built a solid foundation in the Glory Empire. It was even stronger than Unyielding Soul. We are here to gain an understanding of Zero Wing and see for ourselves if the guild is as impressive as the White Tiger Dojo claims, Vice Guild Leader. So please, endure this for now. The middle-aged man, a level 68 assassin, beside 16th Cloud, tried to calm the woman, acting like her butler. It was obvious that he was used to the woman's hot temper. Unyielding Heart, who sat across the subservient assassin, kept his guard up against the man. This middle-aged man had an even greater backstory than 16th Cloud. His name was Sorrowful Silence, and he had risen to fame even earlier than Unyielding Heart had. Moreover, Sorrowful Silence was a bona fide monster. The man specialized in eliminating high-profile targets. Since God's Domain's launch, he had been responsible for the deaths of more than 6 superpower upper echelons. These assassinations had foiled many of the superpower's plans. How strange. Shining Tiger has clearly focused on its development in the Glory Empire. So, why is it here to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing? Initially, Unyielding Heart had been a little surprised to find 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence in Zero Wing's residence. Is Zero Wing already allied with Shining Tiger in secret? Although Shining Tiger had only recently become a superpower and had begun its development in God's domain much later than Starlink had, it hadn't developed any slower than Starlink. Shining Tiger even had the support of the Radiant Corporation, an international corporation. Like Blackwater, the Radiant Corporation specialized in the fighting and security industries. Hence, Radiant had no lack of expert players and an advantage over its competition. If the Radiant Corporation hadn't waited so long to join God's domain, Shining Tiger would have likely risen to rival Starlink and Blackwater by now. While Unyielding Heart wondered about the other guilds' presence here, 16th Cloud returned to her seat, no longer making a fuss. I know. I was just saying, 16th Cloud grumbled. She didn't have a great opinion of Zero Wing, which had neither a background nor any supporters. Since she had originally been a member of a super guild, she was very familiar with how powerful superpowers were. Although Zero Wing had made a name for itself by defeating the superpowers' joint army, that didn't prove anything. Zero Wing had simply accomplished the feat by relying on some fortuitous opportunity. Such opportunities appeared randomly and were available to everyone. Throughout the virtual gaming world's long history, many guilds like Zero Wing had risen to great heights due to fortuitous opportunities, but very few had eventually become super first-rate guilds or super guilds. In 16th Cloud's opinion, Zero Wing was little more than a lottery winner. It was nothing compared to families with wealthy histories. If the White Tiger Dojo hadn't boasted of Zero Wing's amazing skills when nurturing experts, her guild wouldn't have sent her here, much less decided to approach Zero Wing for a partnership. Not long after 16th Cloud's tantrum came to an end, the various representatives calmed as they followed Aqua Rose toward White River City's teleportation hall. At the same time, Gentle Snow led her visitors toward the city from the distant Black Dragon Empire. Suddenly, several hundred powers representatives gathered in Dark Knight City, causing a commotion that spread throughout the Dark Knight Empire. Chapter 2170, Off the Charts. Amazing. Why have so many guilds gathered in Dark Knight City? They must be here for the same reason as those adventurer teams that showed up earlier, to discuss an alliance with Zero Wing. Zero Wing sure is impressive. If it allies with so many guilds, not even Starlink could afford to target Zero Wing rashly. That's not all. Do you see those people wearing Shining Tiger's guild emblem? The guild recently became a superpower. I've heard that it isn't any weaker than Starlink and far stronger than the declining Unyielding Soul. If Zero Wing partners with Shining Tiger, Starlink will find the guild to be a far more difficult target. If that happens and Zero Wing really intends to develop in the Dark Knight Empire, we're going to see a massive war erupt. Players from the Empire's various powers chatted amongst themselves when they noticed 16th Cloud and the other guild representatives in Dark Knight City's teleportation hall. Many of them could already imagine the battle between the Dark Knight Empire's countless guilds. Players like them wanted nothing more than that outcome. Heroes only emerged when there was trouble. No player or power dared to act up in the Empire while Starlink was in control, and most conflicts were limited to small skirmishes. Starlink would jump to quash any larger fights, and because of this, expert players struggled to make a name for themselves within the Dark Knight Empire. Of course, everyone paid more attention to Shining Tiger's presence than the potential turbulence. If Shining Tiger and Zero Wing agreed to an alliance, Zero Wing would have the capital to develop in the Dark Knight Empire. Partnering with Dark Knight City's other guilds wouldn't help the guild much in this matter, and no one even bothered to take into account the Secret Pavilion or Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Soul had constantly fought Starlink in the Empire, so whether or not it allied with Zero Wing, its situation wouldn't change. Furthermore, Unyielding Soul had already begun to decline as a famous, transcendental power. The Secret Pavilion wouldn't involve itself in the struggle between God's domain's various powers. It focused solely on its business and finances. The potential profits that were at stake were the only reason that the Secret Pavilion had sided with Zero Wing in the battle for Stone Forest City. However, Shining Tiger was a different story. Shining Tiger was a foreign superpower to the Dark Knight Empire, and if it were dragged into the Empire's struggles, the resulting power shift would be significant. So, this is Starlink's main headquarters. These players' average standards are quite high. They're almost a match for those in the Glory Empire. I see now how Starlink has developed so quickly, 16th Cloud commented as she briefly evaluated the players in the teleportation hole. If Zero Wing intends to battle Starlink to the bitter end, we'll have to reevaluate our interest in an alliance. Overall, the Glory Empire was stronger than the Dark Knight Empire, and although the former didn't have a God mode regional dungeon nearby, it had quite a few Azura mode regional dungeons. These dungeons were more than enough for Shining Tiger's needs. The guild wasn't hard-pressed to secure the Bottomless Abyss's resources if the guild elders hadn't expressed their slight interest in the Bottomless Abyss and White Tiger Dojo hadn't made such a strong recommendation. Shining Tiger wouldn't have been interested in Zero Wing in the least indeed. These players are certainly high quality. Obtaining fresh blood should be quite easy for Starlink. Including its possession of that item, its development speed should be astounding, Sorrowful Silence said as he nodded in agreement. However, since we are here, we should pay Stone Forest City a visit. Superpowers typically avoided provoking each other. Even if they had to do so, they weighed the potential benefits and costs before acting. Naturally, Shining Tiger wouldn't agree to challenge Starlink just for a particular grinding spot that it didn't even need, of course. We will need a proper explanation for the guild elders, after all. 16th Cloud nodded as Dark Knight City's players watched. 16th Cloud and the other guild representatives teleported to an NPC town nearest to the ancient Undead country. Following Aqua Rose, the group crossed one neutral map after another. As their escort, Zero Wing's main force dealt with any monsters in their way. The main force members' performance surprised the various representatives once they had entered the ancient Undead country. Zero Wing's main force had eliminated the level 60+ Great Lords they had encountered as easily as if they were chopping vegetables. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow's performances were particularly eye-catching. Each of the women single-handedly took on several level 65 Great Lords at once, maintaining their upper hand in the battles. Only level 65 Grand Lords had proven strong enough to make Gentle Snow struggle. The various guild representatives were utterly astonished by these players' basic attributes. Aren't Gentle Snow's basic attributes a little too high? Not even our guild's chief berserker is quite as strong, 16th Cloud commented as she watched the woman in question tank a level 65 Grand Lord by herself. Although berserkers were famed for their strength, this was the first time 16th Cloud had seen a berserker that could solo tank a Grand Lord. Her basic attributes aren't her only powerful quality. I doubt I'd even be a match for her in a frontal confrontation. Sorrowful Silence said solemnly. Is she that strong? 16th Cloud gave her companion a skeptical look. Others might not know how powerful Sorrowful Silence was, but she was very familiar with the middle-aged man's strength. Even though Sorrowful Silence was an assassin, he had a peak legacy, the Blood Warrior hidden class. His strength was no lower than normal berserkers of the same level, and his agility was far above what normal assassins possessed. He certainly wasn't a weakling in PvP. Sorrowful Silence was even more of a threat on a lawless battlefield. Unlike in official competitions, domain realm experts could display their full potential on a battlefield without rule. 16th Cloud had watched Zero Wing's performance in White River City's auction arena, and while she could admit that Gentle Snow was strong, that had been an official competition. In a field battle, it would be a different story. I wish I were wrong. But she is truly that powerful, Sorrowful Silence answered with a bitter smile. He was very confident in his estimation of others' combat power. This ability allowed him to slay one superpowers expert after another. However, Gentle Snow felt like an extreme threat. He had also failed to mention the fact that she wasn't the only one to feel like that. Zhao Yueru and Violet Cloud, who stood beside Gentle Snow, felt just as dangerous, although they didn't seem as deadly as their vice-guild leader. While the various guild representatives gained a better understanding of Zero Wing's main force, the group arrived in Stone Forest City. The moment they crossed the threshold to the city, they were shocked by its mana density. How can this place have such dense mana? 16th Cloud, an elementalist, was shocked as she sensed the unbelievably dense mana around her. Chapter 2171, Sorrowful Silence's Shock. Stone Forest City's mana density didn't only stun the various guild representatives, but Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and Zero Wing's main force members were shocked as well. They were no strangers to high mana density environments. In fact, they were accustomed to them. However, the mana in Stone Forest City was even denser than in the holy city of Titan, and it didn't feel like the usual mana they encountered. This mana had a violent energy, although it didn't make them feel agitated. On the contrary, they felt warm and close to their environment. This closeness gave them a newfound perception of their surroundings. This was a sensation they had never experienced before. It was as if they had just arrived at an entirely new world. Logically, mana shouldn't be able to cause such a sensation, even if it was particularly dense. They had all seen and experienced mana so dense that it appeared as a fog, but it had never made them feel like this. In truth, the sensation Aqua Rose and her party experienced wasn't related to the city's mana in the least. Rather, it was a hidden effect of the Dark Tower. While this sensation felt foreign to Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's members, it wasn't all that odd to 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence. These two were particularly familiar with the strange feeling, which horrified them. This close sensation everyone felt was quite similar to the sensation one experienced when they reached the Void Realm. Although what they felt now wasn't as intense as actually reaching the Void Realm, there was roughly a 10% resemblance. Even among the various superpowers, Void Realm experts were treated as upper echelons level individuals. They were a guild's mainstays, and within Stone Forest City, players could actually experience the sensation of being a Void Realm expert. Although the city's atmosphere could only replicate a small fraction of the sensation, it would be a massive help to expert players, particularly Refinement Realm experts. If Refinement Realm experts could examine and experience this sensation, they'd have as much as a 30% chance of reaching the Void Realm in the future. Most of the various large guilds' experts would scoff at this 30% chance, but the Superpower's Refinement Realm experts would willingly bankrupt themselves for such a boost. It's no wonder why so many superpowers fought to claim Stone Forest City. I had never dreamed that this city would offer such a benefit. Realization dawned on 16th Cloud as she bathed in the city's mana. Once an expert reached the Refinement Realm, they were almost guaranteed to reach the Flowing Water Realm. Players only needed to be able to observe their enemies' every action and predict their next move to enter the Flowing Water Realm, and normally, players would fulfill these requirements once they had accumulated enough combat experience. To put it simply, one merely needed to work hard to reach the Flowing Water Realm. However, climbing from the Flowing Water Realm into the Void Realm was a different story. This was a qualitative leap. Reaching the Void Realm was akin to switching one's focus from one target to several hundred. The achievement was beyond simply observing one's opponent. Players needed to view situations from a different perspective entirely. Although the various superpowers had plenty of Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts, very few among these experts were capable of reaching the Void Realm, even within super guilds. The chances of rising from the Flowing Water Realm to the Void Realm was less than 10%. However, if the various superpowers had Stone Forest City's environment, they could certainly nurture a few more peak experts. A single peak expert could command and safeguard an entire section of their guild's territory. With a few more peak experts, superpowers would have an easier time managing their members and territories. Moreover, these peak experts played an important role when acquiring powerful treasure. Monster-level experts were incredibly rare, after all, and most superpowers didn't even have a handful of such experts under their command. In comparison, God's domain had a plethora of precious treasures and dangerous locations to explore. Vice Guild Leader, we must do whatever we can to secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Sorrowful Silence resolutely declared a no. Relax. 16th Cloud nodded, a vibrant light replacing the dull look in her eyes. Now, she couldn't bring herself to look down on Stone Forest City in the slightest. Shining Tiger wasn't like the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Since it had only recently established itself, it had poached many of its experts from other guilds. However, poaching peak experts was incredibly difficult since they were integral members of their superpowers. As a result, Shining Tiger had a lot of Refinement and Flowing Water Realm experts, but it severely lacked Void Realm experts. If the guild wanted more Void Realm experts, it would have to nurture them on its own. Unfortunately, doing so was a major challenge. Despite investing tons of resources, Shining Tiger had only nurtured 2 peak experts thus far. Who knew how long it would take for the guild to nurture more? However, if Shining Tiger could use Stone Forest City's environment, it could ease the burden of nurturing peak experts. The guild could then expand its territory. Even Unyielding Heart's eyes burned with passion. He was overwhelmed with a desire to obtain a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Unyielding Soul and Starlink had roughly the same number of refinement and flowing water realm experts. Unyielding Soul simply didn't have as many peak and monster level experts as its rival. If Unyielding Soul could resolve that problem, it might become strong enough to continue its competition with Starlink. Furthermore, Stone Forest City was located within the Bottomless Abyss. With the resources Unyielding Soul could obtain from the regional dungeon, the guild could certainly continue duking it out with Starlink. Before anyone had realized it, the crowd had arrived before the city's Candlelight trading firm. Although Stone Forest City's Candlelight trading firm was no match for the shop in Zero Wing City, it was still a 10-story building that was as large as a sports arena. It could easily accommodate tens of thousands of customers at a time, easily outmatching White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Unfortunately, this shop had yet to open its doors to the public, still in the midst of its renovation. When Stone Forest Town had been upgraded to a basic city, the shop had been promoted as well, and it was in dire need of a reorganization. As the guild representatives entered the shop, they were stunned by the items that were already on display in the first floor hall. Level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment. How is this possible? Sorrowful Silence cried out when he saw the equipment on display in one of the glass counters. All of the various guild representatives were dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they stared at the set equipment in shocked silence. Aside from epic equipment, the best available in the game right now was level 65 dark gold rank, but due to such equipment's rarity, one could count the number of experts in full sets of level 65 dark gold equipment using the fingers on one hand, including those in the various superpowers main forces. Fully geared in level 65 dark gold equipment, players would have no problems diving into level 70,100-man team dungeons, and yet, a complete level 60 to 80 dark gold set equipment glittered before them. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set. Why wouldn't they be shocked? 8-piece dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment of the same level. However, that wasn't even the most important aspect. What truly shocked these guild representatives was the set equipment's level. If players could wear this dark gold set equipment by the time they reached level 70, they would breeze through level 70,100-man team dungeons. Moreover, this set equipment was plate armor and wasn't restricted to a specific class. Even an MT could equip this set. If their guilds could get their hands on this set equipment, they'd have a massive advantage over their competition when raiding level-appropriate team dungeons. Chapter 2172, Complete Legacy. The appearance of the crystal light set stupefied everyone present. Some of the guild representatives shuddered slightly upon seeing it. While the various powers were still vying for level 65 dark gold set equipment, Zero Wing had already obtained an entire set of level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment. With such a frightening advantage, everyone could imagine how much of a lead Zero Wing would have when it came to raiding team dungeons. In fact, before level 80, Zero Wing would be able to steadily secure its position as the overlord of the Bottomless Abyss. Moreover, this still wasn't the most horrifying part. It might be fine if Zero Wing only had one crystal light set, but there were currently 3 crystal light sets in all on display inside the first floor hall. This meant that Zero Wing could obtain more crystal light sets. The impact of one person equipped in dark gold set equipment and that of an entire team equipped with it were as different as heaven and earth. No matter how powerful an individual player was, there was a limit to how much they could contribute inside a team dungeon. However, if every player in the team was equipped with such equipment, the team's overall performance would skyrocket. After all, the main impediment most powers faced in raiding a team dungeon was their inadequate equipment standards. This was especially true for the various superpowers. So long as the superpowers teams met the required equipment standards, raiding team dungeons would be a piece of cake for them. It's no wonder Zero Wing dares to provoke Starlink. It seems Zero Wing isn't all bark, after all. 16th Cloud's eyes glowed brightly as she looked at the crystal light sets on display. If Shining Tiger could secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City, in addition to the crystal light set, she believed that it wouldn't be long before Shining Tiger developed into the number 2 power of the Glory Empire, second only to King's Return. After everyone was done admiring the crystal light sets, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow led the crowd to the shop's top floor reception room, where Feng had been waiting for quite some time now. Currently, Feng wore a suit of pitch black armor paired with a dark gray cape. When the various guild representatives saw Feng's figure through the open doors, they found that he gave off a very plain and approachable feeling, without even the slightest tinge of strength. He also did not act haughty the way overlords of kingdoms generally did. However, the instant everyone set foot inside the room, they immediately realized that they were mistaken in their assumptions of Feng. Terribly mistaken. Sorrowful Silence even gasped involuntarily when he stepped into the room. Monster. This word simultaneously appeared in everyone's mind. The various guild representatives reacted this way because the moment they stepped into the room, a horrifying pressure had assaulted their bodies. Moreover, this pressure didn't originate just from a difference in basic attributes but also a massive difference in life ratings. At this moment, everyone's gut instincts were blaring their imminent death. It was as if the person sitting before them wasn't a player at all, but a living demon king instead. Didn't they say that Black Flame is only a domain realm expert? How is he so powerful? 16th Cloud's complexion turned indescribably grim as she looked at Feng, who currently sat in the room seat of honor. She had been nurtured by a super guild, so she had seen many monster-level experts before. Although her current self had yet to reach the domain realm, she was very confident of putting up a fight against an actual domain realm expert. However, when she stood before Feng, she actually felt helpless when she imagined getting attacked by an expert like Feng out in the fields. Her scalp immediately turned numb. Welcome to Stone Forest City. Let me introduce myself. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, Feng said. When he saw the various guild representatives' darkened expressions, particularly 16th Cloud's and Sorrowful Silence's grim expressions, he felt very satisfied with himself. In reality, he wasn't as powerful as everyone thought. The reason why everyone was having such a misconception about him was simply the side effects caused by Demon God's Phantom. After Demon God's Phantom's duration ended, he would continue exuding divine might for the next 12 hours. When monsters were subjected to this divine might, they would instinctively run away from him. In return, however, his body would be suppressed to a mortal state, his combat power reduced drastically. Of course, unless players fought him, they would not be able to tell that he was actually incredibly weak right now. They would only be frightened by the divine might he exuded. Meanwhile, after Feng introduced himself, everyone present, particularly Shining Tiger, 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence, no longer dared look down on Zero Wing even in the slightest. The current Zero Wing might lack peak experts in capital, but its growth potential was extremely frightening. Not to mention, there was even an expert like Feng protecting it. If Feng devoted himself to ambushing the upper echelons of superpowers, the superpowers would most likely be helpless to stop him. To the various superpowers, even losing hundreds of refinement realm experts would be considered a recoverable loss. However, if their peak experts and monster-level experts were killed, they would suffer irreparable damage. After all, the various superpowers relied on these experts to secure treasures. The loss of even one of these experts could cause a superpower heartache. This was also the reason why superpowers feared monster-level experts so much. Monster-level experts might have difficulty defeating other monster-level experts, but they would have no problems defeating peak experts on their own now. However, Feng was an even more frightening existence. This was because even monster-level experts were potential prey to Feng. Previously, Shining Tiger had collected plenty of information on Feng. The guild concluded that although he was very strong, his chances of success when hunting ordinary monster-level experts were just slightly higher than other monster-level experts. After personally meeting Feng, however, both 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence understood that the swordsman was much more frightening than the reports made him out to be. Just Feng's presence alone forced 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence to treat Zero Wing seriously. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am 16th Cloud, Shining Tiger's second vice guild leader. 16th Cloud took the initiative to stand out and introduce herself. I am here representing Shining Tiger to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Our demands are not very high. We just want one temporary residence in Stone Forest City. As for coins and resources, we are willing to pay so long as the price is reasonable. We can even provide Zero Wing with a complete refinement realm legacy. The various first-rate guild representatives present could not help but gasp at 16th Cloud's words. Even Unyielding Heart, who had taken a seat in a corner of the room, twitched slightly, never having thought that Shining Tiger would be willing to pay such a price. Current small guilds were most likely ignorant of what a refinement realm legacy was. They might even misconstrue it for a legacy for a hidden class. However, it was something true large guilds, particularly first-rate guilds, dreamed of obtaining. This was also where the foundations of super first-rate guilds and super guilds lay, something that was extremely difficult to acquire even with money. Only major corporations had the power and influence to obtain it. In the case of small corporations and companies, they should not even think of laying their hands on a refinement realm legacy. They could only rely on their own guilds. Research Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who were now standing behind Feng, also gasped when they heard 16th Cloud's offer previously. The fact that Unyielding Soul had volunteered to share a portion of its realms of refinement training resources with Zero Wing was already plenty amazing. In fact, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had felt ecstatic over the matter. Now, however, Shining Tiger was even more amazing. It was actually offering to provide Zero Wing with a complete refinement realm legacy. In other words, Shining Tiger was willing to give Zero Wing the training data necessary to turn ordinary experts into refinement realm experts. Now, the Zero Wing experts who did not get a chance to experience the secret pavilions or Unyielding Soul's training system would no longer have to train themselves blindly. They, too, would get to undergo systematic training. With this, their chances of becoming refinement realm experts would increase substantially. Of course, there were many methods for players to reach the refinement realm, some simple and others difficult. However, regardless of the efficiency of the training data Shining Tiger provided, the amount of help the data would provide Zero Wing was something that could not be measured with money. It seems that one of the temporary resident slots is going to end up with Shining Tiger. Sure enough, superpowers really are amazing. How are we supposed to continue competing like this? When the various first-rate guilds representatives heard the conditions 16th Cloud offered, a little despair sprouted in their hearts. They were fully aware that Stone Forest City had a very limited number of temporary resident slots. Meanwhile, to the current Zero Wing, nothing would be more attractive than a complete refinement realm legacy. In comparison, the shops and treasures their guilds could offer were most likely insignificant in Zero Wing's eyes. Vice Guild Leader Cloud, your offer is indeed very tempting, Feng said. He, too, was very surprised by 16th Cloud's offer. In the next moment, however, he shook his head and added, "Still, that isn't what Zero Wing wants." "What do you want, then?" 16th Cloud asked as she stared at Feng incredulously. A complete refinement realm legacy was a priceless treasure to any first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds would even do everything they could to get their hands on one, because only by obtaining a refinement realm legacy would they have the means to become a super first-rate guild. Without it, a first-rate guild had no business talking about becoming a super first-rate guild now. However, Zero Wing was actually rejecting this legacy. She simply couldn't figure out what could be more important to Zero Wing than a refinement realm legacy. "I don't want much. I just want you to join Zero Wing's newly established Candlelight Chamber of Commerce." Feng replied calmly. Chapter 2173, Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Feng's words, everyone present stared at him in astonishment, never having thought that the requirement would be so simple. They all knew very clearly what a Chamber of Commerce in the virtual gaming world represented. It was an organization where members shared sales connections with each other for mutual benefit. However, whether one could actually benefit from this method of cooperation would still depend on the members' capabilities. If one sold excellent merchandise, they would naturally be able to make more money. Average merchandise, on the other hand, would soon be overshadowed by the other members' merchandise, resulting in a drastic decrease in one's own sales and profits. A chamber of commerce was a double-edged sword generally. There were more cons than pros for a small guild to join a chamber of commerce. The reason for this was because small guilds lacked resources and invested very little into nurturing lifestyle players. Hence, the quality of merchandise they could offer to customers went without saying. There was simply no way for small guilds to compete with large guilds. For a small guild, joining a chamber of commerce was akin to opening the doors for large guilds to earn money in their territory. However, if it meant being able to obtain a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City, then joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce definitely had merit after all. With sufficient strength, a small guild could not only earn a large amount of rare resources but also nurture its experts in Stone Forest City. Guild leader Black Flame, are you saying that, so long as we join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, we'll receive a temporary residence in Stone Forest City? 16th Cloud pressed Feng for confirmation. She wasn't particularly surprised that Zero Wing would attempt to establish a chamber of commerce. After all, there were so many guilds currently seeking a partnership with Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could pool the strength of these guilds together, then even superpowers would grow fearful. If Zero Wing wished to continue competing with Starlink, then establishing a chamber of commerce was, indeed, the best decision to make. A complete refinement realm legacy might allow a guild to nurture many refinement realm experts, but accomplishing this required a lot of time, which just so happened to be the resource that up-and-coming guilds like Zero Wing lacked the most. Hence, rather than aim for an uncertain future, it was much better for Zero Wing to further enhance its current strength. That's not entirely correct, Feng said, shaking his head. To be precise, only advanced members of the chamber will receive a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City. As for how you can become an advanced member, that will depend on the amount of contributions you make. So, that's the case. Realization immediately dawned upon 16th Cloud. Inwardly, she cursed at Feng for being a sly old fox. Originally, only a few guilds should be able to partner with Zero Wing. Now, however, every guild present would do so. Moreover, these guilds would all desperately contest for the limited temporary residence slots, which would allow Zero Wing to obtain the maximum amount of benefits possible. Meanwhile, when the various guild representatives heard Feng's condition, they understood the implications right away. Zero Wing was trying to have them compete for the limited temporary residence slots and labor for it, indirectly making them Zero Wing's subordinates. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm afraid this arrangement is very unfair for small guilds like us. Compared to the strength and resources large guilds possess, what small guilds have is insignificant. In the end, these residence slots will still land in the hands of large guilds. If that's the case, small guilds like ours might as well give up on competing right off the bat, since we already know we won't win. Moreover, we will even end up working for Zero Wing for free. That's right. Small guilds like ours can't compete against large guilds at all. With your arrangement, how are we even supposed to compete? We might as well head back home now. For a while, a few representatives of small guilds stepped forward and voiced their disagreement. These representatives even tried to get the representatives of other small guilds to leave the venue with them. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow frowned upon seeing this scene. Although they had expected that these small guilds would react this way, they hadn't anticipated such an organized refusal. As for the representatives of large guilds, they were gleefully watching this scene play out. After all, the fewer competitors they had, the better. In fact, they hoped that every other guild present would stand up and quit the venue. Zero Wing's ambitions are quite large. Unfortunately, it lacks the ability to control these small guilds, Sorrowful Silence commented as he watched the representatives of small guilds prepare to leave the room en masse. At the end of the day, Zero Wing's foundations are still too shallow. If it were a superpower making this offer, these small guilds would have most likely agreed without hesitation. At this moment, aside from Sorrowful silence, Unyielding Heart also felt this way. Zero Wing simply had too few territories under its control right now. The number of territories and sales connections it possessed couldn't even compete with that of veteran first-rate guilds. A weak chamber of commerce like Candlelight just didn't hold any attraction for the various small guilds. On the contrary, membership in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would let Zero Wing bleed them dry. However, just when the representatives of the various small guilds were about to leave the room, a calm voice penetrated everyone's minds. What you're saying is correct, but let me say this first. So long as you become a member of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, you'll enjoy a 20% discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee. Moreover, you'll get to purchase items that the Candlelight trading firm does not sell to the public, Feng said, smiling calmly as he looked at the small guild's representatives. As soon as Feng was done speaking, the departing representatives fell into a daze, their breathing becoming slightly heavy. Items not sold to the public. Does this include the crystal light set displayed on the first floor? A small guild's representative could not help asking Feng. The discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee might be very tempting, but a 20% discount was basically negligible to the various powers. However, Candlelight's merchandise was a different story. After all, they had seen the 3 crystal light sets displayed in the first floor hall. Those could tempt even superpowers into action. That's right. Including the crystal light set, Feng affirmed, nodding. The moment he nodded his head, the entire reception room fell deathly silent. Even 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence, who were originally planning to watch Zero Wing make a fool of itself, reflexively widened their eyes as they stared at its guild leader. That was level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment they were talking about. They had believed that Zero Wing was merely flaunting its strength before the various guilds present by putting the crystal light set on display. Now, however, Feng was telling them that they could actually buy those crystal light sets. How could this not excite them? As for the various small guilds' representatives, their minds momentarily froze. They simply could not understand what Feng was thinking, to be willing to sell such precious set equipment. However, after a moment of silence, everyone inside the room stopped wondering why Feng pulled such an insane move. Instead, the various small guilds' representatives promptly returned to their seats and expressed their willingness to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, afraid that he would regret his decision if they waited any longer. What no one present knew was that Feng had never intended the crystal light sets to be exclusive to Zero Wing. He had always planned to sell them as merchandise. This was because, as players continued leveling up, the crystal light set would quickly fall obsolete, uncompetitive with epic items. Hence, he naturally had to sell the set while it was still valuable, converting it into coins and resources for Zero Wing's development. The various small guilds present eagerly applied to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, their eagerness surpassing even that of the large guilds present. Zero Wing is really ruthless, actually offering to give away set equipment like the crystal light set just to attract these small guilds. Sorrowful Silence marveled at Feng's generosity. In Zero Wing's shoes, Shining Tiger would never choose to sell the crystal light set to others. No pain, no gain. While it might seem as if Zero Wing gave up a huge advantage by selling the crystal light set, Zero Wing obtained the strength and sales connections of more than 100 guilds in return, 16th Cloud said when she saw the eagerness of the guild representatives around her. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing has gained such strength and connections, the various superpowers will have to think twice before targeting Zero Wing in the future. At this point, 16th Cloud could already foresee the appearance of another powerhouse in God's domain. Chapter 2174, Frightening Stone Forest City. Within the magnificent reception room, Feng began to sign contracts with the various guild representatives. Any guild that joined the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would qualify to participate in the auction for the crystal light sets, which would take place once every 3 days. Candlelight would offer 3 to 5 sets in each auction session, and the guilds would only be allowed to win a single bid. In addition, the Candlelight trading firm would offer other precious items, such as exotic stamina potions, stamina gemstones, advanced mana armor kits, rare master potions, and more. Each member of the chamber could even earn the rights to purchase miniature ballistas, depending on their contributions to the chamber. With this revelation, every guild representative was ecstatic, especially those from the various small guilds. At this point, obtaining a temporary residence in Stone Forest City didn't matter much compared to the items Zero Wing was willing to sell after 3 short hours. The Candlelight Chamber of Commerce had nearly 200 members, and Zero Wing had secured a massive alliance. Among these guilds, Shining Tiger and Unyielding Soul had instantly become advanced members. Both guilds had presented an offer that Feng couldn't refuse. Not only had Shining Tiger offered to open 2 Kingdoms markets to the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, but it had also agreed to give Zero Wing the complete Refinement Realm legacy and a large stock of special materials. In addition, Shining Tiger had promised to fight alongside Zero Wing to protect Stone Forest City. Although Unyielding Soul had only given the chamber access to a single Kingdoms market and a portion of the Dark Knight Empires, it had offered to provide some of the training data it had gained from its Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, it had agreed to supply training facilities and energy resources, in addition to 10 unlimited training slots for Refinement Realm experts in its training system, which would allow these players to earn the experience necessary to reach the Flowing Water Realm quickly. The unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered weren't like those from the Secret Pavilion. Zero Wing's members would be free to fight any Refinement Realm or Flowing Water Realm expert they desired, and they could do so without limit. On the other hand, Zero Wing's members had to earn points in the Secret Pavilion's training system, which they would have to spend to train against their desired experts. Of course, the Secret Pavilion had chosen this approach because of the high cost of doing otherwise. Not only was high-level energy extremely rare, but it was also quite versatile, useful in many aspects. As a result, it was strictly regulated. Even international corporations could only acquire limited amounts of high-level energy, and simulating expert players required a lot of it. The more powerful an expert was, the more energy a system would need to mimic them. Even the Secret Pavilion could only afford for a select few talented members to use the system. If Unyielding Soul hadn't been so desperate to secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City, it would never have offered 10 unlimited training slots to Zero Wing. Of course, Unyielding Soul could only afford this offer because Zero Wing had too few experts that could actually use their training slots, especially when challenging Flowing Water and Void Realm experts. Zero Wing wasn't even a match for ordinary superpowers in this regard. Although Feng knew that Unyielding Soul was taking advantage of him, he didn't mind. Many of Zero Wing's experts, including Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Alluring Summer, and Cola, were stuck in the Refinement Realm. However, their failure to progress wasn't due to a lack of talent, but a lack of combat experience. They weren't like Feng, who had accumulated an abundance of combat experience in God's domain. If Feng hadn't retained his memories from his previous life, he would never have been able to jump from the Refinement Realm to the Flowing Water Realm so smoothly. If Aqua Rose and her companions trained with Unyielding Soul's system, Feng was confident that it wouldn't be long before they became Flowing Water Realm experts. Then, they'd be able to help Zero Wing far more than ever before. Overall, the 10 unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered were even more valuable than Shining Tiger's complete Refinement Realm legacy. However, Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger's offers weren't the greatest harvest Zero Wing had obtained. The partnership with so many small guilds was worth far more. With these small guilds in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, Candlelight had gained access to the markets in 12 kingdoms and 3 empires. Although these small guilds couldn't offer quite as much access as Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger, it was more than enough for the Candlelight trading firm. For now, Zero Wing even surpassed ordinary superpowers in terms of sales connections after this deal. The various superpowers would have to think twice before trying to assault Zero Wing's financial prowess. Now Starlink's economic hindrance had only been so successful due to Zero Wing's limited range of influence. As a result, Zero Wing's shops had been easy targets. However, now that Zero Wing could reach across over a dozen kingdoms and empires, not even superpowers could hamper its financial development. Moreover, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting materials now. With a single word, the guild could acquire a stockpile of whatever material it needed, as long as it wasn't a super rare material. This would be a great help to the Candlelight trading firm. Once Feng had signed all of the contracts with these guilds' representatives, he left the rest to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. He then returned his focus to managing Stone Forest City's construction and recruiting NPC soldiers. Although Stone Forest City had been open for less than a day, more than 1 million players had surged into the city. If not for the Bottomless Abyss's harsh environment and the difficulty of traversing the dungeon, the city's player population would likely have been more than 5 times that. However, the 1 million plus visitors had earned Feng a fortunites. No wonder why the guilds that had established cities in the Bottomless Abyss had developed so quickly in the past. Feng was astonished when he saw the income Stone Forest City had generated thus far, by charging each player 4 silver per entry. Stone Forest City had netted 51,204 gold in entry fees alone. There was also the income from the battle arena and auction house to take into account. Even though players couldn't yet shop at the Candlelight trading firm, the city would earn more than 100,000 gold per day. Not even top-ranked first-rate guilds saw so much profit in a day. This was only the beginning. As more players visited Stone Forest City, Zero Wing could earn more than 200,000 gold every day from the city, even after deducting the secret pavilion's shares. Ordinary superpowers would count their blessings if they had 200,000 gold in liquid funds, but Stone Forest City had the potential to earn far more than that in the future. Any ordinary superpower that wanted to target Zero Wing in a war of attrition would only regret the decision. Naturally, the guild's debts, such as that for Silverwing Town's airport, were no longer a problem. The sudden influx of so much money gave Feng the freedom to consider plans he hadn't been able to attempt due to a lack of funds. For example, he could finally retaliate against Starlink on the Dark Knight Empire's market, while also developing the Lost Town and Silverwing Town. Usually, insufficient player populations and popularity were the greatest problems a guild faced when developing its towns, but neither was an issue for Zero Wing. Rather, Zero Wing struggled with needing enough funding to develop its town. Feng used the money Stone Forest City had earned so far to construct shops, hotels, restaurants, bars, smithies, and private housing within the city. Recruiting NPC soldiers wasn't an issue either, and he was able to gear them all in sets of fine gold equipment. Now, even a random Tier 2 NPC soldier in the city could slay a Tier 2 expert. Even peak experts would have to think twice before committing a crime in Stone Forest City. Feng didn't bother to gear his NPCs in dark gold equipment due to the whopping 1,500 gold cost. He could only afford to give 10 Tier 2 NPCs with the highest growth potential dark gold ranked items. In a one-on-one fight, even monster-level experts would have to flee from these NPCs. If 3 or 4 of these Tier 2 NPCs surrounded an offending monster-level expert, that expert would be doomed. While Feng focused on Stone Forest City's development, news of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce spread to God's Domain's various powers, causing a commotion throughout the game. Chapter 2175, Times Have Changed. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Many players explored the city's prosperous central district. A 60-meter-tall guild hall, one of the most iconic buildings within the district, sat in its core. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion status symbol in the Black Dragon Empire. More than 10,000 players came and went from the guild hall, many there to apply for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's recruitment test. Even the weakest of these players was level 64 and wore a full set of level 60 secret silver equipment. Level 65 experts had even shown up, fully geared in level 65 secret silver equipment. When such experts normally applied to first-rate guilds, they were accepted and promoted to core member immediately, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, even these players would be lucky to join the guild. Even if they were accepted, they'd become, at most, elite members. However, unlike the lively scene outside the guild hall, a deathly silence enveloped the guild leader's office on the top floor. Damn it. Zero Wing has its own chamber of commerce now. Not even Starlink will be able to affect its financial foundation. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was now level 68, paled as he read the latest report. His competition with Phoenix Rain for the Great Pavilion Master position was almost at its climax, and he certainly hadn't expected something like this to happen. He had still hoped to use Zero Wing against Phoenix Rain. After all, she wouldn't sit by and do nothing if her pet guild was in danger. she would send a portion of her strength to support Zero Wing. However, not only had Zero Wing grown stronger, but Phoenix Rain would significantly benefit from this as well. Nine Dragons Emperor knew that she was one of the Candlelight trading firm's shareholders now that Zero Wing had a chamber of commerce with more than 100 guilds, albeit small ones. It had even more sales connections than ordinary superpowers. With how many master lifestyle players the firm had as well, it was easy to imagine how much profit Candlelight would generate in the future. Pavilion Master, our sides are currently fervently collecting funds to build shipyards and buy lands on Dragonheart Island. If Phoenix Rain's side receives a cut of Candlelight's profits, I'm afraid we'll be in a precarious position, Marshall Dragon said solemnly. I know that. I truly hadn't expected an ant like Zero Wing to develop to this extent. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned again at the report regarding Zero Wing, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known that Zero Wing could become so powerful, he would have done everything in his power to crush the guild in its infancy. Those small guilds have just signed a contract with the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. They haven't actually begun to work with Zero Wing yet. Why don't we take a forceful approach and show these small guilds the consequences of allying with Zero Wing? Marshall Dragon suggested, a cold light glinting in his eyes as he clenched a fist. It's too late for that. Even if we kill these small guilds' main forces, they'll send their main force members to the bottomless abyss to level. Not even Starlink's influence can reach the regional dungeon, much less ours. And killing their normal and elite members won't harm these guilds in the least, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Unlike guilds, small guilds didn't offer their members many guarantees, especially their normal and elite members. Small guilds barely paid these members any mind, only providing a few guild benefits. These guilds didn't even offer significant compensation if its members died. As long as a small guild could ensure its main force and core members' survival, it could continue its existence. Of course, the opposite was also true. Due to this reason, the challenge these small guilds presented depended on the situation. Now that Zero Wing could offer these guilds' main forces and core members a safe haven, eliminating them would be quite difficult for the Heavenly Dragon Pavilions. A battle of finances was the only reliable way the pavilion could deal with these small guilds now, but doing so would be expensive, and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion couldn't afford the expenditure right now. There really isn't anything we can do about this? Marshall Dragon asked. There is only so much profit to go around in God's domain. Now that they've established such a powerful chamber of commerce, the others won't be able to remain idle. Moreover, Starlink won't stand for this. This matter will certainly affect Starlink's development in the Dark Knight Empire, Nine Dragons Emperor said, sneering. Starlink has always been so arrogant and unwilling to negotiate an alliance. Marshal, quietly visit Dark Knight City and negotiate our terms with Lu Xingluo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm sure Starlink will fund us now. Starlink was well known for its wealth in God's domain. At the moment, Nine Dragons Emperor's chances of defeating Phoenix Rain were only 40%, but if he had Starlink's help, he was certain his chances of becoming the next great Pavilion Master would be truly awe-inspiring. Pavilion Master. With this, we'll be able to turn the tables. If Phoenix Rain and Black Flame knew what we were planning, they'd likely go mad, Marshall Dragon said, smiling. I'll head to Dark Knight City right away. Following which, Marshall Dragon left the office and made his way toward Dark Knight City. Meanwhile, Feng had finally completed his tasks in Stone Forest City. All he needed to do now was to leave the city in Melancholic Smile's hands and wait for the influx of players. He didn't remain idle after dealing with the city's construction. He made his way to one of the Candlelight trading firm's forging rooms and started to forge crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits. Zero Wing and the various guilds needed both the crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits desperately, but the set equipment was too difficult to mass produce. Only Feng was able to forge the sets at a reliable cost. If he tasked Cream Cocoa and the other basic master forgers to produce the set, he wouldn't even recoup his production costs, much less make a profit. Feng spent more than 4 days in the forging room and forged 26 crystal light sets and over 1,300 advanced mana armor kits. Not only had he earned a ton of forging proficiency during the past few days, but he had also gained enough EXP to hit level 77. Meanwhile, Stone Forest City's player population had skyrocketed, crossing the 3 million threshold already. After deducting the city's operational costs, Zero Wing had made over 100,000 gold in pure profit from Stone Forest City alone. Stone Forest City's income surpassed that of Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town by multiple times. Not only could Zero Wing afford to pay off all of its debt, but it could also set aside a fortune in savings. However, what had Feng truly ecstatic was the leveling speed of his guild's core members. Maybe it was because the Bottomless Abyss was a God mode regional dungeon, but over the past 4 days, most of Zero Wing's core members had reached level 68. Some had even risen to level 70. Even Superpower's peak experts were just reaching this level by now. The core members' combat standards had rapidly improved as well, thanks to the complete refinement realm legacy Shining Tiger had provided. Although Fierce Snake was the only one of them to reach the refinement realm thus far, more than a dozen core members had reached the half-step refinement realm. Their development speed was simply marvelous. While Feng instructed Zero Wing's internal members in the guild's real-world headquarters, Liang Jing approached him with an anxious expression. Head instructor, sure, the Big Dipper Dojo has contacted us to inform us that it will cease all cooperation with our workshop and will no longer supply talented recruits. It has also instructed its members to leave Zero Wing. Chapter 2176, Meeting. They're ending our cooperation. The news blindsided Feng. What happened? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong and countless players applied to join the guild each day, it still had very few internal members. It took a long time to research all of the applicants' backgrounds through God's domain, and no one could tell whether or not an applicant was a spy from another guild. Most players in God's domain also had jobs in the real world. They couldn't fully devote themselves to the game and treated it as a way to earn some additional income. This was why Zero Wing lacked internal members, despite how many experts joined the guild in God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had nearly 1 million members in God's domain, it needed enough internal members to manage these players. Hence, the guild had been doing its best to recruit internal members. Zero Wing had 2 main sources for internal members, the Big Dipper Dojo, and Zero Wing's other main headquarters. Among the two, the Big Dipper Dojo was the most important. God's domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree. The state of one's body in the real world would affect their body in God's domain to a certain extent. Most of the Big Dipper Dojo's members had excellent physical fitness, and since they were already used to combat, they had a natural advantage in God's domain. In contrast, the internal members recruited through the main headquarters weren't as high quality. Most of these internal members had to be trained from scratch. They needed far more time to become combat ready in the game, something which Zero Wing didn't have much of. However, not only had the Big Dipper Dojo informed Zero Wing that it would no longer cooperate with the workshop, but it was also withdrawing its members. This would severely hamper the guild's operations. Many of Zero Wing's managers were Big Dipper Dojo members. Feng couldn't understand what would have prompted this sudden change of heart. His relationship with the Big Dipper group had always been good. In fact, they were mutually beneficial partners, with the dojo providing talented fighters and Zero Wing training the dojo's members. No matter how Feng thought about it, the Big Dipper group had no reason to dismiss their partnership. I have confirmed the news already. The Big Dipper group's board of directors made this decision themselves. Not even Chairman Xiao has the power to change it, Liang Jing said with a grim expression. Moreover, the Big Dipper Dojo isn't the only one. The several other dojos and training centers in the city that we have been negotiating with have declined any partnership as well. The others have abandoned us, too. Feng was astonished because of Zero Wing's rapid development. The guild urgently needed internal members for its management. Relying on the Big Dipper Dojo's members simply wasn't enough. Hence, Feng had instructed Liang Jing to negotiate with the city's other dojos and training centers now. However, not only had the Big Dipper Dojo abandoned Zero Wing, but the other dojos and training centers had as well. No matter how he looked at it, this couldn't be normal. Chairman Xiao recently contacted me, informing me that he has some important matters to discuss. He hopes that you will take some time to listen to what he has to say, Liang Jing reported awkwardly. After giving the matter some thought, she asked hesitantly, should I reject him? It's fine. I want to meet with Chairman Xiao. Feng understood why Liang Jing felt so awkward. Her prior home had just betrayed Zero Wing, and anyone in her position would feel uncomfortable. It wouldn't even be strange if he suspected that she had been untrustworthy. However, throughout his time working with Liang Jing, Feng knew that she was more than just a capable manager, she was also consistently professional. Even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow trusted her enough to give her important work. I'll make the arrangements right away, Liang Jing replied. When she realized that Feng didn't treat her any differently than he normally did, she mentally released a held breath. She then contacted Xiao Yu to notify him of Feng's decision. Liang Jing and Xiao Yu quickly decided on the time and place for their meeting. They would discuss matters in the Redstone restaurant, the most luxurious eatery in the city. Feng was a little surprised to hear that he'd sit down with Chairman Xiao there. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with Fenglin City, the first-tier city that housed Zero Wing's main headquarters, he had heard of Redstone restaurant. Rumors had it that the restaurant had a powerful background. Not only was its food incredibly delicious, but it also provided more for the human body than A-rank nutrient fluid. Of course, the food was also more expensive than A-rank nutrient fluid. Even so, countless professional fighters dreamed of dining in the Redstone restaurant. Naturally, Feng had wanted to visit the restaurant in his previous life as well, but unfortunately, Redstone didn't cater to outsiders. Simply being able to afford the meals wasn't enough. Individuals would only be allowed to dine in its halls after becoming a member. Shadow had become a titan in Jinhai City in the past, holding a frightening amount of assets. It had far surpassed the current Big Dipper group. Even so, Shadow had never become a member of the Redstone restaurant yet. Now, Xiao Yu had invited Feng to meet there. Feng arrived with Liang Jing at his side at 6 p.m. Contrary to most assumptions, the Redstone restaurant wasn't particularly large, only 9 stories. It also wasn't in the city's business district, but in the outer district. The interior, however, had an antique flair and impressive elegance. As he stepped inside, Feng felt as if he had entered paradise as an indescribable pleasant feeling washed over him. Hello, sir. May I know the room number of your reservation? A tall beauty in a blue dress asked, smiling as she approached Feng and Liang Jing. Although this woman was only a receptionist, Feng could tell with a glance that she was excellently fit and likely a skilled martial artist. The woman's movements were simple, without any excess motion as she approached. It was no exaggeration to claim that an ordinary, provincial-level professional fighter would be a match for this receptionist. In the Big Dipper dojo, she would have been one of the best fighters and lavish with attention during her training, yet this woman was only a receptionist in the Redstone restaurant. Room 908, Feng answered after recovering from his moment of surprise. Room 908. Please, follow me, the female receptionist answered, astonishment flashing in her eyes when she heard Feng's answer. She immediately adopted a more respectful attitude towards Feng. A short moment later, Feng arrived in a large, lavish room. He felt a gaze lock onto him the moment he stepped through the doorway as a powerful aura washed over him. However, this aura felt nothing like that of a professional fighter. Rather, it felt like that of an assassin with immense experience in life-or-death combat. What a powerful person. When Feng had reached the domain realm, his mental abilities had reached new heights as well. His 5 senses had sharpened beyond an ordinary person's, so he was able to identify the source of the piercing gaze and powerful aura. The man was thin, middle-aged, and wearing a black suit. He didn't look anything like a professional fighter or martial artist. He looked more like a butler as he currently stood next to an indifferent youth. Xiao Yu sat across from the youth with a nervous expression. Feng faintly noticed a few droplets of sweat crawling down his forehead. At the moment, the man looked like a greenhorn in the industry, not the veteran businessman he truly was. Head instructor, you've finally arrived. When Xiao Yu saw Feng entering the room, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and he stood and quickly welcomed Feng. Instead of bothering with idle chit-chat, Feng shifted his gaze to the youth and asked, "And this is?" "Let me introduce you." This is young Master Feng, the Five States Corporation's successor, Xiao Yu said solemnly. Head instructor, sure, to be honest, I invited you here at young Master Han's request. When she heard the introduction, Liang Jing turned to stare at the indifferent youth from behind. Feng. The Five States Corporation was one of the most powerful companies in the country. It dabbled in a variety of industries, including energy, combat, food, and entertainment. The corporation could easily squash the Big Dipper group with a single finger. Yuri Zero Wings representative. Feng asked as he observed Feng, his face void of human emotion. You could say that. Feng nodded as he watched Feng. In return from what Feng could sense, this youth didn't possess the typical arrogance of a wealthy family's heir. Feng felt transcendent, as if the youth were a god, overlooking all beings in his domain. He also sensed a peerless strength radiating off of Feng. The boy was among the most physically fit Feng had ever met. If you can represent Zero Wing, I'm satisfied, Feng said. Your guild is quite impressive to make Lu Xingluo suffer so grievously. I am prepared to establish a guild in God's domain, and I want the entirety of your guild to join it. I'll ensure that Zero Wing doesn't miss out on any benefits, and you will enjoy far more wealth and better status than you have now. You'll also have access to more resources than you can imagine. And what happens if I say no? Feng asked humbly. Chapter 2177, Clash in Reality. The moment Feng finished his question, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Even Xiao Yu, who had fought in business for so many years, stared at Feng in horror. It's over. Everything's over now. Xiao Yu felt as if the sky were crumbling down around him. Through Liang Jing, he had learned about some of Zero Wing's accomplishments. He knew that Zero Wing had ties with a few major corporations and that it had even met with these corporations' upper echelons. Zero Wing had been doing quite well in God's domain, a virtual reality game that had become incredibly popular. However, after all was said and done, Zero Wing was only powerful within the virtual reality game. On the other hand, the Five States Corporation was one of the most powerful corporations in the country, wielding unimaginable authority and status. As the chairman's only son, no one in the country's higher social circles could afford to offend Feng. Countless companies and corporations would do anything to get into the boy's good graces. Feng, however, had rejected Feng's offer without hesitation. He hadn't held back in the least. If Feng angered this youth, not even the major corporations that had invested in Zero Wing would escape Feng's wrath, not to mention Zero Wing itself. After the silence stretched for a moment, the youth finally opened his mouth to break it. Very good. As expected of the person that has made Lu Xingluo so miserable. Contrary to Xiao Yu's expectations, Feng hadn't reacted in rage or disdain. The youth remained strangely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Since that is the case, let's forget about this matter altogether. However, I have to warn you that the Starlink Corporation isn't an easy foe. Lu Xingluo has already begun to use his connections against your guild. I'm sure you've noticed, but this is only the beginning. God's domain is involved in far more than you could possibly imagine, and Zero Wing has begun to touch upon too many people's interests. Without sufficient backing, you'd best be careful. Following which, Feng glanced at the thin man beside him. The thin man then promptly revealed a card and handed it to Feng. This is my card. If a day comes when you change your mind, you can contact me, Feng said, his voice just as void of emotion as it had been during their introduction. Xiao Yu was surprised to see Feng offer Feng his card. He had never realized that the youth viewed Zero Wing so highly as to offer his card to ordinary people. Offering one's card had very little meaning, but for those of Feng's status, it was a sign of recognition. It meant that the receiver was allowed to contact the giver directly. Feng's status was on par with the dynasty's imperial prince. Even Xiao Yu, a company's chairman, didn't qualify to reach out to this youth. If Xiao Yu wished to speak with Feng, he'd have to make an appointment with his secretary. Moreover, whether or not Feng agreed to meet with him was an entirely different story. Feng accepted Feng's card graciously. Even if they couldn't reach an agreement, a friendship was possible. Moreover, holding a person like Feng's card was the equivalent of securing a major customer. If Zero Wing had something valuable enough to sell in the future, it could do so with this contact. Moreover, Feng could tell that Feng wasn't like the usual wealthy young masters. He certainly wasn't anything like Lu Xingluo. The youth felt inhuman. Throughout their discussion, Feng had remained absolutely calm and was in better physical shape than Feng had ever seen. Even if he hadn't been the heir to the Five States Corporation, he would have had an extraordinary future. If he wanted to become a professional fighter, he'd easily make it to the international level. Not even an internal force expert like Lei Bao would be a match for Feng. If Feng continued to grow stronger, he could even claim the world championship. Following which, Feng and Feng chatted about the situation in God's domain. Feng then left the Redstone restaurant with Liang Jing and Xiao Yu. Once the trio left, only Feng and his middle-aged escort lingered in the room. "Young master, aren't you a little disappointed that Zero Wing refused to sell?" "If we pull a few strings, taking the guild wouldn't be difficult," the middle-aged man asked softly. "Zero Wing's foundations are impressive, but it faces too many challenges at the moment. If we try to take it by force or push the issue of purchasing it, Zero Wing will unravel. That wouldn't be beneficial to our entry into God's domain," Feng said, shaking his head. "Moreover, Zero Wing isn't the only available option. Although Zero Wing has more of an advantage, the others have far fewer problems. Overall, they are a better match for our needs than Zero Wing." "If that is the case, why did you request to meet Zero Wing's representative, young master?" the middle-aged man asked. "I wanted to see its behavior and circumstances. I want to confirm whether or not Zero Wing can truly cause Starlink trouble," Feng said. "Young master, is there a need to concern yourself with a minor existence like Lu Xingluo?" the middle-aged man asked. "You don't understand. If it were only Lu Xingluo, Starlink wouldn't be a problem, but those behind him aren't easy to remove. I only hope that Zero Wing can buy me some more time. If it proves up to the task, I'll have enough time to prepare," Feng explained, glancing at the man. Realization dawned on the butler. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Zero Wing will have more trouble making waves now that Lu Xingluo had used some of his connections. Since he had some understanding of management, he also knew that if Zero Wing didn't have enough trustworthy internal members to operate the guild, it would fall into ruin in the long run. Furthermore, Lu Xingluo had only begun to use his connections, yet Zero Wing was already in such great danger. The guild had no hope of surviving very long. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had remained silent until the trio had moved into a limousine and left the Redstone restaurant. Turning to Feng, he asked, "Head instructor Shi, this is a rare opportunity. How could you reject his offer? The Five States Corporation's influence is extensive. Even the slightest of relationships with the corporation could help a company's value skyrocket. If the Zero Wing workshop became a subordinate company, it could operate unhindered even in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Even Starlink would struggle to take down Zero Wing." The Big Dipper group dreamed of establishing in a first-tier city like Fenglin City, but it didn't even dare to imagine the freedom of moving without hindrance yet. Feng had declined such a golden opportunity. Moreover, Zero Wing's current position wasn't particularly optimistic. Due to Lu Xingluo's interference, no company or corporation had any interest in working with the guild. If this persisted, how would the workshop solidify its position in Fenglin City? Even Liang Jing began to worry as she sat quietly next to Feng. She hadn't known the full story. Now that she knew that the Starlink Corporation was responsible for the Big Dipper Group's abandonment, she understood the severity of the situation. Zero Wing truly stood on a precipice. Their current opponent fought in the real world, not in the game, and the power capital held in reality was no trivial matter. The Five States Corporation might be incredibly powerful, but Zero Wing isn't completely helpless without it. "The Starlink Corporation can't just push my guild around," Feng calmly replied. "Lu Xingluo wants to prevent us from allying with any training centers or dojos. In that case, we'll open a training center of our own." Chapter 2178, Insane Feng. Open one of your own. Xiao Yu was a little taken aback and saw Shi Feng's idea as a little too immature. Head instructor Shi, without exaggerating, opening a training center in Fenglin City would be extremely challenging. Not even the White Clan group is powerful enough to succeed. Establishing its own training center was a good idea for Zero Wing. At the very least, the workshop wouldn't need to rely on others. However, opening up a training center in this day and age was not an easy task. First, in this era of physical fitness, countless people had tried to capitalize on humanity's focus in this aspect and open training centers and dojos, and as a result, competition was fierce. Second, starting a new business required a massive amount of capital. Even ignoring venue costs, the latest training equipment cost a fortune. The state-of-the-art facilities were a minimum requirement for any training center or dojo in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but to attract more consumers, one would need nutrition and medical facilities. Without these basic amenities, nobody would join. The only reason the Big Dipper Group had earned its current status and fame in Jinhai City was its decision to follow the evolving trends early, and its decades-long history. Just to open a training center or dojo in Jinhai City required a powerful corporation's full financial support. Naturally, one would need far more capital to open one in a first-tier city like Fenglin. Even the current Big Dipper Group would struggle to succeed. This was why the Big Dipper Group hadn't opened a branch in a first-tier city. Xiao Yu couldn't even imagine where Shi Feng would find the money necessary to open a training center here. He knew quite a bit about Zero Wing, and although it had the support of the White Clan Group, which was slightly more generous than that from the Big Dipper Group, White Clan was already struggling to support Zero Wing's headquarters. How could it possibly afford to establish a training center in Fenglin City? Furthermore, the Starlink Corporation had set its sights on the workshop. No financial group or corporation would dare to ally itself with or lend money to Zero Wing. Then, would you be interested in investing in Zero Wing, Chairman Xiao? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. He did not try to rebuke Xiao Yu's claim, quietly observing the man. Instead, Shi Feng was fully aware of how difficult it would be to open a training center. Aside from his inexperience in managing a training center, the required capital was indeed a massive issue. He had already spent all of the funding Phoenix Rain had invested in Zero Wing to secure Ouroboros's old training ground, although Phoenix Rain hadn't supplied her full investment yet. The funding she had given him was a deposit, which Zero Wing would slowly pay back through a portion of the rent from Stone Forest City's shops and virtual stores. If Zero Wing lost Stone Forest City, the guild would have to return the remaining funds. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, had years of experience with running a training center. If Shi Feng could enlist Xiao Yu's help, establishing a training center for Zero Wing would become much easier. You sure know how to ask, Xiao Yu replied after a moment of silence, smiling bitterly as he examined Shi Feng's serious expression. I have dreamed for many years of opening a training center in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but the Big Dipper Group isn't capable of doing so. The board of directors will never agree to a partnership. They won't even agree to lend you a single cent. I'll think of something to resolve the financial issue. What I'm asking right now is whether or not you, as an individual, are interested in becoming a partner with Zero Wing, Shi Feng clarified. He recognized Xiao Yu's concerns. Even though Xiao Yu was Big Dipper's chairman, the board of directors had the final say in all matters. Unfortunately, who would dare side with Zero Wing while the Starlink Corporation targeted the organization? If you are willing to become a partner, I'm willing to offer you 5% of the training center's shares. Shi Feng valued Xiao Yu far more than the Big Dipper Group as a whole. Not only did Xiao Yu have a wealth of experience with managing training centers, but he also had connections throughout the industry, far more than an outsider like Shi Feng. Not even Gentle Snow was a match for the man before him. The White Clan Group, after all, dabbled in a variety of industry. Xiao Yu had to admit that he found Shi Feng's offer a little tempting. He had always wanted to manage a training center in a first-tier city, but doing so was a larger challenge than he could afford. Not only would he need enough funding, but he'd also need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was even more skilled as an internal force expert than Lei Bao. Even in a first-tier city brimming with experts, he was a force to behold. Shi Feng's only flaw was his lack of fame, but that could easily be resolved with enough money. How large of a training center are you preparing to open? Xiao Yu asked. A training center's size was particularly important. Small training centers, with only 1 or 2 floors, had no place in first-tier cities. Such minuscule facilities wouldn't even be large enough for state-of-the-art training equipment, much less nutrition and medical facilities. But if Feng could secure a 5- or 6-story building within the city center for his training center, he might just have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, he'd need to own the building, not rent it. With Starlink Corporation's harassment, it could easily force the building's owner to dissolve the lease halfway through. I'm thinking about one of the skyscrapers in the city center, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. If he were to establish a training center under Zero Wing's name, a small building wouldn't do. It wouldn't even be enough for Zero Wing's uses. During his previous life, even second-rate guilds like Shadow had the full support of multiple training centers and dojos, and only with that support had Shadow filled its management positions with trustworthy experts, ensuring the guild's normal operations could continue. If he didn't secure a training center that was on a similar scale to the Big Dipper training center, Zero Wing could stagnate an entire skyscraper. Xiao Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Fenglin City was a first-tier city, and its land cost far more than in Jinhai City. Even if the Big Dipper group invested everything it could, it would, at most, secure an 8- or 9-story building in the city center. Meanwhile, most skyscrapers in Fenglin City had more than 40 floors. Is it not enough? Feng asked as he gave Xiao Yu a curious look. If you can purchase a skyscraper, then I wouldn't mind partnering with you, Xiao Yu decided. He felt that Feng had played God's domain too much and gone mad. He had held on to a thread of hope at the thought of managing a training center in a first-tier city, but now, Feng's madness had dashed that hope. Securing a skyscraper in Fenglin City's city center was easier said than done. Did Feng really think it was some cabbage, easy to buy and widely available? Satisfied with Xiao Yu's agreement, Feng returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2179. Stone Forest City's True Value. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As soon as Feng came online, he noticed that he had more than a dozen unread messages, all from Melancholic Smile, Yulan, and Blackie. Among the 3, Melancholic Smile had sent him 6 messages. Something urgent must have happened in the guild, and Feng immediately sent the woman a call request. What's happened? Feng asked as Melancholic Smile's face appeared on the screen. Zero Wing had considerable savings set aside now and could afford to recruit new members en masse with plenty of funding to spare. The bounty Starlink had placed on Zero Wing's members was of little concern at this point, as well. Practically all of the guild's core members grinded in the Bottomless Abyss thanks to Stone Forest City's relocation, and as a result, the burden on Zero Wing's leveling resources had lightened. Now, even the guild's normal and elite members could safely develop within its territory since other players rarely dared to provoke the guild in these locations. Although Starlink secretly dispatched experts to ambush Zero Wing's members, they weren't able to cause much damage. On the contrary, Starlink had suffered significantly due to the counterbounty Zero Wing had issued. Every day, a large number of players visited Zero Wing to claim their bounties. Although the situation wouldn't shake Starlink's foundation if it persisted, it would continue to drain the enemy guild's liquid assets, slowing Starlink's development. Starlink expended a lot of high-ranked consumables each day to wrestle control over neutral maps resources, but even as a superpower, it couldn't produce enough consumables to satisfy its needs. As a result, the guild continued to spend its coins on additional consumables. If Starlink did not have enough funding saved, its neutral map exploration would begin to stagnate. Guild leader, Starlink has recently allied with a few other superpowers and 3 chambers of commerce to monopolize the materials for brewing advanced darkness potions and advanced forest potions. Whenever these materials show up on the market, someone from the guild snatches them up at a high price. The prices for these materials have climbed to 3 times the normal rates. Although we have tried to contest for the materials, we've only managed to acquire a small stock. I'm afraid we don't even have enough to brew potions for our own uses, Melancholic Smile reported anxiously. They've monopolized the materials for 2 advanced potions. It seems Starlink is starting to get nervous. The situation actually surprised Feng. Advanced Darkness potions were one of the rarer advanced potions in the game. Not only did they increase players' darkness resistance, but they also enhanced players' night vision. It was the perfect potion when exploring areas with dense dark energy. The Advanced Forest potion was also quite rare. It would increase players' resistance to corrosive effects and slightly improve their perception range. These two potions worked wonders within the ancient Undead country and Bottomless abyss. By consuming both, players could increase their leveling efficiency by at least 30%. Meanwhile, producing these potions required quite a few types of materials. Monopolizing all of them should be impossible for one superpower. These materials originated from different locations, and trying to control all of them would cost an astronomical sum of money. However, if one could monopolize these potions, they'd hamper their opponent's exploration in the ancient Undead country and its regional dungeon. Unfortunately, that isn't what's making me anxious. Starlink has begun to offer insane salaries to poach Candlelight's lifestyle players. Not only is it offering huge monthly salaries, but it's also offering to provide a wealth of developmental resources. I've heard that the guild is offering 20,000 credits per month for advanced lifestyle players, and 100,000 per month to master lifestyle players. We've already lost more than 50 advanced players and 2 master lifestyle players. Everyone in Candlelight is talking about it, Melancholic Smile said. We've just established the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, and we still need a lot of merchandise to benefit from it. If we continue to lose so many advanced lifestyle players, we'll be left crippled. The Candlelight trading firm's lifestyle players relied on their shares of the revenue to earn a living, exchanging coins for credits. Starlink's offer of a stable salary was sorely tempting. As players continued to level up, coins would become more attainable, and as a result, their value would depreciate. However, if one were paid in credits, they wouldn't have to worry about losing income as coins became less valuable. It was only natural that Starlink's offer would attract lifestyle players. Starlink is using its capital now. Feng could not help but chuckle. The concept of paying lifestyle players with credits wasn't foreign to Feng. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the idea. When players had reached level 80 during his previous life, the various superpowers had gradually realized how important lifestyle players truly were. As a result, they had begun to use this method to poach capable lifestyle players, and in the end, even the various major powers had to resort to such a tactic. Many of the poorer powers had been thrown back to the Stone Age, with some crumbling as a result. Guild leader, if we don't take any countermeasures, I'm afraid that we'll lose even more people, Melancholic Smile said worriedly. However, if we use the same tactic, will we have enough credits to support the Candlelight trading firm with how much our guild is earning right now? If we sell our coins, we'll play right into Starlink's hands. It was at this moment that Melancholic Smile realized how truly terrifying a superpower could be. It was actually possible to kill someone with money alone. I'm not sure who gave Starlink this idea, but it should prepare to lose a few teeth if it thinks it can use capital to compete with Zero Wing. Feng declared with a smile. If this had happened before Feng had upgraded Stone Forest Town into Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would have likely suffered, but it was no longer the guild it had been. The various superpowers simply did not realize what Stone Forest City represented. How are the private houses around the battle arena coming along? Feng asked. We finished 70% of them. The remaining 30% will require another 2 or 3 days, Melancholic Smile replied. Although she didn't know why Feng asked, she quickly sent him a report on the construction process. Zero Wing had spent over 160,000 gold over the past few days to build these private houses, and it was, undoubtedly, the largest investment the guild had made thus far. We have 70% complete. Feng nodded in satisfaction as he inspected the report. Over 7,000 houses should be enough. Publish an announcement that Stone Forest City is renting its private houses to the public. We'll hold an auction for them throughout the Candlelight trading firm's branches simultaneously. We'll only accept credits as payment, and we'll start the bid at 30,000 credits per month. 30,000 credits for 1 month. Isn't that a little too expensive? Feng's price-shocked melancholic smile. Private houses weren't like shops, which could generate profit for players. Renting a private house was akin to buying a consumable item. They'd be fortunate enough to find players that were willing to rent a private house for a few thousand credits. 30,000 credits per month was just absurd. Relax. Just have someone spread the news. The sooner we get this done, the better, Feng said, chuckling. He did not offer any further explanation. Cities within the bottomless abyss had been holy sites for players in the past. Countless expert players had dreamed of owning private houses in these cities. Unfortunately, the ruling powers had only leased these private houses, but even so, experts had fought desperately to acquire one for themselves at one time. Renting these holy cities' private houses had cost more than 50,000 credits per month. That situation had enlightened God's Domain's players just how much money one could make in the game. Compared to the past, 30,000 credits was quite cheap. Melancholic smile followed her orders and posted the announcement on the official forums in God's Domain's various kingdoms and empires. Chapter 2180, Crazy Auction. The moment God's Domain's players heard that Stone Forest City's private houses would be available to rent, the news caused a sensation throughout the various kingdoms and empires. I'm not seeing things, right? Zero Wing is actually leasing its private houses to the public. This is wonderful. If we can rent a private house in Stone Forest City, we can teleport there anytime we want. Crap. Zero Wing is so scummy. It's only leasing the private houses, not selling them. Almost every player in the game paid close attention to Stone Forest City since they all had optimistic hopes for the bottomless abyss, especially now that players had begun to explore the regional dungeon, spreading the news of their harvests. Many independent players had found fine gold treasure chests, and independent teams had obtained advanced legacies after killing Grand Lords. Even the weakest boss in the bottomless abyss dropped level 65 secret silver equipment, and that was when their luck had failed them. If players' luck held out, even level 65 fine gold weapons and equipment dropped from the weaker bosses. However, the various kingdoms and empires players were focused on something else entirely. Players' leveling speed in the regional dungeon excited them far more than its frightening drop rates. Everyone had been impressed with their leveling speed in neutral maps, but they could level twice as fast in the bottomless abyss. Because of this, the bottomless abyss had become a sacred leveling ground. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the dungeon's first floor. Even ordinary expert teams suffered annihilation before they got that far. However, the announcement regarding Stone Forest City's private houses alleviated this problem. With a private house, players could teleport to the bottomless abyss at any time, from anywhere. They could also teleport to their private houses from within the regional dungeons. It would save them plenty of travel time, and they could explore farther than before. However, when the public discovered Zero Wing's intentions to auction off the private houses and the starting bid, they burst into heated discussions. Not only is Zero Wing refusing to sell the private houses, only rent them, but its starting bid is 30,000 credits per month. Is Zero Wing insane? Zero Wing is too greedy. I don't even make 10,000 credits per month. You'd have to be wealthy to afford these houses. That's right. Who would want to rent those private houses at such a high price? Countless players cursed Zero Wing for its fraudulence when they saw the minimum bid. The guild had essentially excluded ordinary players from the auction with such a high price. Only wealthy players would be able to afford to grind freely in the bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, several flashes illuminated Dark Knight City's teleportation hall as a 6-man party arrived. These 6 players were not particularly high-leveled, with most of them around level 56 or 57. The party's highest-level player was only level 60. However, she wore a full set of level 60 fine gold equipment and carried 2 long swords of indiscernible rank. Despite her low level, many of the level 65+ experts in the teleportation hall sensed danger the moment she arrived. They couldn't help but turn to look at the elegant girl, who appeared to be barely 20 years old. Tian Tong, do you really plan to compete for a private house in Stone Forest City? The starting bid is 30,000 credits. How can a student like you afford that? The level 56 female cleric, the level 60 female swordsman's companion, asked worriedly if worse comes to worst, I'll just sell those items. Including what I have on me, I should have enough. My level isn't high enough yet, and I have no choice but to try if I want to level up quickly. I have to catch up to the game's frontline players if I want to compete with Black Flame, Tian Tong, the female swordsman, declared. Big Sis Tong keeps telling me that I'm not qualified to follow her, and the only way I can change that is by defeating him. I'm curious to see how strong Black Flame is to gain Big Sis Tong's recognition. Black Flame is Zero Wing's guild leader. He even earned the title of Sword King from the Secret Pavilion. Do you really think he'll be so easy to defeat? A level 57 shield warrior said that is only true right now. Once I've caught up with the frontline experts' levels, it will be a different story, Tian Tong confidently replied as she glanced at the dilapidated longswords hanging at her waist. Her companions had nothing more to say about her ambitions and fell silent. They, more or less, understood the young woman's strength. She was a monster in human skin. If she hadn't joined God's domain so late, she might have already become famous in the game. The party then made their way to Dark Knight City's Candlelight trading firm to participate in the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Independent players and guild representatives did the same throughout the various kingdoms and empires. For a time, players squeezed into Candlelight's many shops. Even the various large guilds' upper echelons were shocked to see such massive gatherings of independent players, adventurer team members, and guild representatives. There sure are a lot of participants. I know, right? Well, who could possibly resist the temptation of grinding freely in the bottomless abyss? Honestly, I hadn't expected Zero Wing to lease its private houses. I had assumed the guild would keep them for its own members and bolster its strength. We have Starlink to thank for this. I've heard that Starlink has been spending insane amounts of money to poach Zero Wing's lifestyle players, and Zero Wing is suffering for it. The guild must have decided to rent Stone Forest City's private houses to alleviate some of the pressure. But how much can Zero Wing actually earn from renting the private houses? The amount of credits it rakes in will only be a drop in the bucket to Starlink. It might be a different story if Zero Wing sells the private houses, though. Doing so might give it a chance of contending with Starlink. The various powers' upper echelons attending the auctions were more than happy to watch Zero Wing and Starlink continue their feud and take advantage of the situation. Only, in their opinion, Zero Wing was trying to get itself killed by competing with Starlink's on a financial front. Giving up those lifestyle players would be a much wiser move. While Candlelight's guests chatted about the situation, its staff began the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Candlelight trading firm. First, I must inform you that due to the limited number of private houses in Stone Forest Town, our firm can only afford to lease a small number. Any player that wins a bid in this auction will gain priority bidding rights in the next. If two players bid the same value in the next auction, we will prioritize the player who has rented from us before. So, everyone, please take advantage of this opportunity, the Candlelight trading firm's auctioneer explained, smiling as she glanced over the crowd before her. Every guest gulped audibly and glowed with excitement. Players could grind to level 100 in the bottomless abyss, which would take more than 2 or 3 months. Needless to say, players would need to rent Stone Forest City's private houses for more than one. With prioritized bidding rights, players would have a massive advantage in the next auction. Now that we have that out of the way, let's start the auction for Stone Forest City's first private house. The starting bid is 30,000 credits. Each increment must be no lower than 500 credits. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the venue exploded with sound. 35,000. 40,000. Crap. Everyone's gone crazy. I bid 45,000. Don't compete with me. This one's mine. 50,000. Chapter 2181, God's Domain's Influence. Contrary to ordinary players' beliefs, the auctions for Stone Forest City's private houses had begun with a bang. The prices rapidly climbed as participants placed bids like they were fighting over cabbages. They shouted their bids with bloodshot eyes and fierce expressions as if they would take a bite out of anyone who outbid them. The tension in Dark Knight City's Candlelight trading firm was electric. Are you kidding me? This is just for 1 month of rent, yet someone's bidding 50,000 credits. Are these people insane? The level 56 female cleric sitting beside Tian Tong exclaimed, astonished. The original price, 30,000 credits, was already quite high, in her opinion. Stone Forest City's private houses were valuable, but they only made it easier for players to reach the bottomless abyss and load them to recover Stomy happy face and concentration slightly faster than normal. At most, players with a private house would only get to spend a little more time grinding in the regional dungeon than those without. Zero Wing should thank its stars that players were even willing to rent the houses for 30,000 credits, especially since not many players could afford the price to begin with yet. Hundreds of players were placing one bid after another. Some players didn't get the chance to finish placing their bid before someone else's voice rose above theirs. In the blink of an eye, the first private house's price had risen to 50,000 credits, and that was just for a 1-month lease. No. They just recognized the value of Stone Forest City's private houses, Tian Tong said as she shook her head. In reality, being able to level up faster is a secondary benefit to them. I heard that the mana in the city is even denser than in the Divine Colosseum. Even after a short stay, players' minds sharpen, and their reaction speed increases. Being able to teleport back to their private houses from within the bottomless abyss will also allow players to spend more time training in the city. If players spend a fair amount of time training there, they might be able to improve their combat standards far faster than training elsewhere. Improving one's combat standards was the foundation for growing stronger in God's domain. Levels and equipment were only temporary measures to a true expert. Nothing was more important than improving their combat standards. This was also why Tian Tong wanted to rent her own private house in the city. While Tian Tong had explained the reason behind these players' passionate abandon to her companion, the bidding for the first private house had risen to 65,000 credits, which made the ordinary participant sigh with disappointment. 70,000. Tian Tong shouted 80,000. A level 68 ranger almost immediately outbid Tian Tong. 200,000. This first house is mine. A level 69 berserker boldly declared. An uproar shook the venue as soon as the participants heard this berserker's bid. 200,000. That's enough to rent a mansion in a city. The Dark Knight Empire's 26th ranked berserker is here. No. I've heard that Fei Yu has defeated 2 of the Blood Jade family's peak experts. He's now ranked 23rd. Even superpowers have been trying to recruit him. It seems Fei Yu will claim Stone Forest City's first private house. The players present, especially the ordinary players, could not help but silently marvel at Fei Yu's imposing figure. They couldn't understand why an expert like him would be willing to spend 200,000 credits for a month-long claim to a private house in Stone Forest City. The man was simply insane. However, before the auctioneer could slam her gravel once, another voice rose through the clamor. 400,000 credits. The Blue Sky Adventurer team wants this house. I hope that you all can step aside out of respect. A level 70 shield warrior abruptly shouted as the crowd turned toward this level 70 guardian knight, their mouths hanging open in shock. What? Empty Miracle is here, too. Blue Sky was the 5th-ranked adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire, and Empty Miracle, the team's commander, was one of the Empire's top 10 guardian knights. It was rumored that his strength could even rival that of Superpower's peak experts. The man was a large part of the reason that Blue Sky had earned its current position. One of Starlink's elders had even tried to recruit Empty Miracle due to his impressive prowess and extraordinary achievements. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the Dark Knight Empire. This is an auction, Empty Miracle. Speak with your money. A robust, level 70 assassin suddenly stood from his seat. Our Windwolf adventurer team has no time for your nonsense. 500,000. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. Blue Sky and Windwolf fought, outbidding one another for a time. The watching crowd fell silent as they watched. Do they really need to go this far? Isn't it just a private house? That's right. And this is only the first one. Aren't there still plenty available? Can't these two adventure teams let others have a chance as well? No one understood why two of the Dark Knight Empire's top adventure teams were so desperate to rent one of Stone Forest City's private houses that they'd continue to outbid each other. The auction had just begun, and Candlelight had promised to present multiple private houses. If the two adventure teams were willing to set aside their differences, they could rent a private house for a much lower price. How can this be happening? Tian Tong's expression darkened as she watched the scene play out. She had sold one of her valuable treasures to increase her chances of winning a bid. Before she had arrived at the venue, she had collected 300,000 credits. She hadn't thought that she'd have any problems winning a private house with so much money on hand. She had even hoped to rent a private house until she reached level 100 with these funds, but now, she didn't even qualify to participate in the auction. In the end, Blue Sky's Empty Miracle had won the first private house for 860,000 credits, shocking every player in the venue. However, just as everyone believed that the astronomical price was only a result of Blue Sky and Windwolf butting heads and that the auction would continue at a far more reasonable pace. 500,000. 550,000. The moment the second private house's auction began, someone placed a bid for 500,000 credits. The second private house eventually sold for a total of 930,000 credits. The third and fourth private houses sold for 880,000 and 890,000 credits, respectively. Moreover, every winner was an adventurer team's commander. None of the ordinary participants had even had a chance when the auctioneer announced the 11th private house. The various guild upper echelons in their VIP rooms made their move. 1,200,000. Once the various guilds stepped in, the lowest closing price skyrocketed to 1,500,000 credits. This is insane. These people must be paid actors. Tian Tong's cleric companion exclaimed. They have to be. Tian Tong couldn't bring herself to agree with her friend, and neither could the other expert players in the venue. All of the auction's victors were respectable individuals in the Dark Knight Empire. Regardless of Zero Wing's reputation, it couldn't afford to hire so many VIPs to fight over these private houses so desperately. As the guild upper echelons continued to compete, many players realized why Blue Sky and Windwolf had fought so fiercely for the first private house. Obviously, the various guilds had decided to concede the first 10 private houses, which were more than enough for the Empire's top adventurer team. So, independent players like us never had a chance of claiming Stone Forest City's private houses. Tian Tong couldn't help her bitter smile as she watched the Empire's guilds rent one private house after another. A similar scene played out in other kingdoms and Empire's Candlelight trading firms. For a time, a commotion erupted across God's domain. Chapter 2182, Frightening Wealth. When news of the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses had spread, God's domain's ordinary players began to wonder if the various guilds had lost their minds. Multiple guilds had willingly spent more than 1 million credits to rent a private house for a single month. With that kind of money, they could stay in a 7-star hotel for a month and still have plenty to spare. Yet, these guilds had spent so much to rent an ordinary private house. Crap. Those private houses are only convenient for travel. Do they really have to go this far? The day I own such a city in God's domain will be the day I become a wealthy tycoon. An act. This has to be an act. For a time, everyone in God's domain talked about the matter. Many players had even pushed back their grinding schedules to watch the auctions. When the game's other powers, those that weren't participating in the auctions, found out about the situation, they realized how frightening God's domain TMLY was. With the right opportunity, one could earn a truly terrifying amount of money through this game. Before this, most high-value transactions were conducted with coins. Although God's domain was quite realistic and players could trade coins for credits, most people stuck with the idea that this was only a game. However, these players realized their mistake as Stone Forest City's private houses sold for credits. God's domain was more like another country in the real world than a game as the private houses sold, one after another. An uproar shook Zero Wing to its core guild leader. We have already rented out 1,667 units. The lowest closing price is 600,000 credits, while the highest is 1,740,000 credits. We've officially earned more than 2 billion credits. Melancholic Smile energetically reported she had assumed that they'd be lucky to earn enough to offer Candlelight's lifestyle players a stable monthly salary, but they hadn't even sold 1/3 of the houses they'd constructed, and they'd already earned far more than they had expected. They could even afford to replace the lifestyle players they had lost, not to mention retain the trading firm's current lifestyle players. Moreover, Stone Forest City's income restored the confidence their players had in Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm. In fact, advanced lifestyle players from other large guilds had begun to approach Candlelight, interested in joining the firm. Although Candlelight had been considered a sacred place for lifestyle players, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had offered competitive wages to retain their players. This was the only reason that the kingdom's advanced lifestyle players hadn't flooded Candlelight. However, now that Candlelight offered advanced lifestyle players a monthly salary in credits, these players couldn't afford to ignore the trading firm. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of earning 20,000 credits per month. As long as an advanced lifestyle player joined the Candlelight trading firm, they wouldn't have to toil in a job they hated in the real world. Furthermore, they could earn 100,000 credits each month if they became a master lifestyle player. During the few hours the auction was happening, Candlelight had received applications from over 600 advanced lifestyle players and 5 master lifestyle players. With so many capable crafters, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about its development stagnating. It seems I've underestimated these guilds and adventurer teams' desperation, Feng said. Even he was a little surprised to hear Melancholic Smile's report. He had expected the private houses to rake in more than the 50,000 credit record of his previous life. He had, after all, established Stone Forest City in the bottomless abyss far sooner than any town had done so in the past. Stone Forest City didn't have any competition either, so demand for its private houses would be far greater than normal. Still, he hadn't expected the demand to be this intensive. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Feng found the situation reasonable. Training, leveling, and treasure, the bottomless abyss ranked at the top in all 3 aspects. It was only natural that expert players would go mad over the regional dungeon, especially peak experts from the various large guilds. These experts wouldn't even mind parting with 2 million credits for such an opportunity, much less a mere 1 million. If they got lucky and encountered a few fortuitous opportunities, they'd gain a massive advantage over their competition. They could even earn back far more income through such opportunities. At this rate, guild leader, it won't take long to rent out all of the 3,000 private houses we've prepared for today. With the money we've earned, Starlink doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of poaching our members, Melancholic Smile confidently declared. Starlink might be able to offer a higher salary to lure away Candlelight's members, but Candlelight could simply recruit more talented players with their current rates. The trading firm would have no issues maintaining its operations. They might even be able to expand. No. I don't want to rent all 3,000 units today. Let's stop after 2,000 units. Then, we can rent out another 1,000 units each day, Feng decided, shaking his head. Demand would only increase if they maintained a limited supply. Since he had such a rare opportunity before him, he had to take full advantage of it. By this time next month, he'd have a very difficult time fetching such high prices for Stone Forest City's private houses. Moreover, players hadn't discovered all of the benefits these private houses had to offer. Once they did, prices would rise even higher. 2 billion credits were enough to settle the crisis Candlelight and Zero Wing faced, so he didn't mind waiting a few more days before renting off the rest of the houses. He also wanted to set up his own training center in Fenglin City, which would cost a huge sum of credits initially. Feng had planned to build even more private houses and shops in Stone Forest City to earn the necessary funding for his training center, but looking at it now, the first batch should be more than enough. We're only renting out 2,000 units today. I'll inform our auctioneers right away. It didn't take long for Melancholic Smile to recognize what Feng was trying to do. She immediately contacted her staff members in Candlelight's many shops shortly after. Melancholic Smile relayed the command. The remaining private houses had been rented. Everyone, we've rented out all of the private houses we had prepared for today. Please, visit us tomorrow, the excited auctioneers announced to their audience's disappointment. The announcement caused a ruckus throughout the various auction venues. What's going on? Why aren't there more available? Crap. You guys barely gave us anything. How could you run out so quickly? I was just about to make my move. The various guild representatives expressed their frustration about the auction's sudden conclusion. Many of the representatives that had held back regretted their decisions. Originally, they had planned to wait out their competition before making a move. That way, they could win a private house for much cheaper, but it seemed that their plans had backfired. Tian Tong, everyone has gone insane today. Let's wait a few days before we return. The various powers experts should have sated their appetite by then. You shouldn't have any issues winning a bid, the level 56 cleric beside Tian Tong advised. I agree. Tian Tong nodded. The auction's first few days would be particularly lively, but once the various powers had their fill, prices would fall. The various representatives then returned to their respective cities. Some of the visiting powers had left behind players to keep an eye on the trading firm and report back if anything new surfaced regarding the private houses. Naturally, the players that had won a private house promptly made their way to Stone Forest City to prepare for their conquest in the Bottomless Abyss. Now, every second counted. Chapter 2183, Private Houses Hidden Effect. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As the auctions ended, the players that had won their bids made their way to their new properties. However, these experts were stunned after teleporting to their private houses. How is this possible? Everyone was astonished to find a new buff icon in their status window: high mana state. While this buff was in effect, players would receive another buff that increased their maximum stamina and concentration by 20% for 12 hours after resting for 8 hours in their private houses. If players rested for 12 hours, the buff's duration would increase to 18 hours. These experts were ecstatic over the new discovery in the Bottomless Abyss. Stamina and concentration consumption rates were a player's biggest weakness. They could only grind in the God Mode regional dungeon if they found a way to maintain these stats. Now, they discovered that they could have 20% more stamina and concentration by simply resting for some time in their private houses. This would greatly extend their activity time and boost their leveling speed. The visiting expert players wasted no time in reporting this to their respective superiors. What's going on? Players can only accumulate the double EXP buff in Stone Forest City's hotels, but they can gain more stamina and concentration by relaxing in a private house. Doesn't that mean players with private houses will level 20% faster than players who don't have one? If that's the case, we have to get more private houses tomorrow. For a time, the various powers received notifications regarding the private house's hidden effect. Re-evaluating their previous opinions, the various powers had only viewed Stone Forest City's private houses as a convenient travel tool, but now that they had learned that these houses could increase players' stamina and concentration, they had taken on a whole new meaning. If they could secure 20 private houses and send an entire team to take advantage of this buff, the team's leveling speed would be far faster than a mere 20% boost allowed. The combat power an individual could exhibit was on a different level than fighting with a team. Moreover, players would drastically reduce their stamina and concentration consumption rates by fighting alongside teammates. If an entire team had a 20% maximum stamina and concentration buff, they'd be able to last in the Bottomless Abyss for more than 30% longer than teams without the buff. With so much more time, the team could explore more of the dungeon, reducing the number of competitors it would face. Much of the Bottomless Abyss's first floor was home to dark demonkin. As well, these dark demonkin looked similar to humans, but unlike humans, magic circuits covered these demonkins' entire bodies. They also bore a third eye on their foreheads, and they had an affinity for mana that rivaled the elves. Factoring in the Bottomless Abyss's environment, a random level 65, chieftain-ranked dark demonkin could effortlessly defeat ordinary expert players. If an expert party encountered a Lord-ranked Dark Demon kin, the party would lose half of its members before it killed the monster if it didn't react appropriately. To make matters worse, Dark Demon kin were very difficult to sense unless players spotted them. They were skilled with ambush tactics and hid their auras with magic. When exploring the bottomless abyss, players had to remain on high alert, which substantially increased their stamina and concentration consumption rates. Unfortunately, players had no other choice, as even refinement realm experts would die if they weren't careful. This situation instilled a deep fear for the various powers teams, making them hesitant to venture too far into the first floor. They constantly worried that they wouldn't have enough stamina and concentration for the return trip, and if that happened, they'd likely die and lose several days of effort. Thus, the various powers expert teams had remained in the first floor's outer region so far. However, if an entire team had the buff Stone Forest City's private houses provided, they could easily venture farther into the first floor. God's domain's powers immediately began to collect their funds. They also sent more people to the Candlelight trading firm's shops, those that would participate in the auction, to increase their chances of winning more bids. For a time, Candlelight's shops were packed with players. The shops in Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, White River City, and Dark Knight City, in particular, held massive crowds. The crowds were so large that players were nearly forced to wait outside. Passing players, who had hoped to visit the shops, were stupefied. What's going on? Why have so many guilds gathered here? That's right. There weren't this many people during the last auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Peeking in from the doorways, players spotted representatives from more than 100 guilds in Candlelight's shops. Although most were from small guilds, there were quite a few players formed first and second-rate guilds. While everyone wondered why so many powers had flooded the Candlelight trading firms, the firm began the second auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Due to the increased number of participants, Candlelight had employed entry restrictions. Now, players had to hold more than 500,000 credits to participate. This change elicited curses from the various independent players. Some even criticized Zero Wing for being full of itself, claiming that the guild would never sell so many houses for such high prices. However, when the auction began and news spread, everyone was forced into silence unexpectedly. Every bid on the second day opened at 2 million credits, and all of the participating guilds fought to outbid each other. Most of the adventure teams taking part hadn't even gotten a chance to call out a bid before they had been disqualified from the auction. Only top adventure teams barely held on by the time players had claimed the second day's 1,000 units. The income from a single private house had hit a new record at 2,360,000 credits, far more than the 500,000 credits on the previous day. For a time, every player in God's domain was shaken insane. These guilds have gone insane. The independent players that had hoped to compete stared at the price incredulously. Did they really need to spend so much on a private house? However, the record broke once again on the third day, with the highest bid closing at 2,570,000 credits. Seeing this, Tian Tong began to despair. On the fourth day, the highest closing bid reached 271 credits, and on the fifth, it hit 2,820,000 credits. By this point, the various adventurer teams were little more than decoration in the auction venues. Only the various guilds could afford to compete. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were astonished. They had never dreamed that Stone Forest City's private houses would be so lucrative. By the time the 6 days auction had ended, and players had claimed all 7,000 private houses, Zero Wing had accumulated 13.7 billion credits. To hold that kind of money, a first-rate guild would need investments from multiple financial groups and corporations. However, Feng knew that he would only earn this much money once. As players reached higher levels and gained better equipment, they wouldn't need to depend on private houses nearly as much as they did now. Moreover, now that the various powers had seen how much potential wealth there was to gain, they would do everything in their power to establish guild towns in the bottomless abyss. Once they did, these private houses would only go for between 30,000 and 50,000 credits. This was Feng's only chance to make such a fortune. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had rapidly developed during the past 6 days. Almost all of the guild's expert players had reached level 70, and it now had 43 refinement realm experts in its midst. Since Feng had sent Fire Dance to train an unyielding soul system, which didn't limit her options, she had broken through to the flowing water realm because Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had been bogged down with the guild's affairs. They hadn't been able to devote themselves to their training fully. Hence, they were shy of reaching the flowing water realm, but it was only a matter of time before they crossed the threshold as well. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recent development had brought a lot of issues to the surface due to the sudden loss of so many internal members. The guild wasn't able to raid as many dungeons or complete as many field operations as before. As a result, the gap between the guild's upper and lower hierarchies grew. If this persisted, Zero Wing's development would start to stagnate. It's about time that I set up that training center. Inspecting the guild's current funds, Feng decided that he couldn't set the matter aside any longer. God's domain's various large guilds in the past had either had access to their own training centers or partnered with already established centers. Not only had this provided fresh blood, but it had also earned these guilds a stable income. Only the guilds with strong support from training centers or dojos had had a chance of becoming overlords in the game. Without that support, stronger competitors had stifled their development. Chapter 2184, Opening a Training Center. The sun shone brilliantly that morning, and a cool breeze brushed by. As soon as Feng left his virtual gaming cabin, he contacted Liang Jing and took her with him to the center of Fenglin City to purchase a training center. Due to the current trends, professional fighters were far more famous than actors or singers, so tons of people aspired to become one. Naturally, plenty of people wanted to capitalize on that aspiration and open their own training centers and dojos. However, this was also why the competition between training centers and dojos in big cities was so intense. Even cruel. Aside from the costs of upgrading training and medical facilities, training centers and dojos had to pay significant fees to research and produce nutritious meals. Only then would their members be able to train efficiently. Individuals would see twice the results with half the training as long as they maintained proper nutrition. Overall, running a training center or dojo was a very expensive business. If one failed to manage their business properly or lacked sufficient capital, they might not even last a few years, especially in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Plenty of training centers or dojos from smaller cities tried to establish themselves in Fenglin City every year, but most never succeeded. Aside from forging crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits in God's domain, Feng had a team grind bosses on the Bottomless Abyss's first floor over the past few days. During the day, he spent most of his time surveying potential buildings for his training center. After several days of searching, he finally decided to buy the Century Training Center, which was only a short distance away from the city's fighting arena. Although the Century Training Center's facilities were somewhat outdated, it had an excellent location. Most importantly, it was large enough for Feng's purposes. The training center occupied a 51-story skyscraper. It had only been open for a little over a year, so the building was still quite new. Although it wasn't quite as large as Zero Wing's main headquarters, it shouldn't have any issues accommodating nearly 10,000 people, more than enough for Zero Wing's current internal members. Moreover, the Century Training Center's previous owners were selling the building for relatively cheap, only 8.9 billion credits. Feng wouldn't need to redesign the building's interior either. He only needed to purchase the latest training and medical equipment, and the training center would be ready for business. Feng spent nearly half a day signing the necessary documents. Once he completed the purchase, he called Xiao Yu. Chairman Xiao, I've settled the matter regarding the training center. Would you like to come see it? Feng asked, smiling. It's done already. Xiao Yu was stunned. In Xiao Yu's opinion, Feng should have needed 2 or 3 months to secure a training center. Gathering the necessary funding would be a major problem, and Feng's hope of purchasing a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream. Moreover, in his opinion, the fact that Feng was trying to buy a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream. To begin with, not even the White Clan group would be able to afford such a massive expenditure unless it sold some of its assets, and the Big Dipper group's investment wouldn't change anything for Zero Wing yet. Only a few days since their last meeting, Feng called to say he had bought a skyscraper. That's right. Now, I just need to purchase equipment and upgrade its facilities, Feng said, nodding all right. I'm on my way. Xiao Yu said. Feng's earnest expression did nothing to quell the old man's skepticism, so he had to verify the information himself. A few hours later, Xiao Yu arrived at the address Feng had given him. He was dazed when he saw the skyscraper, the Century Training Center. How can this be? Xiao Yu stared up at the towering building in utter shock as the Big Dipper Group's chairman and someone who dreamed of opening a training center in a first-tier city. Xiao Yu knew a little about Fenglin City's training centers and dojos. He recognized the Century Training Center the moment he arrived. Since it had failed to produce any skilled fighters in the national fighting competition, it had lost business. Because of that, the Century Training Center had been trying to sell its branch in Fenglin City to recoup some of its losses and fortify its position in second-tier cities. One would need nearly 10 billion credits to purchase Fenglin City's Century Training Center. 10 billion. Not even the Big Dipper Group could afford one-third of this building. Chairman Xiao, will a training center of this size be sufficient? Feng asked politely. Sufficient? Of course, it's sufficient. As long as we promote the training center and upgrade its facilities, we'll have no issues recruiting new members. Xiao Yu exclaimed, already considering multiple plans for the future. Wonderful. Then, I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao to see to the remaining issues. I'll transfer funds to you in a moment for purchasing equipment and advertising, Feng said. When he saw the confident light in Xiao Yu's eyes, he knew the matter was as good as dealt with. Now, he'd just need to wait for the training center to recruit and supply skilled fighters for Zero Wing. As long as the training center supplied enough internal members, Starlink would find it far more difficult to hinder Zero Wing's development. The guild simply had too many advantages. Once I receive the funds, I'll contact my suppliers. I believe they could transfer everything we'll need in 1 or 2 days, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Noticing that Feng didn't waver when he spoke of spending so much money, the young man became even more of a mystery to him. Xiao Yu was very familiar with Feng's background. The young man and his niece had been classmates, so he had looked into him. Even though Feng was a combat genius, Xiao Yu had considered him a fledgling in high society. Since Feng was from a family without a background, he should have needed a decade or so to accomplish anything impressive. Yet, the more time the old man spent with Feng, the more he became unfathomable. He became first. Feng had snagged Fenglin City's White Clan group as a partner. Then, he had purchased Century Training Center's old building. Xiao Yu could also tell that Feng was responsible for these decisions. Everything should arrive in 2 days. If that's the case, we should host our grand opening in 3 days. I'll also have to trouble you with hiring instructors and management staff, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. Time waited for no one. He needed to recruit more internal members for the guild as soon as possible. That won't be a problem, but what do you plan to name the training center? Xiao Yu asked. We can't promote it without a name. Let's call it Heaven's Rumble Training Center, Feng decided. Originally, Feng had planned to give the training center Zero Wing's name as well, but it was too well known right now. Naming it after the guild would only bring the various major powers down on their heads. It was best that he gave it an ordinary name. All right, then. I'll see to the necessary arrangements, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Xiao Yu left, immediately turning his focus to Heaven's Rumble Training Center's management. Of course, the news that the Zero Wing Workshop was preparing to open a training center in Fenglin City quickly spread. Chapter 2185, Experts Gather. Fenglin City, Redstone Restaurant. A thin, middle-aged man respectfully entered one of the restaurant's top-floor VIP rooms. Once inside, he approached an indifferent youth who currently meditated. Although the young man sat there quietly, he felt like the room's overlord. Any enemy of his would become everyone's enemy in the room. Why are you in such a hurry, old Zhua? Feng asked as he opened his eyes, glancing up at the middle-aged man. Have you just received news that Zero Wing is opening a training center in Fenglin City? Moreover, it purchased one of the city's well-known training centers to do so, the butler, Zhuolingqiu, reported. Interesting. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable, after all. I had thought that the organization would run to me for help once it faced a financial crisis. I hadn't expected it to earn a fortune through leasing Stone Forest City's private houses. And now, it's even opening its own training center, Feng calmly mused young master. Although Zero Wing can afford to open a training center, how can setting one up in Fenglin City be so easy? Zhuolinqiu commented disdainfully. According to our information, Lu Xinglua has prepared for this and hired a particularly skilled expert. By the sounds of it, he wants his expert to cause a ruckus in the training center, preventing it from taking root in the city. It was true that one needed enough capital to open a training center, but money wasn't enough to keep one alive. One also needed sufficient strength to defend it, especially in a city as competitive as Fenglin. In that case, I want you to visit Zero Wing's new training center. At the end of the day, we can still use the organization to slow Starlink down, Feng said as he sent a glance at Zhuolinqiu. Understood. With a bow, Zhuolinqiu turned and left the room. Meanwhile, news of Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening shook Fenglin City's fighting industry. With the Starlink corporation's Lu Xinglua targeting Zero Wing, no one dared to ally with the organization for fear of attracting the corporation's ire. Now that Zero Wing had opened its own training center, even a fool knew that Lu Xinglua would make his move. At least it would be interesting to watch. Moreover, the various training centers and dojos throughout the city viewed the fact that this company, which focused its business within virtual reality games, was trying to make a name for itself in Fenglin City's fighting industry as both foolish and a blatant insult. Even on the off chance that Lu Xinglua left Zero Wing's training center alone, they wouldn't let the organization get away with this transgression. Otherwise, they'd become laughingstocks in the industry. While the various training centers and dojos discussed Zero Wing's new facility, Xiaoyu had been methodically planning the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not only had Xiaoyu purchased the latest training and medical equipment available over the last 3 days, but he had also invited many of Fenglin City's VIPs to attend the grand opening. Fortunately, he had far more connections than a young man like Feng. On the day in question, luxury cars stopped by the building's entrance in droves, and many passers-by grew interested in visiting the training center. As a result, however, most of the people that visited Heaven's Rumble Training Center that day were young, passionate fighters. They had all seen the advertisements boasting Heaven's Rumble's state-of-the-art facilities, and they were curious to inspect the training center themselves. The world's technology constantly improved, and with the help of proper data analysis, one could build the best training routine possible, improving far faster than training under a famous instructor. The instant these combat enthusiasts entered Heaven's Rumble Training Center, they were flabbergasted people wearing the uniforms of Fenglin City's various training centers and dojos filled the main hall. Some of them were even well-known experts in the city, and a few of the upper echelons from the city's training centers and dojos had even made an appearance. Crap. What's going on? Why are so many of Fenglin City's experts here? Isn't that Luo Qinqing, who won 3rd place in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition last year? Quick, look! It's Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo. I've heard rumors that he stopped participating in public events to prepare for the international fighting competition. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Chen Tianhe, the Martial Heart Dojo's master? I thought he already retired from the public scene. Why is he here? What kind of power does this training center have behind it? With so many of Fenglin City's experts gathered, the young men and women who visited the training center out of curiosity grew excited. They even wondered if they had stumbled upon Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, rather than a new training center's grand opening. Why else would so many well-known experts be here? While the young fighting enthusiasts were shocked over finding so many of the city's VIPs in one place, a group consisting of 2 young women and a young man entered the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The reaction was mostly due to the 2 young women. One wore an elegant, white dress, which highlighted her long, flowing hair and exquisite appearance. She had the body of a goddess, and many of the women in the crowd became self-conscious. A second exceptional beauty in a bright, red dress stood next to her. When the 2 women entered the hall, they instantly became the center of attention. Even the young man that accompanied these women was exceptionally handsome, and many of the ladies in the hall swooned. The handsome young man was the previous year's champion of Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, known for possessing a talent that only emerged once a decade in the city. He had also qualified to participate in the international fighting competition, and his status as the heir to the Zhang clan group, one of the city's top 5 financial groups, was just icing on the cake. Xingxue, most of these experts don't seem to be here with honest intentions. I'm afraid that this friend of yours will have a very difficult time maintaining a training center in Fenglin City, Zhang Wuya told by Kingswell as he glanced over the crowd. If your friend can't handle the pressure, I'm willing to step up for him. I suspect that most of these training centers and dojos will take a step back out of respect. Sure, Feng is an internal force expert as well, big brother Zhang. Shouldn't he be able to handle the situation? Zhao Yuero asked. An internal force expert might be impressive in second and third tier cities, but this is Fenglin City. Every well-known training center and dojo in the city has its own internal force expert. Moreover, they are experienced veterans. Their accomplishments with internal force are far more impressive than a youngster who has just mastered the techniques, Zhang Wuya explained by Qingxue, and Zhao Yueru's expressions darkened slightly after listening to their companion. They had never thought that opening a training center would be so difficult. While Bai Qingxue's group chatted amongst themselves, another commotion rattled the crowd and the main hall. An imposing bear of a man entered the room. 2 knife scars decorated his face, and his arrival shocked many of the training centers and dojos' upper echelons. The instant this man appeared, many of the training center and dojo upper echelons present could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Why is he here? When Zhang Wuya saw the new arrival, fear flashed in his eyes. Is he someone powerful? Zhao Yueru asked when she noticed Zhang Wuya's trepidation. Powerful? Zhang Wuya shook his head. That word is no longer sufficient. He's practically a devil. He has earned the nickname T-Rex for how heavy-handed he is in combat. No fewer than 20 internal force experts have suffered defeat at his hands. Some of them are still lying in their hospital beds. He was banned from the fighting world for that very reason. Most of that happened more than a decade ago, but according to recent rumors, it seems he has defeated another internal force expert overseas. I don't even think I can stop him if he tries to make a move. While everyone made a fuss, Wang, T-Rex, Zhongxuan stepped into the center of the hall. I've heard that Heaven's Rumble has set up shop here. Who's in charge? I, Wang Zhongxuan, want to spar. I want to see whether or not Heaven's Rumble qualifies to do business in Fenglin City. Wang Zhongxuan shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Most people immediately took a step back. Heaven's Rumble is doomed. I doubt anyone in Fenglin City can save it now that this demon has shown up. The Starlink Corporation is certainly powerful. It's even hired this monster to cause trouble. Zero Wing should have just stayed in its virtual reality game instead of meddling in the fighting industry. As the various training centers and dojos experts watched Wang Zhongxuan, they knew that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would soon go out of business. It would also be the first training center to close on the same day it opened. Suddenly, however, a crisp voice rang out over the crowd's muttering. I don't know who you are, but I'm afraid that you don't qualify to challenge our hall master. Instinctively, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. The speaker was a graceful, mesmerizing woman, and none other than Fire Dance's player. Chapter 2186, Fighting an Internal Force Expert. The various training centers and dojos experts were stunned when they saw Fire Dance. Who's this little lady? Is she tired of living? Although none of them recognized Fire Dance, her identity didn't matter. Even if she was an heiress to a large corporation or a member of a powerful family, Wang Zhongxuan was still a merciless person. Ordinary people, at most, knew this man had recently defeated Demon Wolf, an apex internal force expert overseas. However, these experts knew that Wang Zhongxuan had been banished from the fighting industry in the past and had resorted to mercenary work. He was a cold-blooded monster that had secretly ended many experts' lives with his own hands. It was rumored that he was even responsible for the deaths of a few great families' upper echelons. If Wang Zhongquan wanted to, he could even slay a large family's heirs, regardless of how many bodyguards protected them. As far as the crowd was concerned, Fire Dance was suicidal to provoke Wang Zhongquan so blatantly unexpectedly. However, the bear-like man didn't seem angry. He watched her for a moment before grinning, then asked, "If that's the case, little lady, how do I earn this qualification you speak of?" His goal was simple. He wanted to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation hit rock bottom. His biggest concern was that Heaven's Rumble would refuse to fight him. He had earned quite a reputation, after all. No one would look down on the training center if it declined his challenge. Hence, when this ignorant girl had stepped up to provoke him, he inwardly celebrated. Now, Heaven's Rumble would have no choice but to accept his challenge, and he could take his time toying with the training center and humiliating its management. Heaven's Rumble would never gain a foothold in Fenglin City. Our youth are so impatient. After hearing a few insulting words, she leaped into his trap. Her comment has ensured that Heaven's Rumble will have to face Wang Zhongquan. Chen Tianhe, the martial art dojo's master and an old man in his 50s, said, shaking his head. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Old Xiao, I'm afraid that disaster will befall the young man you mentioned." "Won't Wang Zhongquan back out if you make an appearance, Master Tianhe?" Xiao Yu anxiously asked. He was exasperated over Fire Dance's impatience. He knew she was an expert that had proven herself against one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, but Wang Zhongquan was an expert among experts. When she had stepped forward, she had only caused more trouble for Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Now, Chen Tianhe was their only hope. Chen Tianhe had risen to fame for his martial art mastery many years ago. Even the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan had to show a little respect before this old man. Chen Tianhe was unquestionably powerful. He had ranked among the top 32 in the international fighting competition during his peak. Ranking among the top 32 fighters might not seem impressive, but they were talking about the largest fighting competition in the world. One had to be an expert among experts just to qualify for the competition, and hundreds of martial artists participated. Wang Zhongquan had only ranked among the top 64 fighters during his peak. If I were 15 years younger, I might be able to contend with him, but now, Chen Tianhe said, shaking his head. Youthful vigor was gold in martial arts. This saying rang true both in the past and the present. Wang Zhongquan was only 38 this year, and with today's technology, he was still in his prime. Proving the point, the bear-like man had defeated Demon Wolf, who wasn't any weaker than Chen Tianhe during his peak. Is it really over, just like this? Xian Yu felt as if his soul were leaving his body. He had gone to great lengths to employ Chen Tianhe's help to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would have a home in Fenglin City. He had even called in the favor the old man had owed him for so many years. But now, that youngster, Feng, is really pitiful. He grasped internal force at such a tender age, yet he will have to face Wang Zhongquan, Chen Tianhe lamented, sighing as he stared at the monstrous, scarred Monsi. Feng had definitely earned the title of genius for grasping internal force, despite being in his early 20s. He had a bright future ahead of him. Controlling internal force not only helped one improve their physical control, but it also enhanced comprehension. Moreover, Feng hadn't yet reached his prime. He had plenty of room for growth. With the help of today's technology, he could gain substantial strength. With another 5 or 6 years, Feng could fight Wang Zhongquan to a standstill. Meanwhile, a thin, middle-aged man watched the exchange between Fire Dance and Wang Zhongquan from a corner of the room, frowning. This man was none other than Zhuolinqiu. It seems Lu Xingluo can't be underestimated. To think he would actually employ Wang Zhongquan. The situation will be harder to handle now. Zhuolinqiu felt on edge as he watched the newcomer. He had thought that Lu Xingluo would, at most, hire an advanced internal force expert. He hadn't expected the apex internal force expert, Wang Zhongquan, to show up. Experts of his caliber were extremely rare. Even on a national scale they were also particularly difficult to employ. These experts had no interest in money, they simply didn't need any. Hence, tempting them into action was a challenge. Although Zhuolinqiu was also an apex internal force expert, he was likely no match for Wang Zhongquan due to his age. If it came down to a fight, Zhuolinqiu felt that he only had a 40% chance of winning. While everyone whispered to each other, Fire Dance approached the large man in the center of the hall. She calmly declared, "If you want to spar with our hall master, you'll have to get through me." A series of gasps and silence answered the young woman's declaration. Has she gone insane? Doesn't Heaven's Rumble have any capable fighters? Do they really need to send this young woman to her death? Astonished, the crowd stared at Fire Dance, who maintained her composure even after her bold statement. They wouldn't have been worried for her if she had challenged any other internal force expert, but she had just asked Wang Zongquan to spar. He wasn't kind, he was ruthless. Almost every opponent the scarred man had defeated had spent at least 6 months in a hospital bed, and that was when medical experts had been nearby during the fight. Without the money to afford the best medical services, they would have spent the rest of their lives in a hospital. What is she trying to do? Bai Qingxue began to worry as she watched her comrade. She knew that Fire Dance had trained bitterly in God's domain, and she was quite powerful. However, this was reality, not the virtual world. Even if she frequently trained in the real world, she'd be lucky to survive against ordinary martial arts experts. Trying to fight an expert of Wang Zongquan's caliber was suicidal. Is she a friend, Qingxue? Zhang Tianya asked, to which Bai Qingxue nodded. Don't worry, then. Although I'm not his match, I can stop that monster for a moment if necessary. Zhang Tianya comforted his escort. He had pursued Bai Qingxue for a long time now, although he wanted more than her perfect body and pretty face. He was far more interested in the white clan group that stood behind her. Only a woman of her standards was fit to stand beside him. However, he rarely encountered an opportunity to show off his strength to her. Hence, he was quite pleased with the situation. He wasn't a match for an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan, but he'd have no issues stopping one of the man's attacks. Is your training center out of fighters, little lady? If you wish to spar with me, you should know that I never show mercy to my opponents. You can't blame me for the outcome. Wang Zongquan's expression darkened, and a flash of killing intent lit his eyes. He could have brushed off her interruption as youthful ignorance, but a public challenge was an entirely different matter. He was an internal force expert, a master martial artist. It was humiliating to have some random nobody challenge him. If he did not teach this girl a proper lesson, he'd become a laughingstock. The state of Heaven's Rumble is none of your concern. You can talk after you defeat me. Fire Dance stepped forward, and her fist shot straight toward Wang Zongquan. Chapter 2187, Defeated with One Palm. Although Fire Dance had executed her punch smoothly, without making a sound, her punch seeming as natural as a passing breeze, when the various experts present saw her attacking Wang Zongquan, varying degrees of shock appeared on their faces. Is this girl insane? Chen Tianhe blurted out when he saw Fire Dance's actions. Wang Zongquan had trained his internal force to the apex. Every one of his movements was accompanied by internal force. He was different from experts that had just grasped internal force, who only used it as a trump card during critical moments. Not to mention, a sudden attack like the one Fire Dance executed would hardly be effective against a master like Wang Zongquan. If she was not careful in dealing with Wang Zongquan's inevitable counterattack, she would undoubtedly lose her life. Sure enough, Wang Zongquan did not grow flustered at all at Fire Dance's sudden attack. He calmly took half a step back, accurately moving out of her attack range. In the end, her fist did not even manage to graze his clothes. Immediately after, he counterpunched twice at Fire Dance, first at her face and then at her abdomen. Although both his punches looked identical, the one aimed at Fire Dance's abdomen was actually a little faster than the one aimed at her face. Over. Zhang Tianya's complexion darkened when he saw this scene play out from a short distance away. Originally, he had been planning to save Fire Dance. However, he never thought that Fire Dance would be so crazy as to attack Wang Zongquan without hesitation. To make matters worse, even after seeing her attack fail, she didn't pull back immediately. Now that Wang Zongquan had counterattacked, her life was as good as gone. Although Wang Zongquan's two punches might look very simple to the eyes of ordinary people, they were actually extremely ruthless. A person being attacked in the face would instinctively move to defend their face. In such a situation, attacks directed to other parts of their body would be easily overlooked. Meanwhile, as an apex internal force expert, Wang Zhongquan had an extremely precise grasp on timing and distance. Even well-trained internal force experts would get caught by this move of his if they were not careful, let alone a newbie without any special training like Fire Dance. Just as everyone thought that this fight was already over, however, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance actually ignored the punch aimed at her face. Instead, she suddenly sidestepped and promptly rotated her body. In the torque of her body, she then sent a lightning-fast chop straight at his neck. The sudden development in the battle caught Wang Zhongquan slightly off guard. Originally, he thought that his opponent was merely an inexperienced little girl. He never expected this little girl to easily evade his attack, much less launch a counterattack of her own. However, Wang Zhongquan was a hitman with many years of experience. He was fully capable of reacting to abrupt changes immediately. Although he wouldn't be able to defend against Fire Dance's attack in time, he could still dodge it. He hastily bent his body forward and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Fire Dance's chop. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan retreating, the spectating crowd could not help gasping in shock. Is this for real? Wang Zhongquan actually got repelled. Who is this young lady? Everyone present was aware of just how powerful Wang Zhongquan was. Even experts of the same rank would have difficulty forcing him to retreat. After all, taking the initiative to retreat in a duel meant that one was at a disadvantage. Now, however, a young lady like Fire Dance had actually made Wang Zhongquan fall back. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance saw Wang Zhongquan taking the initiative to retreat, she did not give chase and exploit her advantage. Instead, she simply stood in place and quietly observed him. After a short moment, she stated calmly, "You're only at this standard, I advise you to give up on challenging our hall master." When Fire Dance said these words, the spectating crowd could not help but nod in agreement. After all, if Wang Zhongquan had already fallen into a disadvantage in his fight with Fire Dance, what qualifications did he have to challenge Heaven's Rumble's hall master? You! Wang Zhongquan's rage shot through the roof, the intense killing intent his body radiated making everyone in the hall shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, Wang Zhongquan took a step forward, the marble floor under his feet cracking. His body then transformed into a blur as he dashed at Fire Dance like a ferocious tiger. The instant Wang Zhongquan appeared before Fire Dance, he canted his body slightly to ram his side into her mountain slam. Although this ramming attack looked incredibly plain and simple, none of the experts present would dare to face this attack directly. After all, a ramming attack carried out by an ordinary internal expert could already topple a big tree. Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack could most likely send even a small car flying back. If a person were to receive this attack, all the bones in their body would shatter. Moreover, Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack was incredibly fast, so fast that many of the experts present didn't even react to it. Why must this little girl put herself in such a difficult position? Chen Tianhe sighed at this scene. Chen Tianhe had been very shocked by Fire Dance's previous performance, where she managed to not only maintain her cool, despite going up against such a powerful opponent, but even turn a dangerous situation into an opportunity to attack. She was definitely a gifted fighter. He was even tempted to take her in as a disciple. Meanwhile, had Fire Dance not provoked Wang Zhongquan further, Chen Tianhe could have forced Wang Zhongquan to leave the premises by making an appearance. After all, the fact that Wang Zhongquan had taken the initiative to retreat in a fight against a little girl, who was probably only half his age, was already humiliating enough. Insisting on continuing the fight would only further damage his reputation. However, now that Wang Zhongquan had blown his top, he wouldn't care even if he was called out for bullying the weak. Nobody could stop him now. To everyone's surprise, however, Fire Dance actually did not try to dodge Wang Zhongquan's ramming attack. On the contrary, she even took the initiative to meet him in battle. Is she crazy? Her decision shocked everyone. No one expected Fire Dance to respond so boldly. Wang Zhongquan surpassed even national-level athletes in terms of physical fitness. Only a few people in the entire country was superior to him. Trying to use brute force against him was akin to smashing an egg against a rock-arrogant brat. When Wang Zhongquan saw Fire Dance moving to greet him in battle, a ruthless sneer appeared on his face as he further accelerated his body. A moment later, Wang Zhongquan's body crashed into Fire Dance's. However, just as everyone thought that she would go flying over 10 meters, a shocking scene occurred. Wang Zhongquan actually passed through Fire Dance. An afterimage. Zhang Tianya gaped in shock involuntarily when he saw Fire Dance's figure fading out of existence, a visual residue. Chen Tianhe immediately realized what had happened. An afterimage could be created so long as a person was moving fast enough. However, creating a visual residue did not require a person to be moving quickly, only sufficiently rapid reactions. The human mind took time to process the images the eyes saw. If one's reaction speed was sufficiently fast, they could miss perception that they were still in their original position when, in reality, they had already moved elsewhere. However, accomplishing such an action was extraordinarily difficult. This feat required one to transition from being static to dynamic motion at an extreme speed. In addition, not only did one's body have to keep up with this rapid transition, but their neural response time needed to be able to keep up as well. However, it was incredibly difficult to improve one's neural response time and impossible to do so through ordinary training. Moreover, regardless of how powerful a person became, they could improve their neural response time by only an extremely limited amount. Meanwhile, by the time Wang Zhongquan reacted to the situation, Fire Dance had already moved aside and turned to face him. She then sent a palm strike at his chest, her attack looking as gentle as a falling leaf. Peng. However, the moment Fire Dance's palm collided with Wang Zhongquan's body, he felt as if a hammer had just struck his chest. His face instantly turned beet red as he stumbled a few steps back before dropping down to one knee. Internal force. She's an internal force expert. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan's kneeling figure, the spectating crowd could not help but turn to stare at the completely unharmed Fire Dance in shock. Chapter 2188. Do you have an opinion? Everyone was stunned to see Wang Zhongquan down on one knee. Wang Zhongquan's physique completely surpassed an ordinary person's. Even the professional fighters of Fenglin City would have an extremely difficult time inflicting any external damage on him, much less internal damage. Yet, he actually sustained considerably severe internal injuries from Fire Dance's gentle palm strike. Based on his current complexion, he would most likely need half a month to recover from his injuries. This outcome was simply unbelievable. The only explanation anyone could come up with for this situation was that Fire Dance had utilized internal force. She not only grasped internal force at such a young age but also managed to injure Wang Zhongquan. Could she be the disciple of some ancient aristocratic family? Chen Tianhe also could not help his astonishment as he looked at Fire Dance. Even with the help of modern technology, internal force experts were still incredibly rare. One would already be considered very talented to grasp internal force by the age of 30. Every one of such experts would become celebrities in the fighting industry. Even a top-ranking dojo like the White Tiger Dojo would treat such an expert as an honored guest. Nevertheless, Fire Dance had successfully grasped internal force at such a young age and even managed to heavily injure Wang Zhongquan in one move. This was incredible. The only possibility Chen Tianhe could think of to explain this situation was that Fire Dance was the disciple of an ancient aristocratic family, since such disciples practically started training in their mother's wombs. These disciples enjoyed the best resources, legacies, and teachers. As a result, they generally grasped internal force in their teens. By the time they entered their 20s, they were already strong enough to rank within the top 20 in international fighting competitions should they choose to participate. However, ancient aristocratic families generally kept a low profile and never fought for fame. Hence, the general populace did not know about these ancient aristocratic families. All the same, the influence these ancient aristocratic families held in the world was not the slightest bit weaker than that of major corporations. She's an ancient aristocratic family's disciple. Xiao Yu revealed an excited expression when he heard Chen Tianhe's words. Xiao Yu had heard a little regarding ancient aristocratic families, so he had an idea just how frightening they were. They were not existences ordinary people like himself could come into contact with. Only well-established martial arts masters like Chen Tianhe had the opportunity to do so. If Fire Dance really was an ancient aristocratic family's disciple, then the Heaven's Rumble Training Center would truly become powerful. Even the Starlink Corporation would probably be helpless against it. Meanwhile, at this moment, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present in the hall had lost their complacent attitude altogether. Now, only shock and fear filled their minds. If even Wang Zhongquan was defeated, then who in Fenglin City could possibly be a match for Fire Dance? Moreover, Fire Dance was still so young. She would definitely continue growing stronger. One could even describe her future as limitless. With such a talent present, who would dare provoke the Heaven's Rumble Training Center? After a brief round of exclamations from the spectating crowd, Wang Zhongquan managed to recover slightly and slowly stand back up. Now, his eyes held only fear when he gazed at Fire Dance. I never thought that I would actually lose to a little girl like you. May I know which aristocratic family's disciple you are? Wang Zhongquan asked politely, his previous arrogant attitude gone. Now, he was treating Fire Dance as his equal. Wang Zhongquan was far more knowledgeable than Chen Tianhe, so he knew just how powerful the disciples of aristocratic families were. The moment Fire Dance sent him stumbling back, he concluded that she was a disciple of an ancient aristocratic family. After all, everyone from the younger generation capable of surpassing him was an expert famous throughout the country. They definitely wouldn't be an unknown existence like Fire Dance. Fortunately, Fire Dance's strength and physical fitness were greatly inferior to his own. Had that previous strike been executed by an expert of equal standards, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stand back up. Fire Dance's victory was due entirely to her calm mind and frightening reaction speed. Her grasp of distance was also frighteningly accurate. Had he known that Fire Dance possessed such abilities early on, he definitely wouldn't have used such aggressive maneuvers. Instead, he would have opted for a more secure fighting style. Then, he wouldn't have been defeated so decisively. However, Fire Dance was still very young. Her physical fitness could continue improving in the future. The same was true for her technical standards. Wang Zhongquan did not feel ashamed of being defeated by such a prodigy and aristocratic family's disciple. The heartstrings of Zhang Tianya, who was standing a short distance away, quivered when he looked at Fire Dance. Both Fire Dance's appearance and body were extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was Zhao Yueru's equal. Moreover, Fire Dance's martial artist's temperament lent her an additional elegance that Zhao Yueru did not have. If it was indeed true that Fire Dance had the backing of an ancient aristocratic family, then she would definitely be of great help to him in the future, if he could obtain her aristocratic family's disciple. Fire Dance, however, was confused by Wang Zhongquan's words. She then explained, I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. As soon as Fire Dance was done speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Momentarily. Impossible. You grasped internal force at such a young age. You also have that frightening reaction speed and a talent for combat. How can you simply be a member of a small training center? Wang Zhongquan was enraged by Fire Dance's response. If you don't want to tell me which aristocratic family you're from, just say so. Is there a need to humiliate me this way? While he could accept being defeated by Fire Dance, as a martial arts master, he definitely would not accept being humiliated. Moreover, what he was truly adept at was not fighting but assassination. Outside official settings, he would have plenty of means to kill Fire Dance without anybody tracing the deed back to him. Everyone present also nodded in agreement with Wang Zhongquan's words. A member of a training center. What a joke! Even the top-ranking training centers and dojos in the country did not have the ability to produce an expert like Fire Dance. I'm telling the truth. I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member that has been training under our hall master all this time. I can't do anything about it even if you don't believe me, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. She gave no further explanation after that. I heard that your hall master is just in his early 20s. If you insist on trying to raise your hall master's reputation, then I have nothing else to say. However, I will firmly engrave today's matter in my heart. Wang Zhongquan was now thoroughly enraged. However, with his defeat at Fire Dance's hands, he no longer had any qualifications to challenge Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master. Even so, he still had many ways to destroy both the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Fire Dance. Was there a need for this little lady to humiliate him like so? Chen Tianhe could already see that Wang Zhongquan bore killing intent toward the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Fire Dance. The man definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Even a fool wouldn't believe that a youth in his early 20s could nurture Fire Dance, who was of roughly similar age, into her current state. Let alone Wang Zhongquan, even Chen Tianhe would become very angry if he were in Wang Zhongquan's shoes. However, just as Wang Zhongquan was about to turn around and leave, a crisp voice echoed throughout the entire Halley. "Am her instructor. Do you have any opinions about it?" Immediately, everyone automatically turned their heads toward the origin of the voice, and what they saw was a young man currently descending the staircase from the second floor. This young man in black was none other than Feng, who had just completed his daily training. Chapter 2189, Shocking the Audience. Everyone present inside the hall gazed at Feng in astonishment. Wang Zhongquan was no minor character. Although he had lost to Fire Dance, there was still no doubt that he was an apex internal force expert. Even the masters of top-ranking training centers and dojos had to treat him with respect. Not to mention, Wang Zhongquan had been working as a hitman for the past decade. Even if he couldn't openly cause problems for a training center or dojo, he was more than capable of doing so in secret. Is this guy tired of living? He actually dares to come out now. Does he really think Wang Zhongquan won't dare to challenge him again? What bold words! Does he actually believe he can produce an internal force expert? The many experts present looked at Feng with disdain when he appeared in the hall. They all felt that Feng was getting too full of himself. Fire Dance had just fought a dangerous battle in order to pull the Heaven's Rumble Training Center out of a crisis. All Feng needed to do was lie low and wait for Wang Zhongquan to leave. He simply had to be tired of living, to reveal himself now. Old Xiao, is this the young man you were talking about? Chen Tianhe shook his head as he looked at Feng. He's far too immature and arrogant. Although he has the support of an aristocratic family's disciple, he still shouldn't have provoked Wang Zhongquan like this. Although Wang Zhongquan could not afford to run afoul of ancient aristocratic families, he would have no problems killing the other members of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. He could also make it so that the deed couldn't be traced back to him. Even though Feng had already grasped internal force, it wouldn't change his fate. After all, according to the rumors Chen Tianhe had heard, more than 10 internal force experts had fallen at Wang Zhongquan's hands, including apex internal force experts. So, he is Feng. Zhang Tianhe could not help but reveal some envy as he eyed Feng, an aristocratic family's disciple. The status of every one of these disciples was not the slightest bit inferior to that of an heir of a major corporation. They were existences that even someone like Wang Zhongquan had to show respect to. Yet, despite having ordinary looks and an average family background, Feng actually managed to gain Fire Dance's favor and even her support. How could Zhang Tianhe not envy him? In fact, Zhang Tianhe believed there was an 80% chance that Feng's success in becoming an internal force expert was due to Fire Dance's help. After all, the legacies and resources that ancient aristocratic families possessed were far superior to those of top-ranking training centers and dojos. So long as one possessed even the slightest amount of talent, they would have no problem becoming an internal force expert. If Zhang Tianhe had obtained these resources, he would have most likely become an expert on Wang Zhongquan's level by now. Meanwhile, during the time the spectating crowd was quietly discussing Feng had arrived at the center of the hall. Fire Dance promptly took the initiative to stand behind him as if she really was just a member of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. This scene immediately provoked the envy of many of the spectating experts. Crap. What kind of luck does that kid possess to earn the favor of that goddess? What a lucky bastard. With an aristocratic family backing him, even Wang Zhongquan can't do anything against him on the surface. That's right. If we could sponge off such a goddess as well, even setting up a top-ranking training center wouldn't be a problem. Many of the men present derided Feng, and as if they were afraid Feng could not hear them, their voices grew steadily louder as they spoke to most of the experts present. Being able to grasp internal force was already a matter worth rejoicing. As for setting up their own training center in a first-tier city and developing it into a top-ranking training center, that was something that they didn't even dream of. However, if they had the help of an aristocratic family's disciple, then such a feat would be a piece of cake. Now that Feng had Fire Dance's support, his becoming one of Fenglin City's powerhouses was almost guaranteed. Fenglin City's fighting industry might even have to adhere to his wishes in the future. Other top-ranking training centers and dojos also wouldn't dare to act against him rashly. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall was Zhuolinqiu, who was quietly observing the event. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Zero Wing is confident of establishing itself in Fenglin City, Zhuolinqiu thought to himself as he observed Fire Dance, disregarding Feng entirely. With this, Zero Wing indeed merits the young master's attention as the butler of the 5 States Corporation's heir and an apex internal force expert himself. Zhuolinqiu knew a lot more regarding ancient aristocratic families than Chen Tianhe and Wang Zongquan did, so he understood just how valuable the support of an aristocratic family's disciple was. During the time everyone was discussing Feng, Wang Zongquan had also arrived before him, his gaze filled with disdain and anger as he glared at the young man. And here I thought you wouldn't have the courage to show yourself, Wang Zongquan sneered. Since you're here, do you dare exchange a few moves with me? I want to see whether you truly are capable of instructing such an excellent member or not, Hall Master Sure. Originally, Wang Zongquan thought that he would not have a chance to reclaim the reputation he had lost due to Fire Dance today. However, since Feng had taken the initiative to appear before him, this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so and fulfill his agreement with Lu Xinglua to wreck the Heavens Rumble Training Center's reputation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. That won't be a problem. Only, Master Wang, you were just injured. Do you need a few days to recover? It won't be too late to spar at that time, Feng said. No need. It is only a minor injury. I wish to experience Hall Master Shi's brilliant moves now, Wang Zongquan said. He launched an attack at Feng without hesitation, not giving him any more time to speak. In Wang Zongquan's opinion, Feng was simply trying to find an excuse to buy time and eventually let the matter be forgotten. He naturally couldn't let Feng have his way. Meanwhile, the best method to get Feng to take action was to leave the man with no choice but to take action. The spectating crowd shook their heads and sneered at Feng. That guy is so dumb. Did he really think Wang Zongquan would let such a great opportunity slip by? Ha ha ha. He's going to make a fool of himself now. He's just a brat who has just learned internal force. Does he actually think an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan will be afraid of him because of a little injury? How foolish. Does he believe he can run rampant just because he has the backing of an aristocratic family's disciple? Everyone understood that Feng was planning to get Wang Zongquan to give up on today's match with the excuse that Wang Zongquan was injured. Unfortunately, how could someone of Wang Zongquan's caliber not see through his ploy? Moreover, the spectating experts could also see very clearly that, although Fire Dance had defeated Wang Zongquan, she should have grasped internal force only recently. Her physique was also far inferior to his. Although she had indeed managed to injure Wang Zongquan, he should still be able to exhibit 80% of his normal standard, which would be sufficient for him to beat up a basic internal force expert in the next moment. However, Wang Zongquan's fast and powerful fist suddenly came to an abrupt halt before Feng's face, unable to move forward by even the slightest. How is this possible? Wang Zongquan stared at his wrist, which Feng was gripping tightly. In extreme confusion, Wang Zongquan had given his all in that punch. Despite his injury, his full-powered punch still wasn't something a basic internal force expert could block directly. In his opinion, Feng should have chosen to dodge or deflect his attack. However, Feng had actually used one of the most impossible to execute methods to stop his attack, grabbing his wrist before Wang Zongquan could shake off Feng's hold. Feng suddenly tightened his grip and swung Wang Zongquan's arm as if he was swinging a sword. Immediately, Wang Zhongquan felt himself getting yanked off his feet, then propelled through the air. For a moment, the surrounding crowd even felt a strong wind blowing past their faces. Soon after, a loud boom entered everyone's ears as the floor beneath them shook slightly. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Wang Zhongquan was already lying unconscious on the floor some distance away from Feng. The marble beneath him cracked. Chapter 2190, He is a Grandmaster. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan's body lying motionless on the cracked marble floor, the spectating crowd froze, and a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. A short moment later. How is this possible? This is a lie, right? Wang Zhongquan actually got defeated, just like that. Who is this Feng? The spectating experts simply couldn't believe their eyes as they gazed at the unconscious Wang Zhongquan. This was an apex internal force expert they were talking about. Wang Zhongquan stood at the apex of Fenglin City, yet, now, he was actually defeated effortlessly by an ordinary youngster who did not give off even the slightest hint of an aura. The exchange between Feng and Wang Zhongquan had been so decisive that it couldn't even be considered a fight. It was practically a drubbing. So many of the experts here reacted with fear toward Wang Zhongquan before, so shouldn't he be very strong? Why did he get defeated so easily? Could Heaven's Rumble have paid Wang Zhongquan to stage an act? I'm guessing that's most likely the case. Wang Zhongquan is an internal force expert. On the other hand, that Feng is so young. Even if he is powerful, how powerful could he possibly be? Moreover, the fact that someone like Wang Zhongquan even appeared here is very strange, to begin with. Heaven's Rumble must have hired Wang Zhongquan to pretend to fight to raise its fame. Unlike the experts in the hall, the spectating fighting enthusiasts felt that Wang Zhongquan had acted out a play when they saw him so easily defeated. After all, when Wang Zhongquan was fighting Fire Dance earlier, they could more or less tell how powerful he was. However, when Wang Zhongquan fought Feng, from start to end, they hadn't seen any hint of that power Wang Zhongquan had displayed before. They felt that Wang Zhongquan had deliberately coordinated his movements with Feng, jumping into the air the moment Feng grabbed his wrist and letting Feng freely throw him. The fight could not be any faker at this moment. Aside from the fighting enthusiasts, the training center and dojo members present also found this fight fake. The strength an internal force expert wielded far surpassed that of ordinary people. If Wang Zhongquan had thrown his punch with his full strength, even an internal force expert couldn't have stopped his punch by grabbing his wrist. A fake match. At this moment, even Xiao Yu was dumbfounded by this scene. However, he instinctively refuted the possibility, as he had never heard about such plans from Feng earlier. Moreover, the Starlink Corporation had been keeping an eye on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Only an existence like the Starlink Corporation could employ the services of someone like Wang Zhongquan. Most importantly, why would an apex internal force expert agree to min his own reputation just to uplift the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation? As Xiao Yu was wondering why Wang Zhongquan would put on a fake fight, Chen Tianhe, who stood beside Xiao Yu, suddenly revealed a look of horror. Neutralizing. He is a neutralizing Grandmaster. Chen Tianhe muttered quietly as he stared at Feng, his complexion paling as if he had just seen a ghost. Neutralizing Grandmaster. Xiao Yu momentarily fell into a daze when he heard Chen Tianhe's words. Compelled to seek confirmation, he asked, Master Chen, you're saying that Feng is a neutralizing Grandmaster? In the fighting industry, those capable of grasping internal force were considered absolute experts. Less than 0.1% of professional fighters would ever succeed in grasping internal force. For those that did, their understanding and usage of their body and strength would far surpass those of ordinary people. No matter where these experts went, they would have the qualifications to establish a training center or dojo and accept disciples. Hence, internal force experts were labeled masters. However, above internal force experts, there were still neutralizing experts. Ordinary people would already be fortunate to come across an internal force expert. As for neutralizing experts, most ordinary people would most likely never meet one. Every neutralizing expert was a titan in the fighting industry. They were people who could contest for first place in international fighting competitions. The fame and status they enjoyed were far superior to those of people like Chen Tianhe and Wang Zhongquan. If one were to draw a comparison between internal force experts and neutralizing experts, the former would be Candlelight while the latter would be the blazing Sunit as possible, Chen Tianhe said hesitantly. Only, since when has there ever been such a young neutralizing grandmaster in this world? Even the ancient aristocratic families are incapable of producing a neutralizing grandmaster this young. Ordinary people most likely wouldn't find anything special about Shi Feng's grabbing and throwing motions. In fact, most of the professional fighters present wouldn't. However, Chen Tianhe, who had already mastered internal force to the apex, could tell just how frightening Shi Feng's usage of his body and strength was. First, upon grabbing Wang Zhongquan's wrist, Shi Feng had immediately redirected and nullified the force in Wang Zhongquan's arm. Then, when Wang Zhongquan put more strength into his arm to break free of Shi Feng's hold, Shi Feng made use of Wang Zhongquan's strength and coupled it with his own to lift and throw Wang Zhongquan to the ground. Although this series of actions appeared very simple, executing it within a mere instant was exceedingly difficult. Only neutralizing grandmasters, who could push their muscles to the limit, could accomplish such a feat. What made Chen Tianhe doubt his conclusion was that Shi Feng was simply too young. Even now, Chen Tianhe was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the country. He had also been famous for a long time already. In his many years mingling in the fighting industry, he had come across plenty of internal force experts of varying standards and even neutralizing grandmasters. However, despite his extensive experience, he had never even heard of a neutralizing grandmaster who was in his 20s at this moment. Aside from Chen Tianhe, Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo, Zhang Tianya, and the other internal force experts present were similarly gazing at Shi Feng in astonishment and horror. Impossible. How can he be a neutralizing grandmaster? Zhang Tianya blurted out in shock. Ordinary people might have failed to discern the intricacies of Wang Zhongquan's fight with Shi Feng, but internal force experts like Zhang Tianya managed to roughly discern its crucial parts. In most people's eyes, Wang Zhongquan's fight did indeed look like an act. However, this was because Shi Feng's usage of his strength was too ingenious. He was already at the stage of simplifying complex movements, hence, his fight with Wang Zhongquan looked very fake. A neutralizing grandmaster. Shi Feng is actually this powerful. Zhao Yueru could not help growing excited when she heard Zhang Tianya's words. Although she did not have a clear concept of what a neutralizing grandmaster was, she still understood how powerful grandmaster martial artists were. They were supreme existences within the country, experts that even the various top-ranking dojos and training centers feared greatly. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow saw the exchange between Shi Feng and Wang Zhongquan, she felt an indescribable sense of shock and familiarity. This was because she could tell that Shi Feng's usage of his strength and body very closely resembled the principles of the refinement realm and truth realm. It was as if he had just merged these two concepts and demonstrated them. Only, this should be a technique that existed only in God's domain. Now, however, he had actually displayed it in the real world. As for Zhuolinqiu, who sat in a corner of the hall, he was gaping in shock at Shi Feng. Zhuolinqiu had never imagined that Shi Feng was such a powerful expert. He was actually telling the truth. Although an aristocratic family's disciple would indeed daunt an apex internal force expert like Zhuolinqiu, this would not deter him from taking action against one. However, a neutralizing grandmaster was a different story. It was no exaggeration to describe a neutralizing grandmaster as superhuman. Compared to Shi Feng's identity as a neutralizing grandmaster, Fire Dance's identity as an aristocratic family's disciple was utterly insignificant. Neutralizing grandmasters were existences that even major corporations had to show respect to, because these people held massive influence in the fighting industry. Moreover, there were times when major corporations also needed the help of these experts. After all, the various major corporations' upper echelons were frequent targets for assassination. Only with the protection of a neutralizing grandmaster would one be able to guarantee their safety. At this moment, the various internal force experts present finally understood that Shi Feng had not been lying before. Fire Dance's achievement could very well have been thanks to Shi Feng's guidance. After all, it wasn't impossible for a neutralizing Grandmaster to nurture an internal force expert. In fact, there were many precedents during the time everyone was quietly discussing this situation. Wang Zongquan had regained consciousness. However, when he came to, his mind was a huge blur, and his body ached all over. He could tell that he had several broken bones. He would need more than a month to recover fully from such injuries. Well, Master Wang, do you still wish to continue sparring? Feng asked as he watched Wang Zongquan struggle to his feet. Chapter 2191, Fame Spreads in Fenglin City. When Wang Zongquan saw the faint smile on Feng's face, a chill suddenly swept through him, his body shuddering involuntarily. No need to continue. I admit defeat. Wang Zongquan said hurriedly, afraid that he would be executed if he delayed his answer by even the slightest bit. Although he had clashed with Feng for only a very brief moment, he understood more clearly than anybody else present just how frightening Feng was. It was no exaggeration to say that, if Feng had wanted to, he definitely could have consigned Wang Zongquan to eternal rest with that previous move. Now, when Wang Zongquan looked at Feng, he felt that he was seeing a humanoid demon. Aside from this conclusion, he could not think of any other possibility. After all, despite having wandered the entire world, he had never heard of anyone becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster in their early 20s. Moreover, unlike other people, Wang Zongquan had personally clashed with neutralizing Grandmasters before, so he knew full well just how frightening in existence they were. Neutralizing Grandmasters could no longer be considered human, they were superhuman. Even ordinary firearms were useless against neutralizing Grandmasters, as Grandmasters could preemptively take evasive maneuvers by relying on their extraordinary senses. Meanwhile, before a neutralizing Grandmaster, apex internal force experts like Wang Zongquan were akin to little children. Their life and death were no longer within their control at this moment. Wang Zongquan started to feel animosity for Lu Xingluo. Had he known that Feng was a neutralizing Grandmaster, with even 10 times his courage, he still wouldn't have dared to kick up a ruckus at the Heavens Rumble Training Center. Since we have solved your concerns, then we can discuss the matter of you coming here to cause a commotion, Master Wang. Feng sighed as soon as Feng was done speaking. Wang Zongquan's complexion turned ashen. Even top-ranking training centers and dojos could not bear the wrath of a neutralizing Grandmaster. The fate of a lone apex internal force expert like himself went without saying. Not to mention, he was currently right in front of Feng. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to now. Hall Master, sure, just state however much compensation you want. I'll pay it so long as I have it, Wang Zongquan said with great anxiety. Right, I just received 6 bottles of the Green God Company's life potion. Let's add them to the compensation as well. Neutralizing Grandmasters were different from the average person. The amount of nutrients their bodies required daily far exceeded the average person's. Moreover, if they wanted to improve their physical fitness further, consuming ordinary food and nutrient fluids would no longer suffice. At the very least, they needed S-rank nutrient fluids. Meanwhile, the life potion was something even more valuable than S-rank nutrient fluids. In fact, these 6 life potions were the reason why Wang Zongquan had agreed to undertake Lu Xingluo's request. After all, life potions were extremely difficult to come by. Even neutralizing Grandmasters could get their hands on only a small amount. 6 life potions. Feng could not help but be moved. He had never expected Wang Zongquan to possess life potions, the Green God Company's latest creation. Feng naturally understood what was going through Wang Zongquan's mind right now. After all, Feng had had the fortune to meet a neutralizing Grandmaster in his previous life, so he knew that these Grandmasters were truly superhuman. He also knew that their nutritional requirements were different from the ordinary person's. Only, Feng wasn't actually a neutralizing Grandmaster yet. He had merely touched upon the realm after combining the principles of the Truth Realm and Refinement Realm in God's domain. Every player's body had long since reached an extraordinary level, hence, players could exhibit the principles of the realms of truth and realms of refinement to their greatest limits. The human body in the real world was very weak in comparison, making it impossible for people to fully exhibit the strength of these two realms in the real world. This was akin to running state-of-the-art software on an ancient computer. The hardware simply couldn't support the software at all, and the computer would crash when trying to run the application. The reason why Feng was able to apply the principles of the truth realm and refinement realm in the real world was mainly his having reached the ascension realm and domain realm in God's domain. Even so, he had already sustained some minor internal injuries from executing that one move. He still needed to improve his physical fitness further before he could reliably display the principles of the truth realm and refinement realm in the real world. Meanwhile, the life potion was something Feng had only heard of during his previous life. He had never actually seen one before, much less consumed one. The life potion was not sold to the public. It was many times more valuable than even S-rank nutrient fluids. Although the life potion couldn't resurrect the dead, it could cure all internal injuries and strengthen the user's physique. It was even rumored that long-term consumption of the life potion could rejuvenate the user. Moreover, these were still not the most important point about the life potion. The truly amazing aspect of the life potion was its ability to invigorate a person's brain cells, making cerebral development easier. Due to these reasons, after God's domain had spread its influence throughout the entire world, the life potion became something all powers fervently competed over. Those powers that managed to secure themselves a stable supply of life potions have been able to nurture a batch of peak experts and apex experts quickly. Feng found Wang Zongquan's possession of 6 life potions simply unbelievable. However, Wang Zongquan misconstrued Feng's comment as a complaint that this amount was too little. He hurriedly explained, "Master, this is really all that I have. However, I heard that 9 State City is about to hold an internal auction and that life potions will be sold there. Here is the invitation card I received. Aside from this, I really don't have any more life potions." Feng could tell that Wang Zongquan was not lying. He also understood that it was already plenty amazing for someone like Wang Zongquan to obtain 6 life potions. After all, ordinary martial arts masters couldn't get their hands on even 1 bottle, let alone 6. Fine. We'll forget about monetary compensation, but I need you to help me with a matter, Feng said, nodding as he accepted the invitation. Wang Zongquan inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. He then said confidently, "Master, please speak freely. As long as it is something I can accomplish, I'll definitely do it. It's very simple. I want you to go teach Lu Xingluo a lesson," Feng said, smiling as he patted Wang Zongquan's shoulder. Since Lu Xingluo had already taken the initiative to make trouble for him, Feng naturally had to respond in kind. Although Feng was currently slightly stronger than Wang Zongquan, he was quite inferior to the professional hitman when it came to dealing with people outside of an official competition. If he tried to take action against Lu Xingluo, his actions would no doubt get exposed very quickly. Not to mention, Feng didn't have that much free time to take part in such matters. He had his hands full dealing with Zero Wing. Wang Zongquan could not help being shocked by Feng's request. "Master, Lu Xingluo is the Starlink Corporation's heir. If I do so." "Since that is the case, let's continue discussing the commotion you've caused," Feng said, his voice taking on a chill. If not for Feng having improved sufficiently quickly and displaying absolute strength against Wang Zongquan, Wang Zongquan would have definitely continued trying to make trouble for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center even after suffering defeat at Fire Dance's hands. Hence, Feng naturally couldn't let him off the hook too easily. Feng did not doubt Wang Zongquan's ability to meet his demand in the slightest. As for the consequences for Wang Zongquan after carrying out this feat, this was not something Feng cared about. "I'll do it. I'll make sure Master won't be disappointed," Wang Zongquan assured hurriedly while nodding after sensing a trace of killing intent from Feng. Wang Zongquan had an instinctive fear of neutralizing Grandmasters stemming from his understanding of their power. So long Feng wanted to, unless Wang Zongquan fled to the ends of the world, he wouldn't be able to escape Feng. Compared to earning Feng's ire, provoking a major corporation's heir held much lighter consequences. Not to mention, Feng had only told him to teach Lu Xingluo a lesson, not to kill the man. If Wang Zongquan limited his actions, the Starlink Corporation wouldn't go all out in dealing with him. In fact, the corporation would avoid making a huge fuss about this. After all, if news of this matter were to leak to the public, the Starlink Corporation would become a laughingstock for its rivals. Moreover, Wang Zongquan was originally already furious at Lu Xingluo for sending him to pick a fight with a neutralizing Grandmaster. He could use this opportunity to get some payback as well. Upon seeing Wang Zongquan leave the Heaven's Rumble Training Center dejectedly, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present promptly went to Feng and Xiaoyu to congratulate them. They even sent the Heaven's Rumble Training Center huge gifts. These training centers and dojos no longer entertained any thoughts of causing trouble for Heaven's Rumble. In fact, they even showed signs of submitting themselves to Heaven's Rumble, a scene that stupefied the fighting enthusiasts in the hall, who all wondered what kind of background the Heaven's Rumble Training Center possessed. News of this matter quickly spread throughout Fenglin City. Chapter 2192, Seizing Fenglin City. After Wang Zongquan's departure, many of the training center and dojo members present were tempted to join the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The various fighting enthusiasts present, on the other hand, immediately started applying to join Heaven's Rumble. Previously, everyone thought that the Heaven's Rumble Training Center was a sham. However, after seeing Feng, Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master, defeat Wang Zongquan easily and overhearing the comments of the various internal force experts present stating that Feng was a Grandmaster martial artist, they realized that Heaven's Rumble possessed genuine ability that was far superior to that of the other training centers and dojos in Fenglin City. Moreover, Heaven's Rumble was equipped with state-of-the-art training and medical facilities. Just these points alone already held a great temptation for the various fighting enthusiasts. After just a few hours, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center had gained more than 5,000 members already. As for becoming a disciple of Heaven's Rumble, not everyone could do so since Feng had set certain requirements. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center's main purpose wasn't to generate profits. It would serve as a talent pool for Zero Wing to recruit from. Hence, ordinary people couldn't become disciples of the training center. Moreover, the disciples of training centers and dojos generally enjoyed much better treatment than ordinary members. They would be taught things that were not shared with the public. The recruitment requirements for disciples naturally had to be strict. Even so, after half a day of testing, Heaven's Rumble still managed to recruit more than 200 disciples. This situation excited Xiaoyu greatly. Despite having managed the Big Dipper Training Center for many years now, he had never seen so many people joining a training center on the day of its grand opening. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As Heaven's Rumble's name spread, even more people would join. Afterward, so long as Heaven's Rumble managed to nurture some disciples that achieved high rankings in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center could easily become the head of Fenglin City's fighting industry. As the Heaven's Rumble Training Center bustled with activity, Zhuolinqiu suddenly approached Feng. Zhuolinqiu's appearance had been completely silent. Most of the people inside the hall had overlooked his existence. Only a small number of internal force experts had managed to notice him. What a powerful person. His strength is most likely on par with Wang Zongquan's, Chen Tianhe exclaimed in his heart when he saw Zhuolinqiu approaching Feng. Wang Zongquan had an overbearing and explicit aura. On the other hand, Zhuolinqiu gave off a sense of emptiness and restraint. The two of them were polar opposites of each other. If an ordinary person were to compare the two of them, they would definitely judge Wang Zongquan to be stronger. However, those who had trained to Chen Tianhe's standards no longer judged people's strength based on aura alone. Moreover, concealing one's aura was much more difficult than simply letting it run wild. This was also a technique Chen Tianhe had been studying for quite some time now. Unfortunately, he had just barely scratched the surface of the technique thus far and was definitely inferior to Zhuolinqiu. One could say that, in terms of technique and spirit, Zhuolinqiu was above Wang Zongquan. Zhuolinqiu. Why is he here? Zhang Tianhe was stunned when he saw Zhuolinqiu. Unlike Chen Tianhe, Zhang Tianhe was not only an internal force expert but also the heir of one of Fenglin City's top 5 financial groups. Zhuolinqiu had once visited Fenglin City. Back then, the various financial groups of Fenglin City had promptly gathered to welcome him to the city. Moreover, the leaders of every financial group, including the Zhang clan group, had been present during this gathering. These leaders all treated Zhuolinqiu with great respect. As for Zhang Tianya, as he was part of the younger generation, he could only watch the gathering of VIPs from the sidelines. Zhuolinqiu was someone who was only half a step away from becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, his physique could no longer keep up with his mind. As a result, he could never cross the final threshold and remained stuck at the apex of the internal force realm, whether it was in terms of status or strength. Zhuolinqiu was an existence that Zhang Tianya could only look at in awe now. However, Zhuolinqiu was actually taking the initiative to greet Feng during the time Chen Tianhe and Zhang Tianya were wondering about Zhuolinqiu's purpose here. Zhuolinqiu arrived before Feng. Hall Master Shi, are you free for a private chat? Zhuolinqiu asked in a low tone. At this moment, Zhuolinqiu no longer viewed Feng with contempt. On the contrary, he now looked at the youth with a trace of fear and respect. Neutralizing Grandmasters were existences beyond the circle of ordinary internal force experts. However, as the butler of the 5 States Corporation's heir, Zhuolinqiu was quite familiar with the existence of neutralizing Grandmasters, so he knew intimately how powerful they were. Even major corporations would not dare slight neutralizing Grandmaster. Sure, let's head upstairs, Feng said, nodding. He had long since known about Zhuolinqiu's arrival in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center as well as the man's purpose for visiting. He also knew about Feng's determination to invest in God's domain. Meanwhile, with how successful Zero Wing currently was in God's domain, the temptation it held for Feng went without saying. Given these two things, it was obvious that Feng was waiting for an opportune moment to make Zero Wing an offer it could not refuse. Only, Zero Wing's strength surpassed Feng's expectations. Now, even Starlink could not make short work of Zero Wing and could only pursue a war of attrition after today's performance. It would be very normal for Feng to grow impatient and take action immediately. Feng led Zhuolinqiu to the top floor reception room, leaving the training center's matters to Xiaoyu, Fire Dance, and by Qingxue to manage. How is this possible? Zhang Tianya gaped in shock at the respectful attitude Zhuolinqiu showed Feng. Zhang Tianya could tell that Bai Qingxue and Feng's relationship was not simple at all. Otherwise, Bai Qingxue wouldn't have invited him to help the Heaven's Rumble Training Center previously. Although Zhang Tianya felt that Feng's strength as a neutralizing Grandmaster was indeed amazing, he did not consider himself inferior to Feng. After all, he was still young. He was also one of Fenglin City's top fighting prodigies. He still had plenty of room for improvement and a chance to become a neutralizing Grandmaster himself in the future. Moreover, he also had the Zhang clan group behind him. Even though Feng currently had his identity as a neutralizing Grandmaster, he would still need at least a decade to develop the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to a level that rivaled the Zhang clan group now. However, even Zhang Tianya's sole redeeming feature appeared laughable. The only person capable of commanding Zhuolinqiu to pay someone a personal visit was Feng, the heir of the 5 States Corporation. This meant that Feng was trying to make contact with Feng. If Feng had Feng's backing, then getting the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to surpass the Zhang clan group would truly be a piece of cake. Inside the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's top floor reception room. Mr. Zhua, may I know what business you have with me? Feng asked as he sat down. I am here to relay a message from my young master, Hall Master Shi. Starlink is not as simple as you think it is. Lu Xingluo is receiving guidance from someone higher. Sending Wang Zhongquan to Heaven's Rumble this time was merely a test. Once Lu Xingluo has a clear idea of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, I'm afraid he and the person behind him will take serious action. My young master advises you to be extra careful against Lu Xingluo, Zhuolinqiu said gravely. The strength Feng displayed this time was indeed frightening. Even an existence like the Starlink Corporation would not wish to provoke a neutralizing Grandmaster casually. However, with Zero Wing standing in Starlink's way and forming quite an enmity with Starlink, it did not matter even if the Heaven's Rumble Training Center had the backing of a neutralizing Grandmaster. The Starlink Corporation still had plenty of ways to destroy the training center in secret. Moreover, even if the Starlink Corporation couldn't touch Feng himself, it could still deal with the other members of Zero Wing. Please give my thanks to young Master Han for his reminder. I'll make sure to be more careful from now on. If young Master Han needs any help in God's domain, please feel free to seek out Zero Wing, Feng said. He understood that Feng was trying to sell him a favor this time. Moreover, Feng was also finally treating him as a potential partner rather than another pawn or subordinate. I will relay this to my young master. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave now, Zhuolinqiu said as he stood up, showing no intention of staying even a moment longer. After Zhuolinqiu left, Feng sank into deep thought. Although his strength had already improved by a significant margin and many of the dangers he would normally have to worry about were no longer a concern, just like Feng said, the various major corporations were not as simple as they made themselves out to be. The Starlink Corporation would have no difficulty dealing with both the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Zero Wing from the shadows. It seems I have to improve my strength quickly, nurture more experts, and develop my power in Fenglin City. Feng understood that even though the Starlink Corporation seemed helpless against the current Zero Wing, if it took covert action, Zero Wing would be helpless to do anything about it. The only way to avoid such an outcome was to increase Zero Wing's status and influence in the real world. Afterward, Feng took out one of the life potions, which Wang Zongquan had someone secretly deliver to him. He admired the icy blue liquid contained inside the glass bottle, then popped the cap and drank the liquid. He needed to improve his own physique first, above all else. Chapter 2193, Life Potions Effects. The instant Feng consumed the life potion, a cool sensation spread across his entire body. Shortly after, his body started heating up as if all its cells had just gained new life. Amazing. My injured muscles recovered significantly as soon as I drank it. With this, I'll be completely healed in less than half an hour. Feng was shocked to feel his injuries healing at a rapid pace. The injuries he sustained from overexerting his muscles had been severe and would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover even with the help of the most advanced medical facilities in the world. Now, however, he would need only half an hour to make a full recovery. The life potion's effects were truly divine. Moreover, aside from it healing his injuries, Feng could also sense it starting to invigorate and strengthen his body's cells. By the time his body completely absorbed the life potion, his physical fitness would have definitely improved by quite a significant margin. It's no wonder life potions sold for such ridiculous prices in the past. With my current condition, if I use this long term, I'll gain the physical fitness of an actual Grandmaster within 2 months, Feng thought to himself, a passionate flame burning in his eyes as he gazed at the 5 remaining bottles of life potion on the table. Recently, his physical fitness had hit a bottleneck. Despite a greater training load, his gains were negligible. He would have to train for a very long time to see any noticeable improvements. If he wished to improve his strength quickly, the only way to do so was by becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster. Neutralizing Grandmasters were known as such because their control over their bodies had already reached the acme of perfection. This was especially true for their control over their brains, which allowed Grandmasters to accelerate their hormone production and metabolism, thereby further improving the body's performance. Meanwhile, the life potion would help him break through this bottleneck and further improve his physical fitness by a significant margin. However, each bottle of life potion was effective for only 6 days. Even if he used all 6 bottles himself, they would last him only 36 days. He would need a few more bottles to reach the Grandmaster standard. So long as his physical fitness was at the Grandmaster standard, even if his control was still wanting, he would be able to exchange moves with a true neutralizing Grandmaster an hour later, seeing as it was close to 6 in the evening already, which meant that daytime was approaching in God's domain. Feng decided to make his way back to Zero Wing's headquarters and further strengthen the headquarters security. Indeed, just like Zhuolinqiu had said, it was very likely that Lu Xingluo had sent Wang Zongquan just to probe the situation on Zero Wing's side. Once Lu Xingluo and the ones behind him were done with their investigation, they would most likely start taking action in secret. Hence, he needed to strengthen Zero Wing's security measures and its core members. Originally, Feng had planned to let Fire dance and the others use the life potion as well. However, on second thought, He decided against it although the life potion was useful to everyone. Using it on ordinary people and basic internal force experts was too much of a waste because the physical fitness of these people was still far from hitting a bottleneck. They had many other means to improve themselves rapidly. Moreover, through the experiment Feng had conducted using Wang Zhongquan, he had confirmed that one could improve one's strength in the real world by reaching the refinement realm and truth realm in God's domain. By combining the principles of these two realms with his guidance and training, Fire Dance and the others could contend against internal force experts, even if they had yet to grasp internal force. If one possessed such combat standards in the real world, they could cope with many troublesome matters in the real world. Once he trained Zero Wing's core members to an adequate level, all they needed to do was participate in various fighting competitions and achieve stunning results. Once that happened, the Heavens Rumble Training Center's status and influence in Fenglin City would increase drastically, and the training center would become the true leader of the city's fighting industry. At that time, even if Lu Xingluo wanted to, he would have great difficulty hindering Zero Wing's operations in the city. Meanwhile, to achieve this goal of his, Feng intended to prepare the Lost Town to receive more of Zero Wing's members immediately instead of limiting access to just the guild's main force. Having more members reach the Truth Realm would greatly bolster Zero Wing's strength and increase its ability to cope with the various superpowers of God's domain. After all, now that Stone Forest City was achieving such enormous success, the superpowers definitely wouldn't just sit still and let it be. After Feng finished updating the security measures in Zero Wing's headquarters, he logged back into God's domain. When Feng appeared back inside his special forging room in the Candlelight trading firm, he suddenly felt his mind was more unrestrained than before, as if it had more scope for processing things now. So, this is the effect of the life potion. Feng could not help but be surprised with his current state. He felt that he could learn even a silver combat technique previously. Although he had obtained a silver legacy stone tablet, he had yet to use it even now because he already difficulty learning bronze combat techniques, let alone silver combat techniques. Even domain realm experts would have a very low likelihood of mastering one. The reason why this was the case wasn't a deficiency in combat standards but two other issues. The first issue was an inadequate physique. Executing a silver combat technique required a physique at the Tier 3 standard at minimum. The second issue was an insufficient brain capacity. Silver combat techniques were extremely complex. If one's brain was not sufficiently active, it would not be able to process the complex actions required to execute the technique. Of course, this problem could be solved so long as one continuously improved their physique in God's domain. However, a Tier 2 physique was still far from the point where it could lower the mental difficulty of learning a silver combat technique. During the time Feng was researching the benefits of the life potion, Aqua Rose suddenly called him guild leader. "I have two people here who say they want to meet you," Aqua Rose said. "Both of them are here on someone else's behalf. They say it's related to an agreement you have with the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars." "Endless Scars?" Nodding, Feng said, "All right, I'll head over right away." Endless Scars had previously sought his help with a matter, and he had agreed to help her out in his personal capacity. However, there had been no word from her after that, so he had gotten the impression that the woman had already forgotten about their agreement. He never thought that she would contact him now. However, an agreement was an agreement. Since Endless Scars had sent someone to contact him, he naturally had to go meet with these representatives. He took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to the White River City Guild residence inside the top-floor reception room of Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Aside from Aqua Rose, there were currently two other people, a man and a woman, in the reception room. Both looked to be around 30 years old. Although the man had a gaunt frame, he gave the impression of a wild wolf. The aura he radiated was sharp and unruly in nature. As for the woman, her appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to Aqua Rose's, only more mature. She also radiated the aura of a predator burning. "What do you think is going through Scars's mind?" "She's actually wasting a slot on Black Flame," the other woman in the room asked the man sitting beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. "Although Black Flame has indeed reached the domain realm, our task isn't something that can be accomplished with just superior combat standards. In my opinion, Black Flame isn't comparable even to Li Jia. I don't know, but the slot belongs to Scars. How she decides to use it is beyond my control. If we find out that Black Flame really isn't good enough, it won't be too late to replace him with someone else, the man named Burning Sea replied, smiling as he shook his head while the two were conversing in private. Feng had entered the room. The instant Feng entered, the pair started scrutinizing him. Similarly, Feng studied the duo. Who are these two people? Feng was surprised when he inspected the duo using omniscient eyes. The man was a level 72 berserker named Burning Sea, and he had 5 pieces of epic equipment on him. As for the woman, she was a level 72 cleric named Frozen Gem. Although she sported only 3 pieces of epic equipment, the quality of her staff was indiscernible even with omniscient eyes. The equipment standards of these two players were undoubtedly among the best available in God's domain right now. Ordinary peak experts definitely were no match for them. Moreover, both players actually radiated an aura that was much more intense than that of a great lord. They also gave Feng a strong sense of danger. However, Feng couldn't pinpoint the source of that danger. Yuri Black Flame? Burning Sea asked in a questioning tone. That's right, Feng answered, nodding. May I know what business Scars has sent you two over for? Good. In that case, let me see whether you are qualified or not. Upon receiving a positive answer from Feng, Burning Sea immediately unsheathed the great sword slung on his back and sent a sword light slashing at him. In the next moment, the sword light split into 12 copies of itself, each copy seemingly having a life of its own as they cut at Feng from 12 different directions. Moreover, each sword light carried strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level. All 12 sword lights attacked together like 12 great lord-ranked wolves pouncing on him simultaneously. Even domain realm experts might not be able to replicate Burning Sea's proficiency in combining a combat technique and a skill. Chapter 2194, Spiritualization Realm. Although Burning Sea was a Tier 2 berserker, his attacks were faster than even that of Tier 2 assassins. As if they had a life of their own, the 12 sword lights locked down Feng, leaving him no room to dodge at all. How merciless. Frozen Gem was surprised by Burning Sea's attack. She had never thought that he would be even more ruthless than herself. The combat technique Burning Sea was using was an advanced combat technique called Wolfpack and was his trademark move. When he combined it with the Tier 2 skill Chaotic Flash, even domain realm experts would have an extremely difficult time coping with this move. After all, this was not a move that could be seen through and blocked easily. If Feng wished to retreat unscathed in this cramped space, he would have to use a life-saving skill. Otherwise, if even one of the sword lights hit, Burning Sea would be able to capitalize on the situation and follow up with a series of moves, giving Feng no room to breathe at all. Against such an assault, even shield warriors and guardian knights would fall quickly. However, contrary to Frozen Gems and Burning Sea's expectations, Feng did not activate a life-saving skill despite the imminent arrival of the 12 sword lights. Instead, he brandished his 2 swords and met the 12 sword lights in battle sword's orbit. The sword's orbit that Feng was executing was markedly different from before. Now, the technique looked much plainer and simpler. He also executed only a handful of slashes. Even so, these few slashes created a seemingly airtight defense around him, as all 12 sword lights had their attack trajectories twisted by an invisible force in the next moment. Like a pack of hungry wolves that stumbled across a mighty lion, the 12 sword lights took the initiative to detour around the swordsman's spiritualization. His technique usage has already reached such a standard. Frozen Gem exclaimed when she saw Feng smoothly and effortlessly neutralizing Burning Sea's attacks. Meanwhile, when Burning Sea saw this scene, he promptly halted his offensive and quietly eyed Feng as if he had just found some kind of treasure. Amazing. I never thought that you'd already be in the spiritualization realm. No wonder Scars wants to give her last slot to you. Burning Sea raved in excitement. While Burning Sea was talking, Aqua Rose had completed the incantation for her spell and was about to attack Burning Sea. However, Feng stopped her midway, then calmly asked, "May I know what you two are doing here?" Also, what is this spiritualization realm you mentioned? Feng was aware that Burning Sea's attack was some sort of test for him. This was obvious from how Burning Sea had stopped attacking as soon as Feng neutralized the Berserker's first move. As for the spiritualization realm the two spoke of, this was Feng's first time to hear about such a thing. Sorry. We are inviting you to help us with a very important mission. We cannot afford any carelessness on this mission, so we needed to test you. Still, I never thought you would be this powerful. As expected of the person Scar's views favorably, Burning Sea apologized sincerely. As for the spiritualization realm, it is a realm referring to the usage standard of combat techniques, which we discovered in God's domain. Of course, this is only a name we coined ourselves. As for what it is actually called, we aren't very sure either. I see. Realization immediately dawned upon Feng when he heard Burning Sea's words. May I know what Scars is asking me to do? The only realm he could think of that could be found in God's domain was the realms of truth. Apparently, Burning Sea's group had yet to come into contact with NPCs knowledgeable about the realms of truth or find any related information, hence, they were referring to the realms of truth using a name of their own. It was also no wonder Feng felt that Burning Sea's wolf pack was special. The Berserker's execution of wolf pack was completely different from the average combat technique. He had obviously applied the principles of the realms of truth. However, when Feng thought about how other people had also come into contact with the realms of truth and had even achieved a certain amount of success in them, he was still surprised. Burning Sea, in particular, had clearly entered the truth realm already. This definitely wasn't good news to Feng. Now that other people were exploring the realms of truth, Zero Wing's advantages would undoubtedly decrease considerably. The only thing worth celebrating now was that Zero Wing had a systematic training system for the realms of truth, whereas other people would have to slowly explore and master the realms of truth on their own. We discovered a mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death, and we wish to raid it. Only, that place is very special, tools cannot be used there, and everyone is suppressed to tier 0. We can use only the most basic skills and spells. Moreover, entering and leaving the secret land are extremely difficult. Contact with the outside world is also impossible. We have gone through great lengths to obtain the entry slots for this secret land, so we need the help of experts like yourself to secure the treasures there, Frozen Gem explained. In a situation where tools could not be used and skills and spells were heavily suppressed, players could rely only on their own combat standards to fight inside the secret land, a mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death. Feng concealed his surprise at Frozen Gem's words. Could they be talking about one of the Thunder God's secret lands? The Sea of Death was considered a forbidden land for players because the Sea of Death was where the Thunder God had perished. The Thunder God had set up plenty of secret lands in the Sea of Death, every one of which contained a considerable number of treasures. There were even fragmented legendary items and peak legacies in some of these secret lands in the past. Players had gradually discovered the Thunder God's secret lands after level 80. The various powers then frantically explored these secret lands. Since these secret lands were one of the first few places where players started encountering fragmented legendary items, the intensity of the competition over these secret lands was obvious. However, the Thunder God's secret lands were located in another space, making them impossible to enter and leave through normal means. There were several ways to enter these secret lands, and one of the most reliable ways was by obtaining special quest items that were dropped only by level 70+ sea monsters in the Sea of Death and then completing the quest these items provided. Another method was by obtaining the entry pass through killing special sea monsters. However, these special sea monsters did not appear in specific locations. Even if a first-rate guild went all out in search of these special sea monsters, they might not necessarily find one. The last method was by obtaining the guidance of the Thunder God's legacy and then completing a series of quests, which would then allow one to enter the Thunder God's secret land. Feng had never imagined that Endless Scars would be lucky enough to be able to enter one of the Thunder God's secret lands. Now alright, but I want priority selection over one of the dropped items, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He naturally couldn't provide his help for free. There were far too many excellent items inside the Thunder God's secret lands. Every item in these secret lands was a treasure that could help improve a player's strength significantly. However, these were not the things Feng was aiming for currently. The various superpowers were keeping a close eye on Zero Wing. So long as these superpowers spotted an opportunity, they would surely strike at the guild. Moreover, even with the advantages Stone Forest City provided, Zero Wing was only capable of keeping itself alive but not contending against these superpowers. If Zero Wing wished to face the various superpowers in a frontal confrontation, the guild itself needed to grow stronger. Now that Zero Wing had a stable supply of internal members, it was only a matter of time before the guild gained a new batch of experts. The only problem now was that these new experts would be very underleveled and would not be able to exhibit their full strength. Although the veteran experts of the guild normally helped the guild's low-leveled experts level up, these low-leveled experts would still take a long time to catch up to the frontline experts. Meanwhile, there was one item available inside the Thunder God's secret lands that could help players level up quickly. It was also something that countless powers had sought to obtain in the past: the Guild Alchemy Workshop design. The Guild Alchemy Workshop was an advanced construction that allowed the production of potions exclusive to guilds, such as the Experience Potion. Guild members could purchase up to 2 experience potions from the workshop every day. Moreover, only players that were at least 5 levels lower than the average level of frontline players could purchase and use this potion. This potion was a miracle drug that enabled new players to catch up to frontline players quickly. However, the Guild Alchemy Workshop design was extremely rare. It dropped in only a select few secret lands and special team dungeons, including the Thunder God's secret lands. This, hesitating, Burning Sea said, "We'll have to discuss this with our team leader. After all, this is something that concerns the entire team. The two of us don't have the power to decide on this." "That won't be a problem." Feng nodded in understanding. Burning Sea and Frozen Gem then went offline. By the looks of it, they were going to contact their team leader through the real world. After a short delay, Burning Sea and Frozen Gem came back online. Guild leader Black Flame, "I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request," Frozen Gem said resolutely.